Greetings, Rummies, and welcome to Rum, the channel sharing the joy of sim racing, and to this very special broadcast. Drive for Dean, keep cancer in the specific places, driving 6 hours of spa, and more specifically having fun and collecting donations for the Macmillan Cancer Support. Of course, Rum comes in full, so you'll be hearing at least for the first hour the voices of me, Serta, Ike, how are you, mate?
Not doing too bad, just had a lot going on at the moment, but have to take the time out for something as special as this.
Perfect. And the man with the voice of 1,000 angels, Cody, how are you?
Hey, I'm ready to rock and roll at Spa. It's going to be a really fun race. I'm excited. We've got a lot of teams, so I'm over the moon. Oh, it's going to be a good time.
Perfect. And you not only will be hearing Rum, you'll be hearing a lot of other people. And with this start of the race, we also have a Nimish commentating. Is this your first commentating gig?
Yeah, so right now I'll just be existing in the background. So yeah.
Okay, so...
But yeah, it's my first one.
So don't worry, you are with people who have a lot of experience, and we're gonna be having a lot of fun. Ike, do you want to comment a little bit how this race came together?
It's not actually all that difficult. So this is the Drive for Dean. It's in memory, also in aid of Macmillan Cancer Research in the UK. It was incepted by Dean Hyde, who is one of a member of a number of communities. Actually, I think I've lost connection to the server. Great.
Yeah, me too.
So
Everyone
beautiful.
has.
Time to restart ACC. Thanks. Macmillan Cancer Support, fantastic charity in the UK, gives a lot of support for people going through all different types of cancer, giving financial support, giving financial advice, giving aid, and even going as far as going through to government to argue for people who are struggling with cancer. Cancer is an awful blight upon humanity, something that is only getting more and more advanced and getting so much worse as time seems to be going on. Dean is obviously, we'll leave that to him to understand and communicate what he wants to talk about, but or how much he wants to go into it. But it looks as though Mr. Hyde is not going to be with us for too much longer, and so rather than rather than waiting for him to go, he decided, and we've come along with it, with the idea of celebrating his life and raising money for charity in the process, obviously with Macmillan being the source of that. ERA, a community that everybody should be well aware of here on this channel at this point, as well as DSGR and a number of other communities have all joined together to celebrate the life of Mr. Dean Hyde, as well as raising money for Macmillan. And, well, he who is fastest shall win, but at the end of the day, this is a fun race. That's the main priority. And the priority above all of that is raising money for Macmillan. So on the screen throughout the stream, you are going to see a QR code. Make sure that you have a decent video quality so that you can scan that QR code and donate as much as you can towards Macmillan, because there is a lot to be said for the amount of work that they put in trying to better as many lives as is possible.
We'll be dropping a donation link also. And what dropped right now is Assetto Corsa Competizione, so I have to start it. That's why you are seeing a technical issue page. Don't worry, as soon as Assetto Corsa Competizione is up again, because they did some shenanigans with the server, we'll be able to show you the images all over again.
While we are waiting for the start of the race, however, there is a YouTube chat. We are all watching it, as always. Please shout out who you're supporting today. Who should we be looking out for? Who are you going to be driving with, or otherwise just keeping your eye on throughout the course of this 6-hour race. We are absolutely ecstatic to have this many drivers and this many cars to be joining us.
Green light, go, go, go.
Yeah, it's over 60 teams of two drivers per car. Is that correct?
Even only one. How many
Even only
wanted
one. Okay.
to drive? So it's 1 to, I think the team that has most is 4 drivers, if I remember correctly. Does anybody know?
Sorry, say that again?
How many? What is the team that has the most drivers?
We can see that from the timetables. So I believe the one that I can see that has the most drivers is the 5-driver team of the number 31 Aston Martin. 5 also in the 64 Aston Martin as well. The Aston Martin's apparently very difficult to drive over a long distance, which is a interesting one. I dare say that they are just teams who have had to make themselves. There's also some single driver teams as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a couple.
Great to see. Great to see the variety and the options that we have here. There's also a lot of other communities that have joined in. Logistical Nightmare, of course, my race team, have entered, I believe, 3, 4, or 5 cars. I know I've said hi to a couple of those in the warm-up, but all very much looking forward to being able to partake in this race. Good evening, Mr. Marty. Thank you very much for updating your membership, as well as celebrating the teams that are taking on this absolutely mammoth task.
Marty, one that loves to come into the broadcast because he knows it's fun. It's fun for everyone, for the drivers, for the commentators, and for the people in front of the computer watching the broadcast.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting race. Qualifying has already been done. There is nothing more to say as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, there was a couple of weeks of qualifying.
Yep, so we have had a significant amount of time, which means that we can go through the full grid. If I can have my cursor back, there we go. We can go through the full grid from start to finish because we have 9 minutes before the...
Yeah, before that, before we go there, I would like to thank those who have already donated, because we started with a limit of 100, and already on March, Arcalis donated 20 British pound, Rob Larby 100, so that blew the goal out of there. Thank you very much for those for that donation. So we moved the goalpost to 1,000. After that, Matt Keys donated 100 pounds. Rich Casson donated 101 pounds. Javier Farre donated 25 pounds. Steve S donated 50 pounds, saying full cancer, sending good vibes. Matthew Gamble donated 25 pounds. Scott Cameron donated 25 pounds. Anonymous donated 40 pounds. Thank you very much. We don't need to know who you are, but thank you very much. Andy Thorpe donated 25 pounds. The RTO community donated 10 pounds. BCRC Gaming donated 11 pounds and 27. Pipa Ritmo 66 donated 10. Another anonymous donation of 10 pounds. Thomas Pichon donated 100 pounds. Matt Gale donated 10 pounds. Paul Young donated 20 pounds. Jordan Schwartz donated 10 pounds saying, cancer, let's have some fundraising. Stephen donated 10 pounds saying, drive for Dean. Aldo Rossi donated 20 saying, cancer can bite my banger. Not translating it for those who are not knowledgeable in some specifics. Barry donated £10. Another anonymous donation of £20. James Payton donated £10. Sambo donated £10. Wally donated £10. Chris Stancer donated £10. Dave Solori donated £10 saying, I'm a member of the Sim Seniors community and I am donating as part of our group. I've had 3 family members pass as a result of cancer. Our thoughts are with you. So the more funding that goes into the research, the sooner a cure could be found. Martin Williams donated £10. Kati donated £10 saying, Go Nick! Adrian donated £10. Trigger Happy donated £10. Dave donated £10. Roman donated £20 saying, Drive for Dean! Cancer! Joshua Rodriguez donated £5. Team Nathan's Thucks, number 31. T. Stendal, I hope I pronounced that correctly, donated £10. An anonymous donation of £25. 296 Against Cancer donated £25. Gaz donated £5. Jason Weddle donated £10. Nick Golding donated £25 saying SMN Racing driving for Dean. Adam Stewart donated £10. Jamie donated £20. Rob Larby donated £2. Nick donated £5. Rafa Souza donated £10. Janet Golding donated £10. Carlos Barros donated £10. No, I'm not running out of breath. No way, no how. Anonymous donated £25. Andrew Elliott donated £10. Case donated £10. Sean Cardes donated £25. Cody donated £10. I, for one, dislike cancer. We're with you, Cody. Thank you, mate. RJ donated £10. Silver Spooners Against Cancer. And that's the donations that we have until now. And as you can see in the overlay, we have £1,098. And just right now, Rafael Oliveira donated £10. Let's kick cancer. To everyone who donated and is going to donate, thank you very much. We have £1,108 and 27 what is it, cent?
Pence.
Whatever. Pence against cancer for the Macmillan Cancer Support. Thank you very much to everyone donating. I'm gonna drop the link to the donation page in a couple of seconds once I've caught my breath once again.
It's all right. That opens up the airwaves to the rest of us. We still have 5 minutes of build-up waiting. I mean, this is a very complicated start to the race. It's going to be 6 hours, and this is where they're going to be starting. This isn't an F1 start like we're used to seeing from Formula One and other series. The start line is actually on the run out of La Source. And bearing in mind, some of the cars are going to still be in La Source by the time that the drivers get to the start line here at the Endurance start. That means that Eau Rouge and Radion are the first corners in this 6-hour race. What a challenge for all of the drivers to have to throw themselves into after this very, very, very long cooldown.
Remember, that's over 60 cars, all taking
Actually,
that at once.
I was going to say, how are we doing as far as the entrants are concerned? Yeah, we've got 51 cars on the course already. As I say, we're absolutely going to be having. It's a good job we're on Spa, because at other tracks that would mean that we'd have less than 500 meters per car. That is not a lot of space. But Spa being over 2 miles long, we are probably gonna be okay. I'm gonna get ahead of.
Right?
It's a rolling start. I'm going to get ahead of the start of the formation lap, however, as we only have 2 minutes left to run through the full teams. Now, I'm going to do this in a very, very regimented way just to make sure that we get through all of them. But keep an ear out for your favourite numbers and the teams that they are including. And then hopefully we'll be able to keep track of that through the course of the race and the classes that those drivers are in. Little bit of a Assetto Corsa Competizione bug. Unfortunately, the Platinum and Gold drivers are being shown as the same class, which is upsetting because the Pro-Am class has the black background with white numbers, which is by far the coolest in my personal opinion, but we won't be having any of those in the race today. Taking pole in the qualifying session, which was open for a full week prior to the start of this race, is the Rosso Esports car. Number 17 is a Nissan Skyline, driven by Rafael Souza for the full 6 hours. He is the only driver in that car. Second is the Supercharged Motorsport 667. Third is the 44 Raptor Virtual Racing, who both of those cars setting an average fastest time in the 217s. Rosso Esports setting a 2:16.202.
Look at that livery.
Astonishingly fast time. I can't see the livery, and I synced Awesome Sim Racing as well. That is your top 3 in Platinum. Fourth is the 86 Reborn Sim Racing. Fifth will be the Eleanor Itchy and Scratchy, car number 13, with my personal South African buds in the car. The 229 of Team Taylor Racing will be starting from 6th. 7th will be the Ultra Super Latio Braking car, number 47. Eleanor Against Cancer in the number 3 Mercedes will start from 8th. PTGR/3CD is...
I have
PTGR,
the number 8. On 8th position, I have a McLaren with a 452.
Ah, really? Are we missing cars then? Oh, brilliant. Anyway, this is how they've lined up in qualifying. Now, there could be other issues and people who haven't shown up. This is how they've shown up in qualifying. How it's going to end up in the actual race, it's 6 hours. So the PTGR 3CD have qualified in 9th, 10th for R&E in the 888 car, 11th for 3D Max Racing in the 303. That is the Platinum field. Gold for Korea Team, and again, I think that is Nicholas Korea in the 67 car, driving on his own. LZYRBL in the 74 for is in 13th, 14th, Full Throttle Bandits in the 978, Phoenix Motorsport in the 121, Sim Racing Belgium in the 87 car, Lambo Maniacs, that's an ERA team, in the number 30. We should expect to hear at least one of them during the course of the race. Sim Seniors McLaren 154 and Sim Seniors McLaren number 60 in 18th and 19th respectively. 2ID in the 20th position in the 777. Sim Seniors McLaren in 456 is in 21st, 22nd, we're halfway through, is the Sim Seniors Lamborghini 419. Sim Seniors BMW 232 is in 23rd. Sim Racing Belgium in the 33 car in 24th. S&M Racing in the 911 is starting 25th. 26th is the BG Racing Team number 97. Gravel Trap Inspection Team, another ERA team there in the 72. The only Lexus on the track as far as I can remember. Omega Motorsports Italia in the number 50 car starting 28th. 29th is Chicken Runs in the 68 car. 30th will be Sim Racing Belgium in the 666. Nomad Racing will start 31st in the 999 car. Team Deutschland will start the 69 car in 32nd. 33rd will be Iberian Race Warriors Against Cancer in the 111 car.
Why is Team Deutschland driving a Ferrari?
Because Ferraris are faster than BMWs.
Yeah, but
TSC
on the other
Race...
hand, Team Deutschland, I mean, come on!
Yeah, no, clearly there's no national pride there. They are here for speed. TSC Racing is starting the 83 car in 34th. 35th will be the 296 Against Cancer team in the 837. Sim Seniors Porsche 521 will be starting from 36th. 37th will be HSR Motorsport in the number 6. 38th will be Nathaniel Stuggs or something in the 31 car. 39th will be Raptor Virtual Racing, the 816. 40th will be Straylight Racing in 24. Platinum Chasers will start 41st in the 42 car. 42nd will be Bot Racing in the 64 car. There's some numbers mixed around there somewhere. HSR Motorsport will start from 43rd in the 27 car. WKG shits and... You shouldn't be calling your team names that. Come on, I was just reading it. In the 113 car starts 42nd. 44th, 45th will be Silver Spooners in the 491. Worst case scenario, good name there. In the 71 starts 46th. 47 will be Shinobi Motorsports in the 162. 48th will be GTRR in the 11 car. 49th will be Spin and Power in the 89. Volker Boy Motorsports starts the 21 car in 50th. 51st is Hyde Racing in the number 8. We'll be keeping an eye out for that during the course of the race. Yar Motorsports will start the number 7 car in 52nd. 53rd will be Old Gage Racing. Again, we've run out of cars now, but we are going across qualifying times. There could be other bugs that may see these cars retake their places. DGSR EU 190 in the 190 in 54th place. 55th will be Low Rec Kicking Cancer in the Nards. In the 298 car, Fry Guys Motorsports in the 411, starting 56, 57. Pratham Proya in the number 70 car, Fett Cancer in the 55 car in 58th. We can only agree with that. Raptor Virtual Racing in the 65 starts 59th. 60th will be the Latte Macchiato Racing Team. I approve of that in the 19. HSR Motorsports, the number 4, will start 61st. 62nd, Rebellion Auto Sports in the 76, or Nomads in the 43 car in 63rd. And rounding out the pack is the PWR, or Power Wheels Racing Team, of 103. Now, all of those are teams, the last from 58th to 64th, those are teams that signed up but didn't get laps in to qualify. So I would dare say we may not be seeing those cars start. However, there are 4 classes in this race. First to actually, let me have a look in the game now to see who we've got actually starting. So the last of the plats is 303. So in 10th position, your top 10 are all platinums. The gold... come on. Typical that the technology fails now. Come on. As we all get bunched up to go side by side. Give me the timetable. There we go. So 11th...
Corner away from the start.
Oh, good grief. 11th down to the 50 car? Do we have the 50 car?
Do we have a 50 car?
No, 72.
I don't see a 50 car.
No, that's fine. We'll get everything shuffled out as the race unfolds, but what we need to pay attention to now is the first group of 10 cars who are going to be vying for the lead as they come out of turn 1, weirdly, and down towards the start of this 6-hour race. I'm going to give my voice a rest now and hand over to the others.
All right. We're coming down. This is, we're starting on pretty much the most famous series of 2 corners in racing, certainly in Europe here at Spa. And there's the line. Green flag, starting the 6 hours of Kicking Cancer in the rear. Here we go through Erosion Radion. Looks like we're going through it pretty good. 3 wide there. Woo!
Oh,
All right, looks like everyone's made it through.
At
We've
the
got a
head
little
of the
bit of
field,
roughness.
they've made it
Whoa! There we go. Now we've got some roughness there at the back. Oh boy, we've got some cars coming off onto the straightaway. Big carnage here at the start. Can't say we're terribly surprised, but the race leaders, certainly your platinum drivers, are getting going pretty well, pretty smoothly. Souza has stayed in the front there in that Nissan GT3. But yeah, goodness, there was a lot going on there at the start. We had an incident start up. Oh, we've got another big bunch up coming on to... oh goodness, I forget my names. Gustavo. No,
Is
no
it
name.
Speakers? No.
Yeah, Speakers Corner.
Now known as Jackie X Corner, which is the best part.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
Yeah, okay,
lost.
we've gotten away from the start, starting to spread out a little bit. Spreading out's very important whenever you have 51 cars here starting this race. We did have over 60 entrants. Looks like we've got 51 cars riding along
and
for
it's
the start.
it's further contact for the 666 car out at Stavolo. It's not called Stavolo anymore. And that is a safe re-entry, thankfully. Just the tiniest of taps. Very easy to do in such a compressed field. 11 car seems to... I was going to say 11 car seems to have fallen back as well.
Oh yeah, he got rear-ended.
It was a fairly firm tap on the rear. I dare say we may see some cars dropping into the pits on the start of this first lap. You'd be brave to carry on, and that is at least one Ferrari 296 dropping into a complicated and very, very punishing pit lane. We did say to everybody to be as careful as you can. This is a race for fun in the driver's briefing.
Can't say we didn't warn you.
Yeah.
No.
And the pit lane is big in Spa. It's not the Formula One pit lane. It's much bigger than that, much longer than that. So you lose a lot of time. It's the GT3 or even I think TCR also pit lane, and it's the pit lane that they use for the WEC2, right? The long one.
It is correct, yeah.
So it's a long wait.
It not only is it a long drive, it's also going to be a long stop for a lot of drivers who have come a cropper in the first stanza of this race. Very much the first line of the first verse of this race, I think it's fair to say. But
We are just getting started, that is for sure. But my goodness, there's a lot of action here at the start.
And Spitzer, we were looking at Spitzer, and he gets turned around too. Guys, this is a race for fun. Don't do that.
you can't tell race drivers that you can't tell race drivers to drive sensibly and then give them 6 hours of competition to try and win.
The Lamborghini had kind of taken the wrong line, and I think he realized he was going to run out of room if he didn't brake. But there was a whole train of drivers right behind him that were on the correct line, and they took it and just went right into the back of him.
Yeah. No, that was a massive amount of oversteer from the Lamborghini. Just finding that now.
Mm-hmm.
That was unfortunate, but I don't think there's very much you could do.
All right. Well, it's Souza and the aptly named Go that are first and second in this race so far, pretty much from the start. Rigaud in Rigaud? I don't know how much I pronounce the D. French names are hard.
I would say Rigaud.
Rigaud. Okay, yes. Rigaud, he's in third place, very, very near, along with Rigatti. The battle for second is really close here, and we've seen a lot of the drivers further down a field getting into each other. These drivers up here at the front, they're all the platinum drivers, and they are navigating the course pretty well, pretty safely so far. And so hopefully we will see some more good, clean racing from the front of the pack continue. But ERA and its related participants that have come in to join us. We've got a lot of silver drivers, some bronze drivers. You have, one of the great things about ERA is you have a bunch of different drivers of different skill levels, all racing and learning together. And so we've definitely seen some of that at the start. Experience has played out and come into play, and we've seen some inexperience perhaps come into play as well.
If I may interrupt for a second, thank you very much, Savage Patty, for the 10 pounds. Love from Savage Patty and the MVRC crew. Such a great event for an amazing cause. We agree. And thank you very much, Colin McNair from the Sim Seniors, for the 110 pounds from the guys at Sim Seniors, Feck Cancer. We agree. We are at 1,228 pounds and 27 for the Macmillan Cancer Support. Thank you very much to everyone donating.
Y'all are the best. All right. Man, there's a lot of movement. There's it will certainly be the case that there will be moves in this race that we will not be able to tell you about, because on my screen right now I am seeing at least 4, 5 now changes. Whoa, big spin out at the final couple chicanes there after the straight. we've got drivers 3 wide going through here. Oh, a little bit of a touch there with an Audi and a Porsche. I'm sorry,
Go
Audi
has
and
lost
a
his position.
Aston Martin.
Go is 4th now.
So he has.
Yeah, Rigotti moves back into 3rd.
And that's how quickly it can all change around here. You have to be the problem. Oh my goodness!
They're still fighting,
Battle-
yeah.
I say battle over 3rd, 2nd, 3rd.
That's Correa in the BMW trying to find 5th.
Yep, and Skitty's made positions as well in the Eleanor Aston Martin as well, trying to defend against Korea in the 6-7. These guys have driven against each other. They should know how each other ticks, so that should be a very decent battle to watch through the course of this race. Skitty seemingly rattled by Rigotti recovering. It looks as though that happened on the what's the straight? Good grief! Now I'm
I need
doing
to
it.
pull up a map.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same
you mean the
thing.
Camel Straight?
Kemmel Strait, that's the one, yeah. I kept on wanting to say Mistral, and I don't know why.
That's a different track, mate.
I know. Afternoon, Ash. How's it going, bud? Are you driving today? I'm not keeping track. I'm not keeping track of which of the LNR drivers is driving in which car. There's like 4 of them.
I'll tell you what, Correa, he is a gold driver amongst platinums.
Yep.
We actually, you can't see it differentiated by color, but we have a view in ACC Race Control that does allow us to see the category of driver that each car is populated with. And so Correa, he's in 6th. He is a gold driver in a sea of platinum drivers. He's in 6th place. And then the next highest gold is in 10th place. And he's just made the move for 5th place. Right there on the start-finish straight. He does it. Real clean move there to pass after the mistake of Slaven Glow. Man, that was a really clean pass, I'll tell you what. And he is alongside for 4th. He outbrakes and he gets 4th place there. Ooh.
That'll be a position handed back, I would dare say.
Yeah,
Aston Martin.
Yeah.
That Aston Martin as Skitty is struggling. Now, here's the other thing is, now I dare say that Korea will probably have to give that position back, but how do you do that when Go is hunting in the background as well? The BMW needed to make that
Very
position to be
carefully.
able... Well, exactly. We'll keep eyes on this battle, but Korea has got that M4 hooked up way better than the big Aston Martin in the background.
Well, we have some big movers in this race. Your biggest mover so far in this race is none other than the number 70 BMW, currently being driven by, let's see, none other than Yanis Mare. I'm going to call it Mare until someone corrects me and tells me it's Mare.
This is precisely the reason why we have
think
YouTube
he's-
chat for.
Yeah.
No, I think he's Mayor because he's from my team, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. There we go. Heard it from the source. But yeah, he has moved up into 21st place from the start of the race. He has moved
Ooh.
up 28 positions.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, proud moment for me right now. Yeah, that's great, I think.
Sorry,
but-
which car are we talking about? Sorry, I lost track.
The number
Hashtag
70
70.
BMW. Yes.
Yeah, 21st.
Out on his own and clean as well, which is incredible from where they are,
Yeah.
where they were on the back of the field. They must have either had a lot of skill or a lot of luck to be able to get through that turn 1 incident, as many would say.
Yeah.
We have the 888 Ferrari of Sora's.
I can see
coming into
few
the pit.
guys. Yeah. No, I can see like few of the liveries aren't loaded here. Yeah. But
That
yeah,
is
and also
awesome sim racing.
yeah,
I mean-
fair enough. But
You all know we started a
Yep.
minute or two too late because I was updating the livery. So hey, I'm
ah,
sorry.
so yeah.
There's not a lot
No
more we can
worries.
do.
Yeah.
So, Where are the battles on the track? Skitty's still in touching distance from Korea. That is a mistake from Aldo Rossi.
Okay.
68 car has lost it at Lecom, a very slippery part of the track. But that is some aero damage on the 68 McLaren that is going to be affecting them a little bit more.
Yes. Oh, ouch.
All on
that
his
was a
own.
Strange issue.
Yep, this is the problem with the McLaren here, is that if you start getting aero damage, the car is basically built on aero grip. So as soon as you start losing that aero balance that you have tuned for, that you set the car up for, all of a sudden it can go. Oh, and that is another instance as they go through as they go through Puon. Who is that has lost out? That's another
Van der
33
Vinge.
McLaren, and Wilson in the 232 BMW.
Got hit by this. Yeah. So number 33 got hit by the 232.
And they both did a pirouette on the
Yeah.
exit of Puon, I take it.
Hey, you're getting racing and ballet all in one for the same price.
Absolutely. What is the price of entry to this? Because it's well worth it. Let's have a look.
Donations! A lot of donations!
Brilliant. Where are the donations? As Spitzer goes up the
that's the
outside.
entry price. We have a
Oh,
donation.
gotcha. Yeah.
We have a donation of Ashley Wilson, £25. Thank you very much for that. We are at
Thank you very much, Ash.
1,253.
That's like 250 rand or something in South Africa. So that's not an insignificant donation to be making. Thank you, mate.
Yes, thank you.
No donation is insignificant when you're fighting cancer.
Absolutely. Speaking of fighting, Nick Golding in the 911 car is looking up the back of the number 7 Amcar
You have
who
to tell
has
me the car
position. Number 20. It's the 911. 911
Ah,
Ferrari,
sorry, okay.
weirdly.
Yeah.
number. The 911 is a Ferrari. Well, let's not go there.
Yep, and it is. This is the issue when it comes to these communities coming together. There's a lot of different driving skills and driving rules that will be adhered to and observed for most of these communities, and so being able to understand whether a car can go for an overtake or not is going to be a massive part of this race. And I would be surprised if we didn't see over the course of this race.
There he goes. There he goes. On
Yeah,
the camel
296.
straight on the inside. Yeah,
Has
no,
the draft.
no, he won't make it stick.
I feel the same, Ash. I wish that the rand was strong to the pound as well. That would be lovely. But yes, 296, objectively the better car to have around here, but the dynamic BOP, the custom BOP, the RA has applied to this race, meaning that the Ferraris and the McLarens are being dragged back towards the head of towards the field, which makes that number 7 Audi as competitive as the superior 296 behind. Really, really good work in the background and a lot of work going on to try and make sure that these cars are
and
set, and the 296 gets the wind out taken from underneath the front splitter, destabilizes the car, and around she goes. That pro car being taken out of the equation from 27th by an Amcar just being in front of it.
Yeah, we also, on another part of the track, on the Kemmel Straight, we have the number 87 car. That is...
41st.
41st. Van Brussel had a big crash into the wall, an incident, while we were looking at that other one. And they've got some real heavy front end damage
You can
going
see
on.
it. You can see it in the images.
Front end damage, not the end of the world, thankfully. That will give you understeer, which means he should get back to the pits safely there. It's just a case of how much time they're going to be losing at the end of the day. Fight for fourth positions. Sean Scudder and Nicholas Correa fighting, well, tooth and nail over that fourth position. Correa not given the position back after cutting the chicane. It's a good job that there's only some very important decisions being made by stewarding today. Otherwise, it would be
Are we
significantly.
the stewards?
I'm the steward, yes.
Exactly. something like that. I know that that most of the organizers are driving anyway, and they have done an incredible job organizing. So, I mean, stewarding 50 drivers, 51 drivers would be like herding cats. So I understand when they said, "Look, we have enough on our plate."
Yep, absolutely. Skitty's
Wait.
fallen back from Correa, which has allowed him to focus forward. Third position on the cards now. Nicholas Correa looking inside and outside on the Mercedes of Rigaud. Not able to touch the Mercedes as yet, but this could well be a setup for the Kemmel Straight, but that was a very poor exit from Correa.
Yeah. Don't forget about Schultz,
In my
who's
opinion,
getting
I don't think
a bit
they should.
closer.
Skitty is going to
Yeah.
be biding his time at this rate. He is a very, very patient driver for the majority of the time. Only
Skitty
goes
is
for
Sean
positions when he
Schutt?
knows he can get it. It's Skutter.
Okay. I've been pronouncing that wrong all the time, which
Yep.
surprise.
So it's
Yes.
it's
The CH is a K.
It's
Yes, it's
Afrikaans?
Ah.
South African race team, and hence why his nickname is Skitty.
So people can pronounce it. People like you, for example.
I can pronounce it just fine. I've had to deal with Germans, Polish, Hungarians. I'm used to these sorts of odd pronunciations.
And let's not forget that the Polish gave all their vocals to the Finnish. And
Let's take a look at the battle for 14th here.
Yep, thank
we've
you
got
very
a lot
much.
going on here. Chris Wall just passed the number 74 Ferrari of Mack. I'm sorry, number 113 Ferrari of Mack for 14th and then 13th position. He pulled off a double pass there. Very impressive, and getting around that McLaren that was damaged, I think, went into the pits and then was just coming out. So that's lap down traffic there. But
see it in the replay now.
yeah,
Nice one on the Camel.
very, very good pass.
This is what we're going to see a lot of the time through the course of this race, is passes being set up through La Source and up through Eau Rouge and Radion, and then being executed as they get through the Kemmel Straight. The aero draft is very, very critical here as we look for the position 8 in the 777 Ferrari of Matty Gamble, looking to put some pressure on the 667 of Go, and it's
pressure
made
there. It was
easy.
Easy, yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that was incredibly easy. Yeah, here through Blanchimont, that's another good passing spot, especially for the drivers who are a bit more aerodynamically inclined with their car choice. You could think about the McLaren. That's the one that just got passed, but that Ferrari 296 is also a pretty aero-heavy beast as well. It's a bit newer machinery, a little bit. The McLaren is an Evo of, I think, an Evo, and
No, the McLaren
just
is the
one Evo?
Evo of the the McLaren is an Evo, is the Evo version of the original McLaren 720S, the car that I used to daily drive,
Gotcha.
as far as ACC is concerned, and then the 296 is a brand new car.
let's look at the battle for 4th here. Correa is alongside
Yep. Third.
Rigaud. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now it's 3rd. Yes, you're correct. And he gets a really, really good pass. Correa has been on a tear lately. Remember, this is a gold driver, again, in a field of platinums. The only other gold, Matthew Gamble's also moved up into 7th overall, which, remember, whenever we first tuned into Correa, he was in 6th. He is now cut that in half. He's in 3rd place now, so he is in the points. I say in the points. He's in the podium. And he's a gold driver. It's awesome to see
So-
some moving up here.
For what it's worth, they are a
worth?
gold car.
Gold car.
Nicholas
Okay.
Correa is a newly instated diamond driver at Evolution Racing Academy. So it's no surprise to see Korea making those positions and making those very, very brave and confident attacks. It's very much, we will probably see, this is that BMW M4 working as hard as it can to make the gap, to make sure that they can defend that gold pot, that gold lead, for want of a better expression, when the slower drivers get in the car.
Gotcha.
By the way,
they only
thank
have
you
one
very
other
much, Matthew
driver.
Caruana, for your 10 pounds.
Hey.
Couldn't be part of the race, but cancer. Let's see some carnage. No, let's
Oh,
not.
look at the 13. Look at the 13 Aston Martin looking on the outside, around the outside of the bus stop. Sean Sketter, very, very confident with the move that he was about to make on the Mercedes of Rigal. That's the 44
Yep.
car,
Done.
down to 5th position. And hopefully, Sketter's got the Aston Martin back underneath him to put some gap, some air between himself and the Mercedes.
Well, now comes the camel straight. Let's see.
And that is a...
Was that a corner cut from the Mercedes there?
That's a big cut from the Mercedes, but the Aston Martin went wide as well, so all's fair in love and war as far as that's concerned. But Skitty doing the job of keeping the lead up the Kemmel Straight, and that is position, I think, secured
I think for the moment it is.
for the time being, for sure.
Rigaud, though, he's now knocking on Scuddy's door. So Scuddy is going from, you know, looking ahead of him to now looking behind him to defend
Bear in
against
mind-
that 44 AMG.
Bear in mind, this is the slowest section of the track, so they will close up naturally as the concertina effect unwinds, basically. Big oversteer through Puon. There is not a... Rigaud doesn't seem to have the confidence underneath that Mercedes. Perhaps the car not quite set up for these conditions, or perhaps not set up for Rigaud himself. They may be a little bit more oversteer than he was expecting. Adam Riau in the number 60. McLaren loses out position. I believe he may have just gone a little bit wide there through Puon and allowed Starkey through.
And we're watching right now position 17 to 19. Van der Wingert, Spitzer, and Meyer are all very near to each other.
I'll tell you what, Rigaud, he is one of few drivers in this race who is just rawing the whole 6 hours by himself.
Oh, good grief. Okay. Fine.
Oh, shit.
Take back everything that I was saying. So the car is set up for him. Maybe it's the conditions. Maybe it's a little bit too... Maybe this car is being set up for the end of the race rather than the start.
Have to wait and see.
It wouldn't surprise me. The end of this race is going to be getting in towards the nighttime. And the conditions are going to be incredibly different, as not only the lights will be glowing, but the brakes as well. The brakes will probably end up being the main source of heat for the tyres in these cars. So something we very much need to be aware of and make sure that we are keeping an eye on is having all of these drivers.
Yes.
Doing what they should be doing. Sorry, I was getting distracted. I haven't got my Discord on streamer mode.
Evil Noodle,
And-
thank you very much for the 25 pounds.
Good lad.
Thank you very much.
So, there's a lot of metrics by which you can determine what a fast driver is. One of those metrics is top speed. And the top speed, we actually have a tie so far here in this race between Rigatti, who's currently in 2nd place, and Gamble, who's currently in 6th place. That's in a McLaren and a Ferrari, respectively. And they are tied with a speed trap time of 275 kilometers per hour. Whoa, that is quick. In freedom units,
it's what
that
I
is
do on
100.
the Autobahn.
In freedom units, that is 171 miles per hour. And sort of, I know the car you drive. I know you do not go that fast.
Well, I did when I was in the BMW, but that's another story. But I have to test once on the Autobahn how fast the Nissan can be.
I've never been on the Autobahn. However, I have been on what was it, I-85 in Texas, and that's basically the same thing.
Only here it's allowed.
Was it I-85? I-80?
So we have a couple of battles, battles going on. Shoot against Korea for 3rd. Rios against Peyton for 11th. Mac against Wall for 13th. Mir and Dvorak against Wingard for 18th. Wilson and Wallis against Gale for 21st. Castorina against Van Stelland 29th. And that's... Oh no, and we have Fak against Jar for 49th. No, they just changed position.
Correction. It was Highway 130. That's the one. It's the only place in the United States with an 85-mile-an-hour speed limit. And people go faster, much faster than 85 miles an hour there.
Shock, horror. Americans ignoring laws.
I'll tell you what. This car that we have focused on the screen here, this number 419 Lamborghini, they have probably my favorite, my favorite livery that I've seen all day today. They have the Ford Performance livery on their Lamborghini, and I just think that's awesome. I'll tell you what, we talked about big movers earlier, and we have a new big mover, and that is Mr. Kiki Mack, silver driver in the 113 Ferrari, and he has moved up 27 positions since the start of the race. When you have a really big grid, you can see some really cool statistics.
Yeah.
Just imagine passing 27 drivers in as many laps as we've had so far. That's pretty wild. 12 laps, by the way, for Mac.
So kind of two and change drivers per lap.
Yeah. Incredible.
Oh, and we see Wilson trying to take the place of Gale, not being able to make it stick.
Yeah, we've got a whole big group here, kind of bunching up around. I'm gonna hazard to. Well, okay, yeah, behind Gale. I was looking a little bit further ahead at Vanden Wingert?
Wingert, yeah, something like that.
Wingert, yeah, okay, cool. We don't need the J in there.
Wingert or something like that.
You can get rid of it.
It's a Dutch name, so it's either Dutch or Afrikaans.
But Wilson here, who is fighting to pass Gale, he's also got kind of a Ford Performance livery. I think they may be on the same team, him and that Lamborghini.
Oh wait, it's Wingert. I think the G is pronounced like Wingert. Oh, it's a long time since I did a little bit of Dutch.
I'll be back in a moment, gents.
No worries. We are more than enough.
When my ancestors moved to America, Svensson became Swanson, and the world is better for it.
So they were not called Swearingen?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Svensson, son of Sven.
So they didn't have a saloon in Deadwood.
Perhaps not. I don't know.
Never seen the series?
I have not.
Oh, do so. Fantastically written. And
We have a
great
McLaren
actors.
train going on, by the way, here. 7th through 11th is all McLarens. If you click on 8th, you will see just a big train of McLarens going through Erosion Radion and now onto the Kimmel Strait. I've never seen anything like it outside of a one-make series. But they're all drafting together. Like, I haven't seen any of them pass each other or go for a pass in like a lap or half a lap. They're all just content to just draft with each other. It's great.
Well, that 303 must be running less aero than the rest of the cars, because there's no way he'd be able to keep ahead of the rest of the McLarens if they're in his draft. Especially as well as especially as the 303 car has damage from lap 1, whereas the cars following, not sure as they do.
Yeah, but
Well-
it doesn't look like a lot of damage. It's
It
just-
is a
was
long race to
practice.
run.
It was a pretty firm punt, is what happened.
I think I did see that at the beginning of the race.
It was at Lacombe.
It was pretty substantial. But yeah, I think I mean I'm not saying pulling away from them, but he's got some distance on them. And I think
good
they're
news,
content
gents.
to just kind of hang out because no one's hurting anyone else so far, and we've got 5.5 hours of race to run.
Exactly. Speaking of,
can the drivers change the aero of the cars on pit stop?
no.
Okay.
Ike, you were saying.
No, we've got a fight for third once again. It's that golden spot. Sousa is off in the lead. He's doing a Max Verstappen, but not with the fastest car on the track. Rigatti is being fairly protected by the fact that everyone seems to be content to fight over this third position. Sean Skitter, after
Correa.
losing the position to Korea over that. I stuttered on my own brain. Skitter, after losing the position to Korea after a very, very messy first couple of stints, those tyres seem to have suddenly come to life and started working. The 13 Aston Martin really hunting the back of the 67 BMW. It looks as though this is just a matter of time before Skitty's going to get Korea back. Maybe BMW has used a little bit too much of those tyres. But no, it's just Skitty going faster than he's ever gone before on that last lap.
Luke Gibbs, thank you very much for the £10 donation for the Macmillan Cancer Support. Thank you.
You made me wonder what the fastest lap of the race so far was. Yeah, we are seeing a lot of best laps around the 2:18.2 to 2:19.9 range. That's where most of your top drivers have ended up. But it actually soars. Suarez? Suarez. That
Suarez.
sounds better than Soares.
It
Yeah,
sounds,
Suarez.
It sounds like a Portuguese name, so Fabio Soares.
Okay, I'll take it, because I would spell Suarez a different way, being more closely associated with Latin America, I think. But Suarez, all right, let's do it. His best time was a 2-minute 17.9. He's kind of in a class of his own in terms of that best lap. He is, I think, yeah, that is 3/10 faster than any other best lap that I have seen so far in this race. There's a lot of race to run. I'll keep you posted on if that gets beaten, but pretty darn cool.
Windheld,
Yeah.
or whatever, how it's pronounced in pits.
Yeah, Vingard gone in to get some of that damage repaired. Clearly, the 888 McLaren is not the 333. Sorry, is not behaving according to what is expected. That's going to put them a lap down. There's no real way of getting away from that. However, there's a lot of race left to run, and I believe, give me a second, it would make sense if that was a gold car and they weren't fighting for the overall win anyway.
Let's see. That is a gold car indeed.
There we go. So, the best he should be hoping for is top 10. 37th, not the best, but there is a lot of time left in this race and even more work to be done for a lot of the drivers. Speaking of, it is a battle between 12th and 13th. Looks as though Chris Wall is going to get the Aston Martin pinned down the inside up into Lacombe. Peyton goes down a lap. Again, very, very simple pass, just a better exit out of Lacombe. Looks as though the Aston's carrying damage as well.
Camel Street.
Yep, exactly. Where is... And these are the little party of McLarens. All messing
Big
around with
party of McLarens.
Big party of McLarens. There's a lot of money and a lot of damage going on there. Meanwhile, there's a 24 car in 24th place, soon to be 23rd, as Barry M goes for the position on the 68 McLaren Navaldo Rossi. Again, Camel Straight, nice and easy.
Speaking of that gaggle of McLarens, Starkey has decided to activate. He's trying to make a move on Go in the battle for 9th. He very nearly got alongside him. Very nearly got into the side of him.
Yeah, because Go
and now
went
they're
wide.
alongside. Yeah, there we go. Clean pass. Go went way wide. Yeah, hit the rumble strips. I think he might have touched the dirt. And that's a terrible spot to do it because it's a big, long, twisty straight. Twisty straight sounds like an oxymoron unless you're a racing driver. Then you know exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, if you're a racing driver, you know exactly what that means. But it's bunched up these other drivers here all together. And now we've got Rios. Maybe. Whoa, big dive from Go. That was a little bit overcooked, and he loses the advantage that he had, and now he's going to lose that pass to Rios as well. So he went for a dive, kind of a gamble, and he lost that gamble there. Goes wide on the corner exit of Radeon. Oh boy.
And we will get to calm down. No, wait, because Rios is now looking at the back end of the 667 of Go and wants to have that position. Up into the top 10 would look very nice on the CV of the number 60 car.
Yeah, who knew Formula McLaren was so exciting?
It's almost as if when you have a balance of performance that works properly, you can have a lot more fun and a lot closer racing.
It's the LFM BOP, right?
It is a hybrid.
Okay.
It is an entirely custom BOP that ERA runs, and it is running on the track today. Unfortunately, there's only so much BOP that you can do to rein the McLarens in, but as you can see, we've done as much. We've done as much as we possibly can. Oh, it's another car under threat, Rigaud under threat from a Ferrari this time. The 2ID Ferrari, the 777 car, coming up towards Blanchimont, has got the drive through Sector 2 and the handling through Sector 2 to make it work. We know that Gamble doesn't have an issue with making brave dives. He's feeling very comfortable in the car. Is it going to be into the bus stop chicane? Not this time, but takes a much wider exit, makes a much wider entrance, gets tighter on the exit. Isn't able to capitalize, unfortunately, due to the performance envelope of the AMG, but this is just a matter of time now. You have to wonder, is it La Source? There was a tenth of a look for the Ferrari, but more aerodynamic traction he's going to have coming up through Radeon, and it's going to be a big look along the Kemmel Strait if he's going to do it anywhere, maybe, possibly up into Lecom, but the AMG has brakes forever, and Rigaud got it very wrong through Eau Rouge, up through Radion. He was wide on the right-hander, and this is the opportunity the Ferrari wants and needs. It's going to be a look up the inside. The Mercedes doesn't even bother defending at this point in time. Mercedes has the brakes, but the Ferrari has the handling, and they are going to be too wide through Lecom. But a big wiggle from the AMG seals the place for Matty Gamble. The 2ID 777 car up into 5th position. Well, we're still in the first hour of this race, aren't we?
We sure are.
17 minutes to go.
25 pounds from an anonymous donor. Thank you very much. We have already surpassed the 1,300 pounds.
Fantastic. And again, these donations coming in from all over the world. So thank you very much for donating to something that is outside of your countries as well, ladies and gents who are doing the good work. That McLaren spec class battle that we were looking at has been broken up by the 667 pitting for the first time.
Yes.
Is that Supercharged Motorsport? Is that the car that is in the pits now that had a sticky brake pedal? Because that would explain the drop from where they were at the top of the timing screens.
I do not know. I hadn't heard of the sticky brake pedal, but it looks like they're moving now.
Yep. No, they will be. That is a new driver. And
Slave and Go is still behind the wheel of the number 667. If that's what you're talking about.
Wait for the next sector.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It takes Assetto Corsa Competizione a while to recognize that there is somebody new in the car. Which is crap, but it's the way it is.
It was slabbing. Yeah, it was slabbing. Yeah. Perfect. So, well, that explains where the issue came from. Technical issues come in all shapes and sizes in real-world motorsports. It's always a drama and a regretful day when they occur in real life, just as today they will be as well.
Well,
On the other hand, this is a fun race. So.
Absolutely.
As predicted, the number 667 crossed the Sector 1 line, and it updated to Batiste is now in the car of the 667 McLaren.
Fight over 26th position. Castorina defending against Nick Golding in the 911 Ferrari. Again, oxymoron of all things. But it is Mr. Marco Castorina trying to defend in the 26 Porsche. Not the best of starts for them down in 26th, but lots of positions to be had if they want to. It looks as though they're in silver, actually. I wonder who else is in the car with Castorina. 26th is Perry. Perry and Rescala is the drivers making that a silver car. Castorina is significantly faster than silver. I can tell you that for. Oh, did I use oxymoron incorrectly?
No. I just
did use it correctly.
I just dropped it. No.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
an oxymoron
Okay, cool.
is a juxtaposition of contrary words. So not
Yes.
a Ferrari with 911. It's great. Oh,
Chasing a Porsche.
Exactly. Hospitalier
Drive-through.
gets a drive-through. That's normally for pit stop.
That is for track limits.
Hey,
And
okay.
something that will be extra punishing through the course of this race. Drive-throughs linked to a driver, not to a car. So that is Hospitalia.
Really?
Yeah, that is Hospitalia has accrued those track cuts all by himself.
So it's different than in the WEC then.
Correct. It's not linked to the car, it's linked to the driver. So if you get fun points in your first stint, then the next driver jumps in. They do have the opportunity to. I think that's the way it goes. Or
So
you've made me doubt myself now.
In the WEC is
It's linked to the
connected
car.
to the car. And
Yes,
I
so you
thought
can-
It's also the same
ACC
for IMSA.
I thought ACC also had it connected to the car, but you know much more about ACC than I do.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm sure that we've done endurance races recently where it was linked to the driver, not the car. It could also be a server configuration thing that I'm not aware of.
Stop and go of 30 seconds.
That one is actually speeding in the pit lane.
Don't do that, mate.
So they're punishing mistakes, but this is what we're going to get through the course of the race. Is these the drivers who aren't as experienced in ACC? Though
Spitzer goes for the pass for 14th and gets it done.
Past Josh McLaughlin, who is another driver who we are expecting great things from through the course of this race. I believe he's a gold pace driver, if I remember correctly. Definitely very, very quick is Mr. McLaughlin. Also, where are we looking at?
Spitzer's driving a gold car.
Yes, Spitzer is diamond pace. Spitzer, Martin is one of the drivers that I'm going to be competing with next season at ERA. So I'm terrified already. As Kiki Mack is putting pressure on Peyton as well in the 419. If the Ferrari 296, and it's a V12 Aston Martin that's gotten out of the way of the battle over 12th position very, very wisely. I believe that is still Mr. Hagen. Yep, it is Mr. Hagen in the 12, who has jumped out of the way, quite understandably, leaving these two to fight over 12th and 13th. Again, this is where you see the difference between the handling of the cars. The Lamborghini, great on the straights, really well BOP'd as far as the pace of that car is concerned. The 296 is just a weapon in the corners, and even through the final sector, the final corner, you can see how there is a visible reduction in the gap from the 296 to the Lamborghini, one after the other. This could be an opportunity for Kiki Mack. It's not going to be on this occasion, but a much later apex, and running wide by the Lamborghini. It's very, very close as they get towards Eau Rouge and Radion. It's going to be a brave man who tries to look up the inside of a Lamborghini going through Eau Rouge, and it's not going to happen on this occasion. It's just going to be trying to set up for the Camel Straight underneath the rear wing. Kiki Mack has the draft underneath the 419's rear wing. He looks to the inside. Does he have the overspeed? That looks like the Lamborghini let off.
It really did. That was more of a slingshot than I think we were expecting.
Oh, and we have a car off track. Right there.
We do have a car off track. Who's spinning onto the track? Woo! All right, that's the number 21 car. That's Moore. That is Blake Moore, bronze driver in an Audi. And he's down in 48. 48th position.
He did let off.
Yeah.
Peyton did let off to let the Ferrari through.
Oh, for sure.
So either not feeling the fight or not confident in being able to hold that Ferrari back. I'm just got back up to the replay with the Audi almost coming back on the track.
or on a different strategy.
Could be on a different strategy.
Saying I don't need to waste my tires on that. We don't know.
Absolutely. Always worth keeping an eye and an ear. The 911 car looks as though it was almost going to get the position, but at the moment, the answer is no from Castorina. The 42 car using every trick in the Porsche's book to stay ahead at this point.
Hospitalier is serving the drive-thru.
Yeah. So that will be a big old penalty to be serving. Yep, out of the pits comes the 816, and that is down to 31st as far as I can see. Mm-hmm. Yep, so that is down to 31st, which means that Mr. Dean Hyde is up to 30th position. Ferrari 296, number 8 car.
the titular character of this race, if you will.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can't really argue with that one. In a nice bit of clean air is the number 8 Ferrari, doing 2-minute 23s, so very much keeping themselves.
Sliding just a bit.
Yeah, we are getting to the end of the first stint, so if you have been heavy and pushing on the tyres, then that will be giving you some level of concern. But for the 296, a bit of sliding isn't going to hurt too much. And look at how much curb he can take. You do that in most of the other mid-engine cars, you would end up with a very, very broken mid-engine car rather than a working one. About to go another lap down.
So you
Sorry.
expect the standard stints to be about 1 hour?
Stint time is set to 75 minutes, so if it does open up the strategy a little bit for all of the drivers, however, we would expect to see somewhere to the tune of 60 to 65 minute stints, unless the drivers have resigned themselves to making 5 stops, in which case we would be looking closer to the 57 minute stints.
Oh,
Depends
my
how you want to play it.
goodness. DGSR Dads Go Sim Racing with a donation of £200. All the best to
Good
Dean
grief.
and his family. Keep up the good fight, and thank you very much for that donation.
Woo!
£1,500 already.
Another
Wow.
step forward as far as the donations are concerned. Thank you very much, Dasgo Sim Racing.
That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I had to give that a good howl. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
And being a Texan, you know how to do that.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I can. Let's see. Let me step away from the mic a
You-
little
you
bit
can
here.
hear- Yeehaw with
Here
the
we go.
best of
Here
them.
we go. The mic didn't pick it up. That was really annoying.
Oh no! Oh man! It was,
Switch
it was
over to
too
push to
good. It
talk.
was too good for the mic. Let's see.
Clearly.
Oh, well.
Interesting. There's an interesting battle forming over 23rd position where they all seem to be hovering around the 1 second mark. Now, aero effect tends to kick in these cars around 2 seconds.
Oh, an RT
so-
car with a martini livery. Do I see it correctly?
Probably.
With your
you-
very own eyes, I believe so.
Is that what the 999 car? Yes. That will be either a Golf or Golf inspired, yes. But all ever so slightly closing up to each other, and as they get towards the end of their first stint, this is where, again, your use of the tyres is incredibly important that you factor that in. And the Audi is starting to get a sniff of that 23rd position as well, running across the inside. Radion. I'm getting all mixed up with my corner names today, which is a bit
And by
bad.
the way, Dvorak is near Mayor for 17th. That's
Yep,
an interesting
that is-
livery.
That is, again, the McLaren's aerodynamic grip competing against the BMW's sheer horsepower. One of the things, Ikunos, if you're watching, please, 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 we would really appreciate if you allow us to give restrictors back so that we can do something about some of the straight line speed advantages of the cars. As well as being able to give cars such as, I don't know, the beautifully turned out Aston Martin V8, V12.
Well,
That was
Mayor
a
has just been passed on Blanchimont.
Yep.
Well, poor Paul Frere. Now we're in Blanchimont.
Yeah, and that is the V12 getting out of the way from the lap up drivers. I say it'd be
Yes.
so nice if we could bring that V12 back into competition.
You know, I think that is the first time that Mayor has been passed this race, if I recall correctly. Before he got passed, he had the record, I think he still holds it, for the most cars passed at 32.
Oh, good grief. Wow.
I know. And now he still holds the record, only by just one now, at 31 cars passed from the start of the race. And now it's showing on my timing screen. I don't think it's correct.
Oh, that is a Ferrari in trouble
we've
now.
got a Ferrari in big trouble. Who's that? That's not Mac.
That is Wraith, the number 6 car.
Number 6, yeah.
And yet taking a sensible decision, returning to the garage, getting himself picked up. He's going to have to wait 3 minutes, but the problem is that you wait 3 minutes or you waste 4 getting around the track and then another 5 trying to get the car repaired. Essentially, what he's done is gone back to the pits and he's got a brand spanking new car, a car that hasn't hit the wall on the outside of Radeon, and will be able to, while they'll be struggling for pace, they'll have a brand new car to work with. Kiki Mack, having made 2 seconds to the 419 of I'm on the wrong screen. Come on.
Wall. That's Wall ahead of him.
No, it's James Payton that he passed, was lifted off on the Kemmel straight and allowed him past, has made a massive amount of work to get, well, now 3 seconds ahead, is now hunting Chris Wall for that 10th place overall. Silver class car for Kiki Mack, driving absolutely excellently in this early stage of the race. The 296, a very, very easy car to drive, very forgiving, but at the same time, he's still making sure that he's making the car work for him as well. The team name, which we can't pronounce because YouTube will probably demonetize us. So all fairly calm at the moment, outside of the battle for 22nd position, where we have the Aston Martin of Ripon, the Ferrari 911 of Golding, looking to make hay, and the 7 car losing out. It looks as though it's a fight over 22nd, that the Aston Martin should have the advantage on the straights here, but the Ferrari has the line.
Whoa! That was almost a bumper to bumper hit there. that could have been a very high-speed crash.
Yeah, that was incredibly brave from the
Audi
Ferrari. It was even more brave from the Audi, outbraking, I think, everybody there, including himself, to retake that position for the number 7 car. But it is the Ferrari into the pits of... Is that Rigaud? That wasn't Rigaud that was involved in that. That was Golding.
No. Golding. Golding is in pits.
Yeah, Golding's in the pits. Struggling with the old UIs because we have several of them. With all that said, all's fair in love and war. The Audi retakes that 21st position now, with the pit lane, with the pitting cars around. That is Mayer in the 70 car. So Mayer is going to lose, or the 70 car at least, is going to lose the positions gained through the course of this first stint.
That Audi was bravely, perhaps a little too bravely, driven by Yaroslav Umralov. Fun, alliterative name.
Skitty and Korea both into the pits at the end of their 26th laps. So this is going to be a very, very closely fought battle in the pit lane as opposed to on the track. I don't think either of these cars are carrying any real damage. Give me just a second to confirm on that.
Lots of drivers going into pits.
Yep, we are getting to that hour where it is a clean number 13 car, and the BMW is the other car.
I'll tell you what, here's something interesting. While you're pulling that up, I made the observation earlier that about 10 minutes ago, all of the bronze drivers, except for the top 3, had already made at least one pit stop. And my guess was that the majority of that was for damage from the start of the race.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was not a clean start to the race, but again, that's just how it goes. This is a race with over 50 cars taking part. And so when, again, we were having the conversation in the Discord. Ironically, the Formula One start would make a start line would make a much better start line for this particular race than the endurance start line, because at least the start line, the first corner is so slow that they'll have to make concessions basically. McLaren the 456 McLaren of Goddard looking up the inside of the number 19 Porsche of Van Steelant going into Puon. A lot of aerodynamic grip under that McLaren. We'll say this many, many times in the near future. But lots of aerodynamic grip going on under that McLaren. Problem is, it all goes away when you're following a big old Porsche nice and close. And a stop-go 30 for the 979 car. Speeding in the pit lane, that will be for the 979 McLaren, unfortunately. Back in the pits, probably serving that. And now as they get out to sector 3, the 19 car stretches its legs ever so slightly. Oh, a big wiggle up through Blanchimont. Massive wiggle. That could be the opportunity for the McLaren that it needs, but it's gonna be a brave move if he does. Yeah. Hauled out the anchors, decided that discretion the better part of valor there. And was both of them able to live to fight another day. But the gap is still for half a second as they come across the line, and they will have, well, the 456 has plenty opportunity to make his way past the 19. Very quickly, while I'm looking at that, they are both pro cars. So have they served a pit stop, Cody?
Let's see.
The 19 and the 456 in 41st and 42nd.
They have... Find it. Yeah, they've served pit stops.
So those positions not necessarily representative at the moment.
And now let's see. They've actually both served 2 pit stops.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So maybe involved in damage. Maybe involved in some of the early collisions that we saw through the course of this race. Come on. Oh, this is an attack for the 111 car in 44th place on Blake Moore. Blake has the defensive line. Blake, again, another ERA driver, trying his best to hold off the intentions of the 296 behind, and is able to do it for now. It was the Ferrari that was ahead at the split, so ACC is going to look a little bit peculiar for a few minutes. But Blake successfully defending on the inside up into Lacombe. Very rare that we see something like that. And again, we have
our first pass for the lead in the pit lane as
Sousa retakes the lead. Yep.
Yeah, Sousa back out ahead of Brigatti. And then we had a whole McLaren train that kept moving up and moving up and moving up, and now every single one of them is in the pits at the same time.
Yep.
So it's going to be the McLaren train again.
So it's going to be the silver car of Kiki Mack that is going to lead a lap of. Oh, is he going to lead a lap of the race?
Maybe.
Or is it going to be? It is Kiki.
Yeah.
That is going to lead a lap of the race as he comes down to the start line, but not the finish line, just to really confuse matters. Unless he pits this lap, but even then, there's enough of a delta there. I do think that he may retain it for the time being until he pits at least. Yep.
Yeah,
Rafael
6
Sousa
seconds ahead.
Well, Rafael Sousa is 20 seconds at the moment, still in the pit lane, but is coming out now, and we'll find out what the delta is. I think that when he comes in, Kiki Mack will come in the lead of the race. That is, unless Martin Spitzer thinks that he can take that number 30 Lambo, which actually he might, because the number 30 car pitted early on, if I remember correctly. Is that number 30 pitted?
30. Number 30. I'm trying to find the number 30.
Second
Tell
place.
me. Second place. Oh well, that's easy to find. They have not.
They haven't
not.
pitted yet. Okay, so that was clearly something that I was missing. So, number 30 car was involved in some altercation in the early stages of the race, I'm sure. That may be the number 3 car. There's a lot of cars here. Number 30 car, looking clean at the moment. Spitzer is one of the best drivers. Again, in ERA, another driver looking to be moved to the newly formed, possibly being moved to the newly formed Diamond Split.
Stop and go for
also-
Rios in the 60.
Number 60.
Let me tell you something. Kiki Mac needs to come into the pit still. They have not done their pit stop. But in the time since we started the race, around about an hour and 10 minutes ago, Kiki Mac has passed 40 cars.
Some of those pit affected.
Yes, some of those pit affected. But remember, before this round of pit stops, it was still around 30 cars. So that's pretty incredible still. And they're not even the one who has passed the most cars.
No.
That award actually goes to Barry 3M together.
Barry M.
Barry 3M.
Is
has passed 44 cars.
It
this
is Barry
race.
M. I think isn't he in? I remember him from AMS2CC. I can't remember where from, which community he's from though.
MVRC?
That
Mets
sounds right.
Racing?
Yeah, Mets. It'll be Mets.
Because Dean is also in Mets Racing.
Yes, absolutely.
And we're watching Barham taking the place of Townsend, or maybe not.
It's more McLaren on McLaren class action as the Townsend has the inside line through Blanchimont using the aerodynamic grip of the McLaren, is going to stay ahead for the time being. Barham on the attack though, really feeling the 154 car at this point in the race. The battle at the head of the field is still Kiki Mac out leading with Spitzer 5 seconds behind, and Rafael Souza 30 seconds to the deficit of that 113 car in the lead. As it stands at the moment, remember that it's Souza that is leading the race. He's the incumbent leader. The drivers around him have yet to pit. So nothing to worry about as far as the Nissan driver is concerned. And it's a big collision at the top of the top of Radion.
Oh,
That's an enormous incident involving 4 cars. I was looking at the timing screens.
yeah. So it looked like there was a car stopped. It was the number 33 car that was off, and both McLaren, or one McLaren, went into the 33 car, which coincidentally also a McLaren, and then the other one, I think, trying to avoid that one, lost traction at the top of Radion. I say all on their own, but not exactly, and ended up hard into the catch fence. So yeah, big shunt there.
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
The number
Sensible.
8 is stopped. They've retired back.
Yep, sensible driving from the 33, rolling back off the track, but not far enough for the whichever car it is.
Oh, that was Dean Hyde in the Ferrari
Ah,
who was involved in that. He was the Ferrari. He came later after the McLarens had their initial incident. He ended up getting caught into that. It's a blind corner exit.
Yep.
And he ended up getting into that and off the track.
yeah,
and
if
we're also
something
seeing-
happens at the top of Eau Rouge, you don't see it when you're down.
Yeah.
No. No.
Kovarik, number 89 McLaren, he's also had an off. I think he was involved in that, was he not? At Lecombe. He ended up in the wall. My guess is that car is real hard to handle right now.
Yep, and broke up an absolutely wonderful battle for us as well. But again, hopefully it'll be something coming up in the future. It's a big dive from the 70 BMW. That was a bit out of order there. If I'm, yep, giving the position back as he should and doing it in a very
big slide,
very silly way.
Porsche into the back of him, nowhere to go.
Nope, absolutely. This is the problem with these endurance races, is it's the fatigue that gets you. You get to the end of your stint, you think you're nearly done, and then all of a sudden you've got a much faster car coming past you. We have Helicorsa running for all of these drivers, or theoretically they should have Helicorsa running. It's an option in the game that they should have enabled, so they do get the advantage of having that radar around, which I do believe is the only reason why that 911 Ferrari didn't get much more blindsided. Sorry.
Yeah, Direndra, that BMW driver, he's making much more problems for the Porsche. Oh, yeah, going for a block, totally uncalled for block there on the Porsche. Swings across. He's stuck now in a very, very bad spot on the track. Oh, man, getting back going again. That was absolutely unnecessary. Blocking the Porsche, sending them into the wall there. And now we're going to have drivers going on to split around them. And he goes to the outside as, oh my goodness, as the Aston Martin goes around. Oh,
so Aston Martin is another lap down car, and it's
we've got a Ferrari into the back of the BMW going slow. Oh, come on.
Who is that Ferrari? That's the number 6 car of Burnett, a silver class car who was coming up to, well, clearly not used to endurance racing, is going to
Direndra. Okay,
managed to get the spin sorted, thankfully.
I need a minute.
But now the 456 car is going to make positions out of that, and this is a lot of damaged cars coming in to the pits. That's the behavior of that 70 car was quite astonishing there.
Yeah.
In any case, we welcome to the commentator booth Chris Wall and Alex Robinson. Hi, mates.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
You've come into a very hot phase of the races. You could notice.
Hello. Yeah, well, it's lovely to be here. Completely unexpected on my part. I was not available for the previous week's session, but find myself free now. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming as well. It's great to have as many teams as we possibly can on the field. It's great to have wholesome contributions to the Combox as well. Very nice to have you here. How is your race going, Alex?
Well, I'm not actually racing for DGSR. I'm just coming from the DGSR group, where I know Dean from, where I have done commentary in the past. So I thought I would come and help out.
Superb.
If you'll have me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The more the merrier.
Absolutely.
The more the merrier. The more means I can save some of my voice.
Well, I'm pretty glad that I recognise some of the names today in some of the cars. Obviously, there's a lot of people here that I don't recognise.
Yep. That sounds normal. That sounds absolutely normal. There's a lot of communities that have joined together here to make this race as exciting as it possibly can be. Speaking of one of the drivers, Mr. Chris Wall in the number 3 car. Jazz is in the car right now. How was that first stint for you?
Well, we had I don't know if you caught it on stream, but we got collected at the end of Kemmel Straight, so we didn't get off to the best start. We started P7 and we were down to like 30 something, and I've crawled us back up to P10, and Andreas is now back in the car and doing his thing. So yeah, it's been a mix, but we you know us, we plug away and we just see what happens towards the end.
Yep, absolutely. It's all about staying in there for as long as you can, making sure you make the most of any positions that you can. It looks as though you've got a bit of space around you, 8 seconds, but Jazz will make that up to the 113 car in no time at all. I have no concern about that.
Yeah, he's currently trying to negotiate his way past a lap down McLaren. And one thing I must say, a lot of the lap traffic that we've been coming across has been very courteous.
Good.
Whoa, hey, guys, just a second here. Let's take a look at Radion Rigode. Past there. There was a big crash.
Car number?
41. 41
That's
is currently
a 2ID
spinning.
car as well.
So 2ID. Oh no. 2ID car that was fighting over third position for a while there.
Yeah, take the replay. Go 30 seconds back. There
I'm
was a
trying to find the
Ferrari.
41.
It's
Yeah.
7th position. 41 cars. 777 is in 7th position.
Yeah, go back 60 seconds now at this point. There was a Ferrari that was spun out on the pit exit lane, and
no.
the number 154 Barham McLaren was coming out of the pits, and the Ferrari ended up. The Ferrari is also there, spun out again. That's weird. But the Ferrari had spun out and basically started to move right as the Barham car was going by and hit the Barham car, spun it into traffic, and
Oh yeah.
Barham just got collected into a wider incident as more cars came up on the top of this corner.
Yep. That's a really unfortunate. How did the 777 get there?
Yeah, and then the 777 ended up in a similar place on the outside of the corner, like the following corner. The following
Mr.
complex.
Mr.
Lacombe
Smith's
turn
struggling
9.
with that setup, it seems.
Must be.
But now down to 8th position, it is the 30 car of Steve Tetley who is chasing him down. 16 seconds in arrears, so lots of time for Smith to make sure he gets back to the pits in a safe manner. That's if it's what's needed. But we'll see if that 296 does pit.
And we have a £20 donation by Julian Desnos. Thank you very much. For those who may have come late to this is a 6-hour race in the honor of Dean Height, collecting donations for the Macmillan Cancer Support. Let's kick cancer in the bleeps.
Yes.
I can't believe you don't have a dedicated bleep button for when we're live streaming.
I mean,
I'll have to load that sound. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're
are
gonna have
past
to do
the
it.
first 30 seconds of the video. We can say words now.
Now.
YouTube's not gonna throw us out for saying ass, you know. So
No, that's true.
it's all right. we're okay.
But it's funnier to say kick cancer in the bleeps than kick cancer in the nuts. So
True. Kick cancer in the gonads. There we go.
There you go.
Gents, I'm going to get back to my team.
Yes, you should, mate.
Hop in and see how you were going. And thanks for the stream. And I will be chucking a donation your way as well very shortly. Now I'm not in the car.
Legend.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us.
Hope the rest of the race goes better than the last 55 minutes.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to do my next stint with 30 seconds of damage, I think I'll be a little bit happier. Thank you. And,
I'm sure.
I'll catch you again later.
Enjoy the Aston, bud.
Bye.
I'm also going to drop out of commentating for a while. You guys have more than enough people here, and Ike, you have the helm.
I am ready and somewhat willing. What we need to do now is just keep track of all the cars.
Yes.
That's always the challenge, isn't it?
Yep, that's the one.
Let's
Right.
take a look. Click on the 23rd position of Umrlov. There's a lot going on at this specific spot of the track. We have the battle for 22nd here with a whole lot of traffic all around. And we got Umrlov diving down, passing the Ferrari ahead of him. That is Stancer, Chris Stancer.
Yep. Oh, that's a big wiggle off for the BMW at the top of the hill, but it looks as though nothing of real harm caused there, thankfully. It's all very, very wide going, or they're three wide in the background there. just need to reorganize things a bit because now I'm working with a bit of network lag. I'm not used to this.
So it's a bit of a challenge.
Rafa Souza has led this race, sole driver of the number 17 Nissan. I believe the only Nissan in this race.
Yep. There is one Nissan, and that Nissan is leading by
Yes.
18 seconds.
Yeah,
Dare I say.
That makes me very, very happy.
So it should. Interesting battle over 8th position. Jazz, Mr. Dupree's looking at the back of the 113 Ferrari for 8th position. This is, well, they aren't driving between classes, if that makes sense. Like, they're different classes at this point, but every position counts, and Andres is going to be trying as hard as he can to get past. There we go. Made relatively easy for the Pro Kart to get past that. 8th position for Dupree's. We just had Chris Wall in the com box, and that is his car getting back up to 8th position, ready.
Yeah, that was
to
a really good pass. He was able to force his way onto the racing line in the braking zone. Oh, hey, we have the number 70 stopped on the cone. I'm gonna see
boy.
That's Dhirendra, the troublesome BMW.
Number 70.
Back at it again, making contact with a Ferrari. It's not Hyde, it's not Burrett. It's a car laps ahead of him.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
He's been a very naughty boy.
Yeah, there's fighting and then there's fighting. If he's not competing for that position, he needs to be playing a little bit more nicely.
Yeah, he's certainly not fighting for that position. That McLaren is leagues ahead of him.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself really in those positions, is it really worth any damage to my car for a position I'm not fighting for?
Yep, absolutely.
I think he's past the point of looking at damage. Din Dao. We've got a car slow on. Oh yeah, he had a big off at Radiano Rouge. Looks like he didn't collect anybody with him, although he had some drivers, or a driver on the exit there who got a little close. Again, that's a really tough spot to go off and not collect someone, but thankfully he didn't. He's able to get going again, and he's going to have to navigate that damaged car around a lap before he can get back and get that thing repaired. But that was a really, really heavy hit, that number 33 McLaren.
Yeah, there is always the option of returning to the garage, quit, return to garage, and it gives you about a 3-minute penalty to essentially serve as, a penalty to make sure that you aren't gaining an advantage. Big fight here between the 888 car and the 44 car. Rigaud has gotten himself all the way back up to 5th position. Really, really good drive from him. But Suarez is hunting the AMG once again. This is something that we've seen a few times now.
Yeah, Rigaud's had a very exciting race so far.
Yeah, a lot of it has been fighting battles and losing them, and then making positions up, seemingly through the pit stops, as far as I can tell.
Oh, Jardine had a hard off at Radion Eau Rouge. That was a real hard hit for Jardine. He ended up going too far to the inside of Radion Eau Rouge and ended up colliding with the inner barrier, that has since been removed, and ended up bouncing across the track onto the other side of the track.
So that is Sam. With a lot of damage on the 72 car. Very, very pretty livery there.
Yeah, it's not very aerodynamic anymore. That's for sure.
No, well, it was never aerodynamic in the first place, but
Yes, unfortunately.
even less so now.
Well, that bonnet's now giving lift.
I say, yeah, it's got a nice air scoop there.
Yes, there we go.
Really, really nice air scoop.
Sod downforce.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, can I get back to... Now, this is the problem that I'm going to have, is I need to estimate how long that was happening. It was too late. Give me a second, then. We'll get through that and be a little bit more conservative with the approach. Oh, he spun as well.
Oh.
So that is a big loss of time. But again, Lexus wasn't necessarily known for being the easiest car to drive. What it is known for is being the fastest car in a straight line. Just about the only car that can hit 300 kilometers per hour without a draft, as far as we can tell. Go back to this battle over 5th position between Rigaud, who again, he's getting where he's getting on strategy. Suarez with those fast lap times gonna go back.
Suarez
to the pits.
goes into the pits.
He just goes to pits.
That would explain how he's so far up, because that car was all the way down in 26th position. Now I wonder how much work
Suarez
he has done. I think he's going to come out. I think he's going to come out in 12th position there. So that is an immense amount of work that Suarez has done in that 888 car to be able to get things all the way back to this way, to where they are at the moment. We'll have a very quick break and come on, there we go. Have a look. I can't control the HUD, so I can't scroll up and down for the
times. Me to go through the top?
No. I can do it. It's just that you can't have it come up on the stream.
Oh, I see.
Not in a nice way, anyway. Yeah, Cody, if you go through the top 10, or get us some positions, especially if you can get the ones in class as well. Top 3 in class would be fantastic to have.
Absolutely. So your leader from the beginning of the race to now is Rafa Souza in the number 17 Nissan GTR. Richard Christie took over for Gianluca Rigatti in the number 452 McLaren in second place. In third and first in the gold class is Nicholas Correa. He is in the number 67 BMW. Fourth place, third in class for the Platinums, is Paul Venter, who has taken over for Sean Skuta. And then, rounding out your top 5 overall, we have another Ironman running the whole race by himself, Benjamin Rigaud, in the number 44 AMG. Number 6th place and second in the gold class is Steve Tetley, who is in the number 30 Lamborghini. And 7th place, another platinum driver, is Andres Dupreez. And he is driving the number 3 Aston Martin alongside Chris Wall, who we had in the booth not too long ago. And Kiki Mack got some relief as Jamie Swan took over for the number 113 Ferrari. That is a silver class car. It is sitting first in the silver class and 8th place overall. And then we have Derek Hall in the number 419 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. He is 3rd place in the gold driver class. And then Stefan Hartmann is in the number 74 Audi. That's another gold driver. And that rounds out your top 10 overall. In terms of silver drivers, I mentioned Jamie Swan had taken over for Kiki Mack, and that's the car that has passed, I think, the most drivers at this point in the race from the start. And then in second place in silver, 11th place overall, is Boubacar in the number 64 Aston Martin. And then you got to scroll down a little ways before we get to our bronze drivers. 20th overall, leading the bronze division, is Yaroslav Umralov in the number 7 Audi GT3, the R8 LMS Evo 2. Not too far behind is Chris Stancer, who took over for Matt Gale, if I remember correctly. He's a bronze driver. Number 491 Ferrari 296 GT3. And rounding out the bronze top 3 is Andrzej Kovarik in the number 89 McLaren. And those are your drivers from platinum to bronze and rounding out the top 10 overall.
Superb. Thank you very much, Cody. I was literally just taking a break from my voice. While you were having that rundown, we saw a very, very robust pass from Paul Venter on the 67 BMW of Nicholas Correa. Paul Venter, first of the LNR cars, now in third position with a 1.3 second gap over the 67 BMW. Now looking at the... Where are we? Come on. The 111 of Gonçalves? Goncalves. Thank you. This is the reason why we have multiple communities attending here. Thank you. Goncalves hunting down the 837 of Mr. Mull. See, I need to go back to... Again, I'm working with 2 PCs.
Whoa, hey, we have a big crash. We have a
this?
very big crash here at La Source.
Numbers?
No, sorry, Lecombe. There was a BMW involved.
Yep.
I think it was...
That'll be the 70 car.
It would be the 70 car, indeed. He got involved with McLaren and then ended up on the apex. Everyone ended up taking the escape road. He had a big collision with an Aston Martin. I'm afraid to say that was Venter's Aston Martin. It was. And we're seeing even more carnage here.
Oh, good grief.
I mean, no matter how many times he rams that wall, it's not going to give way.
No,
No kidding.
It's a very difficult. Are we going to play ball? Are we going to work?
No.
Is this still a replay? This isn't replay. This is live. Mole has lost out to the 111. Oh my goodness! I wasn't anticipating the fatigue would be playing havoc this quickly.
Yeah.
This is sim racing, not pinball, gentlemen.
That's the one. This is one of the issues. This is one of the big issues we have with sim racing is the amount of people who drive like they are hot lapping.
It certainly doesn't work in an endurance.
Well, exactly. It's they're driving like they're hot lapping, and that's not how you drive racing. You can really separate the real drivers from the sim racing drivers by those who know how to respond to a technical issue, a car in the middle of the track. Technical issue.
That's technically an issue.
It's a rather large technical issue.
Very big technical issue. Mr. Oliveira in the 888 Ferrari driver has changed in that Ferrari, but still the pace is relentless as they are trying to get up the inside of the 24 of Sestari and are going to get it made easy for them. Different class, obviously, but the 24 absconding from the track to be able to make that pass a little bit more easily done. Mr. Venter is not taking no for an answer as far as this third position is concerned. Lots of damage on that Aston Martin. You can see the front bumper ever so slightly hanging off, but still hunting the 67 car of Korea. Absolutely unswayed by the... that's the right... Yeah. Unswayed from the march of the 13 Aston Martin. Why do you keep going to TV1? TV1 is useless. Why are you doing this to me? Lucas Kolb also on the back of Cedric Muir. Cars not in the same class. Cedric, I would imagine, would make this fairly easy for the Aston Martin driver. No, says Muir, who's going to close the door through Blanchimont and let Lucas find a way past. Yeah, big touch up the inside. Understandable. Bit silly. That's a big slide. Is that the Ferrari of Kral? 911 car once again getting into the action. What was that? Was that a touch? That was really peculiar. It looks as though it was all on his. He was all on his own.
Yeah, I didn't see contact there.
No,
He was
I didn't
close to
either.
another, but yeah, there was no contact.
So what's he done? Just got greedy on the throttle. Oh, it's the AstroTurf. Oh, that's where the contact nearly happened. Was in the Ferrari making his way past. But we'll get started again.
Oh boy, we have a car stopped on the track, and it's Tetley, Lamborghini.
30 car.
Of Tetley, yes.
Absolute worst luck for those drivers. Where are they? They're 10th. Oh, they're actually doing okay. Cool.
Yeah, so he spun out all by himself, taking Campus way too hot for his grip levels, apparently.
Yep.
He's parked in a real bad spot.
Once again, it's the Kemmel Straight where the Aston Martin makes its move. Paul Venter doing it on the outside this time. Was able to get it done on the brakes, gets ahead on the BMW and takes that position once again. Elenart to third position overall in the 6 hours of Spa.
I was going to say that BMW is definitely losing a bit of traction on its rear wheels. Starting to slide out of the corner there.
Yep. One of the things with these front engine cars is moving the engine as far back and down as they possibly can in the engine bay, which gives for some interesting handling characteristics, let's say that.
I bet it does.
BMW also with that's some interesting desync.
Oh, I saw
that.
Korea with a lot of lag there. And a lot of sliding as well. Yeah, I see what you mean about four-wheel drifting. That is how you tend to drive those front engine cars, not front-wheel drive. This is the GT3 racing.
Toka.
Absolutely. Oh, don't, because now I want to go play some touring cars. Hartmann in the 74 car, new driver into the 74 Audi against the new driver of Andries Dupriez in the number 3 Aston Martin. Battle for 7th position now. No. BMW's disappeared again and reappeared. Someone may need to go and have a word with Nicholas about his internet.
Yeah, Korea?
67 car.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I've not seen him disappear in and out, but in the moments that you've been seeing those issues, I've been having issues with like full connection to the server, so that's interesting.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah.
This is the issue we've been having with
now I'm seeing it just with Korea.
The weekly ERA servers. It's all very, very busy up at Curve Paul Freya, watching the 74 car make its way past the 3, but this is all incredibly tight. They're 2-3 wide as they come up towards Blanchimont. The Audi's got the lead on the Aston Martin. That was just a little bit of hesitancy by Andries Dupriez, and that's all it took for the position to be gained. Plenty of time left in this race, but another key position lost for the Aston Martin, and the McLaren is going to push the Aston Martin out wide.
It looks like rush hour through here.
It really does. I mean, you're talking about them being 3 wide. I almost saw 4 wide at one point.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Interestingly enough, there was also like 2 just perfect blocks of 2 wide there for a minute. It looked like they were just like going through Blanchimont in a square. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, absolutely. Literally never seen that before in my life.
Assume the square formation.
And it was both of those. Well, that's ruined me. Both of those fights were also for positions. So the fight over 8th position versus the fight over what was 23rd position. Both of those going the way of the chasing driver as well.
Whole lot at once going on here. Oh.
It does happen like that. You've got a whole track to use, and everyone ends up using the same square foot.
Are you able, just for a split second, to pull up the map view for the stream?
I can. There we go.
Let's take a look at that.
It's the phenomenon known as clumping.
It's pretty darn dense. Anywhere you look at the track, there's going to be... There either is a car there, there are several cars there, or there's about to be a car there.
Yeah.
There is no calm part of this track anywhere on the circuit.
Yeah, weirdly, the 837 actually has the most space that I can see of anyone. 27 also has got a pretty decent amount of space there. But again, yeah, look at the amount of... Now, these are all the same. These all have the same theoretical top speed. That's the main thing. Is that these guys can all give support. Kiki Mack in the chat. Thank you very much, Kiki. Appreciate you dropping in. Yes, I agree. The amount of drive that you had and leading the race overall was absolutely fantastic to see. Really, really proud of you, bud. Let's get rid of that map. There we go.
Oh, Correa has received a drive-through penalty.
That's gonna be for track limits.
Yeah.
Where's that? I don't see.
Spending all your speed tokens this early into the race is quite a strategy.
Yeah, I think he got that going through Les Combs. He did it one too many times.
Through Le Com is a weird place to have that, as Hartman's attacking Hall now. Good grief! This is a fight over 7th position now. Dan Hall.
And don't you think it's a two-way fight? This is a three-way fight because Dupreez is getting closer and closer and closer to these two drivers as they battle. Hartman, he is glued, I would say, to the back. Oh, now alongside, swinging around to the outside.
Yep,
really late on the brakes. Does a good job getting the position. And now, as mentioned, it's Dupreez who is knocking down the door of Hall. Again, this is where these guys kind of bunch up. It gets real slow through here. But again, it depends how they navigate this part of the course on whenever it spreads out, who is going to end up where. And it looks like, Dupreez is going to have a really, really good line against Hall. And now, it looks like he's looking for an opening. We've got these guys coming around. The number 7 is stopped on the track ahead of them, so there's something to look forward to. Cranmer is getting off. Well, he was getting off of the gravel trap. He's still on the gravel trap. Just letting everyone go by while he drives on the gravel trap. Probably the better idea there. Okay.
Yep.
And they get by safely.
As a cat attempts to interrupt the race. Sounds absolutely average. An interesting fight for 21st. This is between classes, though, so we wouldn't expect too much of a fight. It's Hospitalia against Stanza. Just fairly simple outbraking maneuver up towards the bus stop. Batiste, where are we going?
Dupreez and Hall.
Boy.
Something swift happened there. Dupreez just jumped past Hall on the chicane.
Yep, the bus stop.
Around here to La Source. Looks like Hall is just going to fall further back. That Audi is not for position, but there is lap downness to it.
Now here's the other thing: is that we're going to finally get, I believe, a bit of a bit of clear air for the Dupreez and Hartman fight. So let's see what that Audi can do in clear air versus the Aston Martin.
Oh no! So Dhirendra has left the number 70 BMW, but now we have Vaibhav Patil, and he is similarly sliding all over the track down the order in 48th place. That's something to keep in mind. Dean Hyde, titular driver of this race, important to note, he's been sitting at the end of the pit lane for about 21 minutes now.
Yeah, I dare say that he's been taking a break because he's driving on his own.
Yeah.
So doing the sensible thing, as we would expect. He's doing the full race on his own, doing the very sensible thing, and parking it where he's not going to be an obstruction, so that when we return, or so that when he returns, that Ferrari 296 will be not only ghosted, but will also be in a position where he will be able to carry on in a safe and controlled manner. We have had a slew of donations.
Before we get into that, Rigaud, 4th place. I don't think he lost the position as a result of it. There's enough buffer between these top drivers, but he ended up making contact with a McLaren that I couldn't identify on the chicane and ended up spun out on the side of the track for several seconds. So he lost some time there.
Yeah.
And
so he was. A cat has decided it wants to wreak havoc. One moment.
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh no.
Correa would be the one to take advantage of Rigaud's mistake, but even after that, he is still 52 seconds back from Rigaud. So these top drivers, Souza, Christie, Venter, Rigaud, Correa, the top 5 are all pretty far apart from each other at this point in the race. It will probably be the next time around that we have pit stops, which should be coming up fairly soon as we are nearing the 2nd hour mark of the race, that we will start to see some of these drivers meet up with each other yet again, even if only temporarily, which has the potential to shake up the order.
Yeah, I mean, 52 seconds is an incredible gap after 2 hours.
Oh, for sure. Especially, when that's not the gap to the leader from 5th. That's the gap to 4th from 5th. So all of the other drivers up ahead are even farther afield than the rest of these guys.
Absolutely. Speaking of, we do have a guest to invite, and this is going to be a rather interesting one. I dare say there's going to be a bit of fraughtness to his voice. Ran van Stilland, you've done that specifically because I have to when the German's not here to be able to pronounce your name properly. He seems to be driving, but also wants to speak. So this should be rather interesting.
I thought
he does take a cat on. Oh no! But the cat has been dealt with. But he's been given the offer. He's not taken it up, unfortunately.
He's got to wait till he's on a straight.
Yeah. Yeah, spot on.
reaching for the keyboard while in the middle of a turn, trying to find the button.
That's it. I don't think that Discord has a bindable accept invite to stage button. Let me get rid of that now. And it's so fun having to deal with remote PCs. Right.
Swan, Hartman, Correa, well, not Correa, he's into the pits, but Swan, Hartman, Dupree's all having close moments here. So let's take a look at that while we bring on Van Steele. Maybe.
No. I was going to say he needs to accept it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not going to be very good. We've got this is about the closest battle that we've got on track at the moment is Swan on the back of Dupree's, but it looks as though there's not going to be too much in the way of fighting there. There's a pass that's just been made. Oliveira has just made a position on the Silver Class 64 car, who is probably just let that past. It's all getting a little bit cozy here at the moment. 51 cars on track. I believe we're still at 51. I haven't seen any retirements. So it's all getting very cozy in between the classes as different pace drivers will be taking the wheel, and cars will be bouncing around the timing screens as a result. It looks as though Kolb is about to get a position on Sistari. Up the outside, Aston Martin brakes will have to be much braver than the Ferrari's. Front engine helps the Aston Martin get into the apex and secures the 296, or the position for the Aston Martin over the 296. There we go. I'm going to talk about these donations. Darren Hunter, Steph Golding, Kiki Mack, thank you very much, Kiki. And Alex Robinson, 10, 10, 10 and £50 respectively. Alex Robinson, thank you so much for that generous donation.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, hello. I was looking at the stream, not at Discord. Does it show?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes, so thank you very much, Alex. Very, very generous of you to be supporting this. Unfortunate the reason why we're all together, but at the same time, we are all still together. So we may as well make the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a shock, but it's been so lovely to see everyone come together for this, for a very good cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And Macmillan Cancer Support, I'm sure you're as familiar as I am with them as far as what they do is concerned. Ran, you have accepted our invite to speak on the stage. How are you doing, my friend?
The start was good, but unfortunately some crashes ended up on the 44th place now.
44th. So is it going to be a fight back from here for the rest of your day?
I'm driving alone, so...
That's a very brave thing for you to be doing. What motivated you to do that?
The league where I race, Sim Racing Belgium.
Yes.
I had a little bit of crashes there because I'm new in this sim racing. Yeah. And they are also racing here. And I want to let them see that I can drive.
So you've taken a privateer entry to prove to your race team that you've got the chops to take it to the big boys.
Yes.
Very nice.
Absolutely spot on. Brilliant motivation, and what a race! What a mammoth race to be trying to show you to prove your mettle. Spa-Francorchamps is an absolutely incredible track. Well loved.
Home track, so.
It's your home track?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Have you driven around it in real life?
No, I'm too young to drive.
And yeah, it's worth...
I'm the youngest driver over here, so...
Yeah, absolutely. No, but at the same time, there's a lot of different experiences that can be had, so it's one of those things that, of all the places, I mean, I've been over to Maastricht, and was almost given the opportunity to drive around Zolder, which is not too far from Spa. But yeah, to have Spa as your home track, I'm sure that's a lovely thing to have as a home track.
So, yeah, Van Steelen, just so you guys are aware, has the driver we're talking to right now has just gone through Radeon Eau Rouge.
There we go.
While we are conducting this interview.
Yeah. A challenge, I think, is the best way to describe it. But he's doing fantastically. 45th position, and he's still going. He's got the pace to take it to the rest of the field if he can keep his head down, going much, much faster than the cars around him. So, Ran, thank you very much for dropping in and saying hi. We wish you all the best, we really do. Thank you very much for taking part as well on your own. I'm sorry that we couldn't sort you out a teammate to be able to
no problem.
To assist you. But I wish you all the best through the rest of the race. And do come chat to us later if you if things don't go too well for you.
Best.
We'll do this.
Yeah, best of luck. Rock
Best
on.
of luck.
Have a good mate. So that was Ran Van Steelen, a absolute legend as far as I'm concerned, taking this race on solo. We've obviously got a few drivers who are doing that, but at the same time, good grief.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 hours in the seat driving with intense focus the entire time is really very, very difficult.
And calling
No
in
doubt.
on top of that.
Yeah. Calling in, and then accepting the invite. I mean, as I say, I don't think there is any way for them to to keybind that. That was on a straight, clicking a button with your mouse. Good grief! I don't have that coordination. I really
Here's
don't.
the funny thing, though. I was watching Ran Van Steelen's car from the interior view. That was not on a straight. That was through campus.
Wow.
So, clearly the man has talent, is what we're saying and hearing. Then
Yes.
good.
Can multitask
grief.
as well, yeah.
Absolutely. Sim Racing Belgium, hire that man.
No kidding. Goodness.
But an altercation, I'd be fair, again, you can't really hold anything against any of the drivers at this point in the race. At the start of the race, you can't really hold anything as far as the altercations that happened. They were all very, very simple mistakes to make. And when you, again, we discussed it at the time, with a number of different communities, racing standards, all driving with each other, there's always going to be some concern. It's that 67 car that's disappeared again?
He's in 16th.
He's in 16th. Okay. Thank you. Better eyes than mine. I'm also using a remote dashboard, which I shouldn't be. I should be using that my own.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Robinson, here is your challenge for the next 2 minutes. Pronounce the driver of the 666 car.
Oh my word!
Who's just gone wide over Radion, has hauled out the anchor to be able to negate any potential fun point they may have gotten from that, but is in all of that has ended up losing about half a second, which is what the penalties are for.
Van der Kerkhoff?
That's the reason why I gave you a second to get it sorted. That sounded exactly spot on. But Van der Kerkhoff looking to make positions on Chris Stancer. Again, Stancer, another AM car, who is very much outperforming himself in that 24th position. That is a position made easy, though, on this occasion. And Van der Kock, you see, Van der Kerkhoff will take that position as well. Hospitalia will get past as well. I dare say that is just Stancer staying out of the way of a higher class battle. Where are the battles on this track? Lucas Kolb hunting down the... Actually, I just had a really silly thought. Can I start virtual camera? I've just had a really silly idea, you know.
Something's brewing.
Yeah. Let's OBS. Use OBS virtual camera. Is this going to work? Oh, it is going to work. Sick. There you go. Have fun, gents. Now you can see what I see.
Oh, lovely.
That'll help with calling the action in real time. Alex, have you commentated in ACC before?
I have. I'm just trying to find what you're trying to stream.
Ignore my stream. Ignore that. Certa's camera is the one that you're going to want. Mine's just running in the background at the moment because at the start of the stream, Certa was here and was controlling his cameras, or controlling the cameras.
Yeah.
I was using my cameras to get different perspectives across the race.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway,
that was where that was going. What are we going? Lucas is hunting down McNair in the 60 McLaren. That is just about the closest fight that we have on track at the moment. Aldo Rossi is hunting down a Ferrari, or the 911 Ferrari. Again, oxymoron. But this is the position for just inside the top 10, and I believe between two no, it's between a gold and silver car. So this could be really interesting. Or platinum and gold, sorry.
This is Rossi and Deckers?
This is Rossi and Deckers. So Rossi has literally just got past there. So again, so that is Rossi, a silver car, has gotten ahead of the Pro 911. Yeah, the gold car of Deckers. Now, again, the way this was all qualified, it was qualified on average pace, so it may be that Deckers is the slower driver in that combination, but on average, these guys absolutely should be able to get to a higher pace there.
Yes, I'm more familiar with Menno Deckers. He is a DGSR alumni, so he's done quite well in some of our seasons, particularly being placed in bronze class. So it could be. I'm not really sure, to be honest, if he's struggling. But I see there at was that Deckers that just went off at the bus stop there?
Yeah. Deckers just getting it ever so slightly wrong. Easy mistake to make, especially when there's damage on the car, as that 911 does have. Was very much involved with some of the fights earlier in the race. So lots and lots of maybe down on straight line speed, which the Ferrari doesn't have a lot of in the first place.
Well, it looks like he's going to get pit by the car behind him as well, and very possibly the car behind that.
Yep, all of those are a lap ahead, I would suggest, though. Yeah, so that was just staying out of the way. Although it was Geese that now has the overspeed on the 911 Ferrari and is going to make very light work, having not gotten out of the way of a load of other cars. That was a bit unfortunate for Deckers there.
Sorry, Menno, the caster curse has struck again. I know it's a different league, but you can't escape it.
No,
The commentator's curse is universal.
Yep. Absolutely. Looks as though
Finlay.
that is Finlay
has stopped. Yeah.
has stopped. What on earth? So that's been like that for a while.
Yeah, he's been
We've timed it properly. Lads,
Hey.
we got it right.
No.
Is this a technical failure? It's a technical failure.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
he's moving again, though.
Oh.
Good. That's good to see.
I don't know what happened. You know what? I'm going to take a wild guess, and I'm going to say that he had we'll call it a controller disconnect.
Yeah.
Where the wiring or whatever.
Yeah, that's a control-alt-delete, my friend. But now in 15th place, James Finlay, with work to do, it seems, for the 999 car. But that means
he's now 24 seconds back to Chris Wall.
Yes, lots and lots of time lost there, and he was ahead of Korea in the first instance there. So that is a good 40-50 seconds or so that has caused issues there. That is just a pit stop. That isn't showing. That's in the pits as well. It's peculiar. But Rigaud now in fourth place in the 44 car. Tell me you're a Lewis Hamilton fan without telling me you're a Lewis Hamilton fan. On the back of Paul Venter, has absolutely drawn himself back into the fight. That is a lap down BMW by the looks of it, unless Korea has... Yeah, no, Korea is now a lap down. But Korea, who was in this fight before, now a stopper in the bottle. Rigaud goes into the pits. Is that where are we at the timings?
Bono, his tyres are gone.
Is Bono? His tyres are gone. And Paul Venter will be breathing a sigh of relief after all of that. Lucas Kolb also hunting down the 60 McLaren of McNair. I believe, I'm pretty sure it was Lucas that was driving alone as well. Lucas is absolutely driving alone, finally getting to within touching distance. He's going to have a lapped car in between to help with the overtake if it's going to happen at all. but that BMW getting right out of the way. Does he see the other car coming? This is the problem with endurance racing. No, problem is the wrong word. It's the challenge of endurance racing. Is how many cars do you have around you? You don't know. Are any of them the Nissan? Because if it's the Nissan, you're not going to see any car around you. Since we at the start of season 9, we implemented the custom BOP that ERA is currently running in this race. Big look up the outside there for Lucas Cobb, really, really nice. But having that custom BOP, it changes the way that you have to think about racing, because you could have a McLaren behind you, you could have a Ferrari, you could have a Lexus, or you can have a Bentley, which was my weapon of choice for last season. And the problem with the Nissan and the Bentley especially, the Lexus to a lesser extent, if they're behind you, you can't see anything.
Oh, yes.
If they're ahead of you, you have no point of reference.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how many screens you have. It doesn't matter how much VR you have. All you're going to see is the car.
Yeah, I 100% agree, to the point that one of my liveries in the Nissan at one point was a brick wall on the rear bumper.
Oh, heck yes. Oh, I love it.
That's awesome.
Don't tell Lewis Knight he'll want it.
It wasn't very good. But...
And then he'll ask me to make it.
Number 30 car stuck, spun around on the track at the exit of Radion Eau Rouge.
And how has he got there? That's the question. Oh, he was coming down the start straight. Under the car ahead was under blue flags, and it was a beautiful Scandinavian flick and a 4-wheel slide off into the infield for Steve Tetley.
He had those tires.
So there's a recent exploit with the wet tires in ACC where if you run them at maximum pressure, they give you extra grip. Steve, my guy, that doesn't work on the slicks. I know you know that.
He's still stuck there. He's not moving.
He is. He hasn't moved. Does he have engine power? That's my thought.
Well,
I can't hear what is being... Is it buttons? What's happening here?
It's just pure frustration.
He's
the number 837 car is also stuck on the track on another part of the circuit. That's Mole. He is under engine power. He is moving. The number 68 car is stuck a little bit further down a field of him now. I think got involved in the same incident.
He's moving.
And the Lambo is finally moving. He's going to do a 3-point turn. Or is he?
He's just going for it. He just sends it. He completely sent it.
Bravery from the ERA driver, who will be a little bit satisfied to have gotten across the track safely. Not sure how safe of a re-entry that was, but I'm sure that at that point he had about 12 team members shouting at him, "You're clear, you're clear, you're clear, you're clear."
I bet he's now wishing he wore the brown pants.
That's the one. I'd wear the brown livery more like.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pouty Mole in the number 837 Ferrari, he ended up spinning out on the little stretch after Puhan before you get to campus between turns 12 and 13.
Is he done?
He's done. He's moving again. Not very quickly though, but he ended up spinning out on his own. Ended up into the wall, and got back facing the right direction. Oh, he just hit a BMW on the corner exit. A bunch of two BMWs have hit each other. He's cut off your team.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yep, and
yeah.
Yeah, so he's going again, but not before taking a McLaren with him as he was attempting to rejoin the track after spinning off in the original incident. So he hit, I thought it was a Porsche at first, but it ended up being a McLaren again. I couldn't identify the number and spun it. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, Q in the pit lane.
Yeah, no kidding. And then he just he hits the limiter way too early as well. Yeah, that's great.
Would you like some damage with your pit?
No kidding. Yeah, that's great.
That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. It's again, none of this is intentional.
No.
Absolutely none of this is intentional. It's all just, again, different classes, different drivers, different skill levels, different speeds, different expectations, etc., etc., etc. There's plenty of work and talent to go around, or not, as the case may be. BMW on BMW action as they come through curve Paul Freyer. I think that is coming up the hill towards Blanchimont. It was Geese who got a poor exit, and it is Wilson who's going to have a look up the outside, goes right round the outside coming towards Blanchimont. The pass is made. That was a pass for position in class as well, I think. Let me get to 18th. Yeah, so that is 2 golds. That is Geese losing a position in gold class to the 232 of Chris Wilson. Yep, Chris Wilson. Trying to get his first name.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
It's very hard. Thankfully, we've got lots of screens that we can use in ACC race control. But it still requires getting to it, and I'm working on 2 PCs at the moment, so this is just... I'm having the most fun. Decker's now up behind Geese as well. That BMW looks as though it is running out of pace.
Ooh.
Big slide for the 296. The 296 proving itself to be a pretty decent drift car after all. Still not the fastest way. No, still not the fastest way around a lap. I'm very sorry to say, Mr. Deckers, but it's still, at least he survived. That's the main thing. Deckers should be due a pit stop soon, I would suggest.
And probably a respray.
Absolutely. Where is Deckers in 20th? Do we have his stint time? That would be really nice to know.
I can get you his stint time.
Can you? Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, his stint time. 12 minutes, 57 seconds.
So it's only just out the pits in the 911 Ferrari. Oh, fascinating. Okay. So that's even more... So he's not repaired the damage to the car. That's an interesting one. I can't see why he wouldn't, because unfortunately, again, coming back to the point we were making before, 296 is very much an aero car, much like the McLaren, much like some of the other mid-engine cars. If you have aero damage, you are more impacted by the lack of aero, because that's what you're relying on for the performance of the car.
Yeah.
So it's curious to see that Deckers hasn't had that repaired in the pit stop. Hartmann in the 74 car into the pits as Lucas Kolb gets right up close and personal once again with the 74 car. I think that is a position gained. No, that is McNair. McNair went into the pits. So Lucas now with a whole load of fresh air for himself to play with, and will be staying with, there we go, and will be promoted all the way to 6th position over the course of these pit stops. So this is where the strategy all goes very, very much to pot. Lots of different drivers are going to be playing lots of different strategies. There is definitely enough room in the stint time to be able to save a pit stop. It's just a case of whether you can make the car or the tyres last that long in a stint, as to whether you're able to actually make it work. But it is a very different. How long has the 13 car, 7th position, been out the pits for?
Let's see. 7th position has been out of the pits for... let's see. Where'd it go?
7th.
Yeah, no, that's. I'm looking for. Give me a second. Okay, they just came out. They've been out for 3 minutes.
So that is an solitary lap that they've been out for. So Mr. Paul Venter doing a double stint in this phase of the race. South Africans obviously having to deal with lots of different conundrums as far as load shedding is concerned. A lot of work to have to be done there as well. McNair 60 car is in the pits, or has just left the pits. Steve Tett.
Whoa, what was that?
What was what?
Whoa!
I just saw a car go across the track.
Big ol' incident here. Venter is making his way through it. Yeah, a bunch of drivers involved there. I see the 97 is involved. The 68 is involved, just now moving.
Oh, rubbish. Okay, right, give me a second. Let me get to the... This would be so much more effortless if I had my ultra wide to work from.
Yeah, it was Gies who was stopped in the middle of the track, taking up pretty much all of the track. He had spun out. He tries to rejoin, ends up spinning again, ends up colliding with a McLaren. Again, I have a hard time finding these McLarens. He ended up stuck on the side of the track. They're unable to get going again, and he had spun out several other cars, I think some of which may have...
Oh, okay.
Exit campus broadside across the track. You cannot... There is nothing you can do about that. Oh, he's going to get on the grass and come back straight on then. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Uh-huh, and ended up spinning those drivers around that he hit, and I think there was a tertiary hit as well of one of those drivers that ended up getting spun out.
So second rejoin. Grass is very slippery when you're on slick tires. It doesn't matter how much heat you've got in your tires there. You're going to have issues if you put your wheels on the AstroTurf and then the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, look at the state of that car now.
Yep, that's totally understandable. I think that was a full head-on collision with the 68 of Aldo Rossi, though. Really, really unfortunate all round, really. But again, we're doing endurance racing here, guys. This is what endurance racing is about. It's not who is fastest, but who is the most consistent. Again, 666 car proving that you can put your wheels on the AstroTurf, just don't do it quite as loaded up as perhaps the BMW was on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. But, like you said, it just shows you the difference in traction, the way that car just snapped into the wall. Yeah,
absolutely. For whatever reason, maybe the traction control was too low, maybe the tyres went up to temperature, or for whatever reason. That's just unfortunate. Catching very up on the donations very, very quickly. Our total is all the way up to £1,853.27. V12 Go Burr, I wonder who that is, has donated £10. Bruce Hughes has donated £25. Thank you very much, Bruce. That's very generous of you. And Sim Racing Belgium has donated £25 as well. Thank you very much, Sim Racing Belgium. Again, donating to cancer research that hopefully will end up benefiting Belgium, but primarily is used for research in the UK and trying to learn and research more and more ways that we can reduce the impact of cancer in the modern world. So with that is Hospitalia gone into the pits, the 666 McLaren has actually gotten away a reasonable amount of space here. There is Aldo Rossi has made up a position. It was all very clumped up behind, but good grief, look at the damage on that McLaren. Sorry sight to see. But
I think he's the one who's been getting involved. I think multiple times now he's been the McLaren that I have not been able to identify in the moment. Yeah. So he's been involved in several incidents that are not his fault at this point.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, very, very unfortunate, but making the best of it for sure.
Absolutely. And actually, where's that? Mr. Moore in 34th place looks like that. He's hunting as well. It is Audi on Audi action, and it's Am on Am action as well. Blake, one of the younger members of ERA, and is able to string a very, very good series of laps together. A lot of his concerns. Pardon?
I'll try to. The 47 cars had an incident. That's Lucas Kolb. I will try to find some facts for you.
I'll say he was looking very, very confident.
Oh, he got crunched. He got
no.
crunched at Bruxelles. He was in between two drivers, and one of them slowed down, and the other.
Just going to interrupt you as we're going to have two Audis going side by side through Eau Rouge. This is bravery itself for both of them.
Oh no!
Really
a
good.
Slide.
There was space given and asked for and given by both of those drivers there, but Cranmer not expecting more to keep it in there and now accelerating against the wall. Please.
Oh man.
He's not going to do any more damage to that Audi, that's for sure. Let's just very quickly, because we have the ability to do this, go on board with the Audi and go back 60 seconds, and hopefully this will show exactly what's happened. So it was a big look up the inside for the for Blake. Space was left.
Oh yeah, he well executed
by Cranmer, and then it was side by side as they come down towards Eau Rouge and Radion, neither of them wanting to give up the position. It's a very scary place to be, absolutely. But again, Blake, trained by the ERA team, has used his radar, given the space on the inside, got the apex, and it looked as though the Audi losing it all by himself into the barrier, face full of tyre there for the number 7 Audi, unfortunately. But
that's one of those incidents where, you know, if you're the driver who spun out, you make that mistake because you don't want to hit the other driver. You know, it's preservation of both of you, and it just gets the best of you. It's not either driver's fault necessarily. It just sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of racing. I've had it so many times where I've been ever so slightly offline through the first part of Radion, and just found you can't, that either the front or the rear just lets go. There's not a lot you can do. There's nothing that can be saved from it. You just have to gather it up the best you can, which I think that he did in number 7 car. That was very safe. As far as that's concerned, there's not very much more that he could have done. There's a big dive up the inside for what looks like a McLaren.
Oh, easy, steady.
That was brave, I think is the word. But I think all of these drivers will be blue flags. They don't need to jump out of the way like they are expected to in Formula 1. Cranmer very much missing his braking point there.
Well, it looks like his tires are now all over the place, and he just maybe not worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Where are we going then? That's connection issues. Internet is doing.
Rossi has,
I was going to say, there we go. Rossi's had an issue. That was what happened there.
I think that it was in the braking zone.
Did he miss his braking point?
He missed his braking zone.
He missed his.
Yes.
Yep, that's. He missed everyone's braking point there. Stays well out of the way, safe rejoin, couple of positions lost, but nothing that can't be regained, and will gain another position up to 19th, while Van Brabant is in the pits in 303 McLaren.
I'll tell you what, Martin Rippon was very nearly his braking zone.
That was very, very close,
You are my braking zone.
That's what the M4s were like when they were first introduced, though, so can't argue too much. Oh, this is some action down for 35th position. It looked as though Cameron had just lost out to Cranmer. Cranmer all up in each other's grill.
No.
It's going to be the slightest of touch. That was a very low percentage lunge from the number 7 Audi. Clearly either frustrated or upset at the how there has been driving around him. That was English.
Yes.
And seemingly taking it out on the McLaren, who is sporting what can only be described as a Ford GT livery. Yep. If you know, you know. Mm-hmm. It looks as though Cranmer is going to give the place back, or is that just...
I believe that's someone else, yeah.
It is someone else, but it looks as though he is either trying to give the position back. There you go. That's the sportsmanship we expect to see.
Is it?
He did. He did let him past. He let the nose pass.
No, I'm not sure that's sportsmanship there.
No, that's not sportsmanship at all. Damn it. I'm going to have to go and have words with them now, aren't I? God damn it. What's happening here?
Meanwhile,
there we go. That was him. That's him letting the position. There we go. I do believe that there was positions trying to be given back there. It was just unfortunate timing as to when that happened.
Yeah. Meanwhile, drive-through for Van Steeland.
Like good grief! Is that Mr. Where is he?
Number 19, 39.
Yep, so that will be track limits, unfortunately. Once again, really easy to do. Take too much speed through the first part of Radion, and the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to be going across the inside of the left-hander of Radion.
Well, Rigod and Swan. This is the battle for third. Rigod has kind of been behind Swan for a little while, and he's inched ever closer, and it's starting to look pretty interesting.
Yep, that is AMG versus Ferrari. So once again, very, very different ways of going at a GT3 car. Both technically mid-engined.
And there's a lap-down Porsche behind that's also in the Ford Performance livery. I'm noticing a trend here.
Yeah, everybody is throwing a protest. They want the Ford Mustang GT3 in ACC, which is understandable. It's a very pretty car.
It is.
Well, I could always welcome new cars into the game. I haven't personally seen the Ford GT3 as yet. I'll now have to go look it up.
Oh, you've not seen the new Mustang GT3?
No, I have not.
Do so, and we would appreciate your immediate impressions. Because they are... It's a well, we can't ask Cody because he's biased. But...
oh, yes.
I am wearing a Chevy shirt right now.
Yes. Yeah. No, Kunos, why is this not in the game?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
So, it was a... that's what everybody is hoping for at the moment, is that we're going to see the Mustang GT3 join the Assetto Corsa Competizione grid. However, we do have Assetto Corsa Evo in the near future, so maybe it'll be coming in ACE as opposed to ACC.
Why did they have to pick an acronym that sounded so familiar or similar? ACC, ACE.
Because
I'm just calling it ACE.
Yeah. That's what it's going to be. Is ACE. It's not ACE. It's ACE.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Surtur has rejoined. I can tell that Surtur is here because the window's changed and I wasn't controlling it.
You have a ghost?
There is a ghost. Mr. Yaroslav Umirov in the number 7 car has requested to join us. I'm afraid I'm ever so slightly out of control of the screens at the moment. Yaroslav, how's the race going for yourself?
It's going pretty well. However, our teammate seems to lose the pace quite a bit, so we have lost some bit of our positions. But overall, it's going pretty well, despite mistakes he makes. Like, he didn't race in this game for quite a long time, so it's his first endurance race in a quite while. So I understand him, and he's doing pretty well for now.
Good. Glad to hear it. That's the main thing. Is that he's got he's clearly got the support of the team behind him, which again is the main thing. In as far as this is concerned. But yeah, it's. Where are we at? I can't even see where the number 7 car is. Sorry. Where are we going?
The number 7 car is 36th place.
AM car in 36th place, so that looks to be you're about 5th in AM as far as I can see. 4th or 5th in AM, so yeah, place. Doing really, really well at this stage in the race. Plenty of pace to be had out of that car, and on the fight for a podium if you can gather it all together in the closing 3 hours of the race.
Yeah, surely. Our next driver have quite more pace, like quite better pace than current driver. So we will see about that. I want to talk about race start 2. It gone really well despite the crashes that I had on while I was driving. Like in the first turn, I had the car like smashed me, so I had sprint and last place. Then I did some fighting for like till a 20 around position 21, 20 something. Despite the crashes, car felt good, and then in like these turns, the car slipped and I crashed into the wall, and I had to give a car to my teammate so he could drive it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Audi is not the easiest car to drive, so you have our sympathies as far as that's concerned. And it looks as though, yeah, as you say, you've been ever so slightly in the wars. Nothing of your own making, but very much looks as though you've been having a bit of a struggle. But it's good to see you keeping on going. It's good to see you keep on marching on. And again, the fight for the AM podium is still absolutely on through the rest of the race. We're not even halfway through yet. There's plenty of time to get up to speed again.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a separate thing, but I thought it worth mentioning. The number 667, if you thought you were having a bad time, the number 667 crashed into the wall after Radeon about as hard as you could possibly hit it. Pretty much full speed flying into the wall. Sent that McLaren hard into the wall, and he is limping that thing back now.
It seems as though the McLaren is holding together pretty well, at least. That's the main thing. So we'll be able to get back into the pits, get that repaired, and get back out again.
Yes.
Yaroslav, it's been lovely having you. I'll let you get back to your team now, but you keep on keeping on. Hopefully you can get to that podium position in AM. That'd be great to see.
Yeah, thank you very much, and have a great commentating on this race. Thank you for your job.
No, thank you very much for making it even better. Have a lovely rest of your race, mate.
Yep, best of luck.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye now.
So, it is still 3 hours and 25 minutes left to run in this 6 hours of Spa, raising money for Macmillan Cancer Support, UK charity. This is the Drive for Dean. Can't even say it's Evolution Racing Academy or anything like that. It's a whole host of communities that have come together, all linked together by the connection that is Dean Hyde, who is tackling this race all on his own. He's still sat in the pits by the looks of it.
Yes.
Just
number 8 car.
taking a break, which is absolutely understandable. The man's fighting for his life and is taking this race on all by himself as well in that number 8 Ferrari. So mad props to him for keeping going. Absolutely. With the rest of the field is majority spread out as far as we can see here. Looks as though Moore is going to make a position whilst Harper pits in the 667. Moore again proving that he does have the pace, he does have the skill to keep it going for an extended period of time. But just again, he's training, he's learning, he's growing as a driver. He's been doing fantastically in the Evolution Racing Academy as far as learning his craft is concerned and really putting it to the test in this 6 hours. I have a proposal for you, gentlemen.
What's that?
There is an Aston Martin V12 circulating. There we go. Now, widely accepted to be one of the best-sounding cars in ACC. Unfortunately, not competitive, but simultaneously, we're not here to be competitive. We're here to be good, look good, and sound good. So with that in mind, with the first calm opportunity that we've had, do either of you want to do a track guide?
Oh, sure. I can do it. I know this track pretty darn well.
I should hope so. Well, you got plenty of time to prepare yourself. You've just come out of Curve Paul Freya.
Yes.
And what it means as well is we get to have the screaming V12 for an entire lap, uninterrupted, and hopefully with a bit of clear air as well. I'm going to use the opportunity to go and get a drink.
All right, see you soon.
Well, so you're coming down here. We're about to start the lap. Again, the lap doesn't quite start here. This is the finish line that we're coming across now, but it's not quite the start line. The start line will be down the hill, but we're coming here. This is called La Source. This is the slowest that this track gets outside of the chicane at the end. But here we come to a very, very fast downhill portion. The very beginning of this lap comes to the most iconic part of this track. That is Raidillon Eau Rouge. It is Raidillon and then Eau Rouge. And then you come out onto this track. This is all flat, by the way, onto the Kemmel Straight here, reaching speeds of 175 kilometers per hour. We're slowing down on our camera car here for a faster car, but we're braking now into Lacombe. It is a still kind of quick right, left, right here, and now we start going downhill again. This is the slowest section on the corner. On the circuit. Turns 10 and 11 makes up Bruxelles. We're continuing downhill here to a pretty much square left called No Name, typically, or at least historically. And then now we're coming down to this big sweeping double apex corner called Pouhon. There's the first apex. You go to the outside, then you go back to the inside. There's the second apex. You come back to the outside again, and then we have another thing that is a right, left, right. This is called Campus and Stavolo. So now here we are. We've gone through Campus, and then you have this right turn down on Stavolo. This is usually a low 3 or a high 2nd gear. And then now we're coming out onto Corbett Paul Frere. That's this big arching corner here. And then we have Blanchemont, the other fastest part of the circuit, and certainly one of the most dangerous as you are reaching full speeds here, and you have to take this corner here very, very, very fast. It is flat, but it is a really, really tight line to do perfectly. And then down to the chicane that was put in a few years ago. And now you come back out. You have the finish straight, start finish straight, depending on what you're doing. But here's just the finish straight. And then you come back around to La Source, and that is a lap around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps.
Oh, very well done, Cody. Thank you for taking us around the track in a very professional manner. It's now my turn to lower the tone a little bit, because I'm going to bring in some DGSR lore, which is this corner as we're coming up to it next. Could you tell me, does this corner have a name?
Yes, it's called Kemmel.
Yeah.
It's actually, I thought it was just the straight that was called Kemmel.
No. So it's Kemmel Straight, and that corner is called Kemmel.
It's technically turn 6. It's not really much, but it is kind of a turn.
It's turn 6 in the way that turn 2 of Red Bull Ring is turn 2.
Yeah, in that it's not.
And turn one of Kyalami is turn 1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, a much better example.
Also,
Yes.
Laguna Seca has a turn 1 at the top of the hill on the start-finish straight.
I don't know. I think there could be an argument to be made that you might actually, if you had damage, have to brake for that corner.
Yeah, in older cars you have to, but in every modern car you don't.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, if your car is not a modern top spec performing machine, or it's not performing to a high level of performance, it's a corner. But if it's any car that you could buy from a Porsche, Ferrari, or Mercedes dealership today, it's not a corner.
Right, okay, because I've seen at least one driver who I believe is on the track now in car number 7, who, at least in the DGSR League, is famous or infamous for driving around with very little traction control and having a little bit of a spin. And occasionally we rename corner tracks on corners by drivers who have accidents at certain places. So the Kemmel corner
is this Cranmer corner.
Sorry, no. The corner, the Kemmel corner, at least in our league, has been renamed Stevens Kink.
I love it.
Because he had one spectacular crash there.
I love that as a tradition as well. That's so good. But, so how big a crash? Was it all on his own, or was it...
It was almost entirely on his own, yes.
Good grief. Right. We have one of the big men asking to come and say hi, and we will absolutely oblige. It is Mr. Christian Fengler, who I assume is not driving. I would hope he's not driving, because he's got other drivers that can fill in for him. So it makes no sense.
Yeah, he's not currently driving, I don't think.
No, it's Mr. Spitzer, who's driving at the moment. But fighting in the gold class, in 16th position as it stands. Where does that put them as far as that is 1, 2, 3, 4? That is 5th place in gold class at the moment, with arguably their fastest. I was thinking Christian might be a little bit more responsive. There we go.
Yeah, well, I didn't realise I would have to also agree to come in here. Well,
yeah,
there we go.
These admin privileges, man.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. No, yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm absolutely blown away by the performance of Martin and Steve, I have to say. Stellar first stint, even not the luckiest, but what an amazing achievement. I don't know if it even scratched the surface. I mean, there's so much going on. But we had a start from P16 to P6 on lap 1. Then had a little touch with Lucas that was kind of like our fault, because the rear came out and he just couldn't go nowhere. So he touched. And then ACC kicked in and the car spun, dropped to 31. And Martin did an amazing recovery back to P14 at the end of his stint. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just amazing to see them drive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. This is one of the advantages with these team events. It makes it's so much more fun to be able to treat other drivers as teammates as opposed to quote-unquote enemies.
Yeah, I have almost forgotten how good that is. Like, I'm absolutely hyped and fixed now for our own endurance season, but that was a whole different topic. But boy, it's so good. It's also really nice to see so many people caring about Dean and just, like joining in, creating the event we have.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your plan as far as the rest of the race is concerned?
I can't say too much, but let's say I think we are on an off-sequence strategy.
Yep.
Like by the looks of it, and that might help us to the podium. It might not. It has a lot to do, obviously, with consistency and not throwing it away.
So your specialty then?
Oh, fuck you. I'm not even supposed to say it.
No, you're not.
There goes the monetization.
No.
No, out the window. In good faith, we are still trying to figure out what is the best way to use the time left, especially because you want to try to give every driver that you have on the team equal driving time.
Yep.
Yeah. But then you're like, yeah, but if we put the two faster ones, but I'm a bit hesitant to do so because it feels disrespectful to the drivers that decided to join you.
Yep, absolutely. Well, there's only the three of you. Again, it depends what you're trying to achieve, isn't it? Really, that looks as though Martin's about to make another position as well on the Martini liveried 999 car.
He's passed him a couple of times.
Yep, and he's about to do it again, and also it's the 64 of Stuart. I tell you what, you're a Lamborghini driver. Talk us through what's going through Martin's head at the moment.
At this stage of his tire wear and the fuel load, the car is fairly understeery. We are currently driving a Hymer setup, I think that can be said. So you would normally expect a lot of rotation and grip, but in an enduro setup, we've tweaked it out, and you really have to fight the car into the corner. So he'll be most likely very cautious not to understeer into anyone and over pushing it. Unless, you can see he's trying to build up. He's trying to build up that pressure. He's trying to just get the nerves going.
Yeah.
But he sticks behind.
I'm sure he's well aware that they're a lower class car as far as the splits are concerned. So
but you all know how it goes. Like they're in a fight for position.
Look, man, you didn't see round 1 of season 9. I was fighting with Sam for the first 15 minutes of the race, and he was an AM at that time. So, the racing driver in you takes over. It's all about making sure that we aren't endangering each other.
That's perfectly fine. And there we go. He's got the inside now. It's going to be the move. It just. Going to be interesting to see. Yep. Holy shit! What
language?
Oh, sorry. just to put it into perspective.
Good. Never having you in the comment box again.
I'm so sorry. No,
but
actually,
yes,
because I do have the live information. That, for example, was worth 0.125 of damage.
Yep.
And it was really just due to Ripon, so shout out to him, but that didn't went out any worse than it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that was ice to the rear, and probably a good spotter seeing that Martin went for more than he bargained for.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes to show the pace difference between all the classes as well. Really good, really good demonstration, Mr. Spitzer. Showing exactly why is he diamond or platinum split now?
He is still platinum. He has dropped in pace a little.
You mean I have to race him? Oh, good grief.
Yeah.
Mind you, so do you, so it's not all bad.
You also have to race, at the moment, Peterson, so, there's that.
No, no.
And the next fastest driver to Peterson by era ranking would be me.
Yes.
And even that is a gap already.
Yeah, no, tell me about it. But
Spitzer feels very at home at Spa. He likes the setup. I think you can tell. And in between, he was capable. I don't know if that was on the training server. I think so. I don't know if you've seen it in race already. But yeah, he's almost there. Yeah. He's capable of 18.6 on a loaded car.
Good grief. Yeah, so really feeling the car.
Feeling the car and the claim of 600 laps in practice.
Yeah, that's gonna do the thing. Yeah,
it helps wonders.
last lap was 2:22 in traffic. Let's say that the majority of this lap has been out of traffic, and it's going to be, as he comes up to the line, a 2:19.8. Mr. Spitzer absolutely moving heaven and earth to make the Lamborghini work. But
absolutely,
gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you in. Obviously, keeping very tight-lipped about the rest of the race, but sincerely wish you all the best. Hope that please pass on our regards to Martin and Steve. We saw his altercations earlier in the race that were a bit unfortunate, but again, it's all about where you end up at the end of the race. And again, lots and lots of work being done here by all of you to carry that car to where it belongs.
All right, cheers for that. And yeah, just everyone watching, don't forget to donate. It's for the good cause.
Yep. Speaking of, actually, have we had any other donations that we need to be looking at? Gabe has donated £25. Thank you very much. That was half an hour ago. I also didn't see all of the notes that were being added. So Kiki, thanks for hosting for this amazing cause. Alex put completely bleeping sending it against cancer. Nice. €10 for the V12 sounds. Tina saying big up Dean. This race has been a load of fun. Fantastic to see on with all concerned. But we did mention everyone else. I think Chris's was donated as well. Perfect. So, with a lot of excitement all of a sudden halfway through the race, yes. It's we get to have a little bit of calm.
Well, I'll tell you what, Souza has had a slow day at the office. He has been in the front, stayed in the front, not left the front. This happens a lot with aero races, so it makes sense. But man, he has just absolutely dominated this race. He is 1 minute and 34 seconds ahead of second place.
That's incredible. I mean, I've seen it with drivers in other leagues, but I take it this driver has a reputation for doing this.
As a platinum driver, I am not terribly familiar with him. We usually commentate gold and down.
Then when without a BOP, Souza was 0.3 of a second around Barcelona than anyone else in the Nissan.
Wow.
Then they BOP'd the Nissan and took about 20 kilos out. And I believe he was over a second faster.
I bet he's loving life right now.
Souza loves the GTR. Like he is a car that just suits him down to the ground. He knows how it works. I'm starting to have the same problem with the Bentley. I've gotten to know it so well that I'm just used to it now.
Yeah.
Speaking of another, there is a Lewis sat in the background. I don't know if he wants to say hi though. Yeah, sometimes you get these cars that you just really, really gel with and get on with, and when you're given an opportunity through BOP to be able to race that and take it and be genuinely competitive, not have to work to try and make the speed, it makes a massive difference to, well, you're racing basically. That was a really, really tight move there. Wilson going past Reynolds. It looks like Reynolds closing right up to the outside wall. Yeah, so 296. Wow, that was tight as you like. Position change for 11th position. 232 BMW getting 11th from Reynolds on the exit of the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, it really did squeeze him up the wall. I'm not sure whether that was he was trying to close the door, or he just kind of decided actually he's already kind of got there.
I'll say, to be very fair, he wasn't unsportsmanlike with the block, but I dare say, judging by the amount of pace that Wilson has over Reynolds already, that was not going to. That was not going to take too long to get the pass done. Reynolds did what he could to defend, but left space either side to make sure that wherever Wilson decided he wanted to go, he was always going to have that opportunity. we have another special guest into the comm box, Mr. Lewis Knight, who is driving in the 72. You've been in the bit of the wars tonight, haven't you, Lewis?
Just a wee bit.
Have you even gone in the car yet?
Yeah, I was in last stint just before Johnny got it, so I've done an hour stint. No, we've had it's been against us so far.
Yes, yeah, it was. You were involved in the lap 1 incidents. There were a couple of other incidents where it seems as though either the car or other people's cars have failed them.
Yep. We had the lap 1, and then we had lag spike that killed the car, put us into the wall at Orange Radion, and then when I was in, I had to dodge, I think, 5 or 6 cars going up the hill because people were backwards or sideways and stuff like that. So,
oh grief.
Yeah.
So very much an endurance race is what you're saying.
Yeah, and the Lexus is not forgiving if you make a mistake.
I'm surprised by that. I would have thought that it would have just been a big 4-wheel drift machine.
So we've discovered that the further we go on these tyres, the more oversteer we generate.
Yeah.
Which you probably saw coming to the end of both Darius' stint and Mike's stint. She really hates everything.
Right, okay. Yeah, so
it just becomes a lot to handle.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. That's unfortunate because of all the pace that you have been able to accrue through the course of the race. Sam's in the car at the moment. How's he feeling as far as the car's concerned?
He's in pain at the moment. Like,
yeah, I can imagine.
Pain.
Yeah.
Due to an incident that you've probably seen happen.
I've seen.
Yeah, you would have seen the incident. So due to that incident, he is in pain.
Yep.
He has actually got physical harm that he's informed us of. So if he wants to get out, we've told him to just get out of the car, basically.
Yep.
But he says the car feels fine. We're just trying to make up to where we started. We want to finish at least where we started.
Yep.
Fastest I think we've had so far was a 19.5.
19.1. Yep.
Darius got it down to a 19.1. My fastest was a 20.5, I think. And that was an absolute send lap.
I was going to say lack of experience with the Yamato showing, I take it.
Yeah, I could probably get it down a bit more in the next time that I'm in, but for now, we're ahead of quite a few drivers that we're happy to be ahead of. Head of the V12. Oh, hang on, big def ahead of us. Oh, fucking hell!
Boy.
Apologies for the apologies for the language, gentlemen.
What has happened there?
667 drove across the front of our nose at the hill.
Thank you very much for giving me a number, because that was not obvious.
Yeah, it's another 72 car driven by Jardine.
It's Harper.
So how long was he? Oh, he got on the curb that sent me flying into the wall in the AMG.
No.
He was trying so hard to get off of the apex there and ended up spinning around again.
You know what? They didn't make contact though.
No.
There was no contact.
Sam is very good at avoiding everything.
Yep.
He's very well known for his early races and very good at staying out of trouble. But I don't think that cost us anything.
Yeah, no. I thought
car behind us is still behind us. It didn't cost us anything.
Oh, and the McLaren's gone straight into the wall again.
Oh no!
That looks as though he was helped on that occasion, though. I think that was. Give me wing. There we go.
See,
Was it a touch?
No,
it was a curb.
There was no touch.
There was no touch. That was just a curb.
Yeah.
Really, really unfortunate lap for the supercharged McLaren.
Yeah, it's such a shame because I know Harper. He's a pretty good driver. It's not like him to make mistakes like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was just overheated tyres.
Yeah,
overheated tyres on a curb after the spin at the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Kiki Max saying they were trying to let him pass, expect him to go to the right side. That's exactly that was the thought that I had, Kiki, when we were moving on to the next subject. Unfortunately, that was very symptomatic of trying to let a car past and them not quite understanding. Also, evening Raven, how are you doing? That's my cousin, that is. So, yeah, very, very different. Do you know what? I'm really regretting commentating now. I think that the Bentley would have gone really well at this race.
I would have liked to have run a Nissan here, but...
Well, why didn't you jump in with Sousa? You might have actually...
It's really worked out for Sousa.
You might have bopped him down to gold.
I'm like, what's Sousa's fastest lap time? 2:18? Point something?
Yeah, 2:18.2.
My fastest in the Nissan, I think, is a 2:19.8.
Yeah. So you would have bopped him down to gold.
That. So, yeah. Oh god, there's a lot of yellows. I'm seeing on my map anyway.
Yeah, the 13 and the 667 are both involved in an incident on Blanchimont.
Oh no.
It's Harper. It's Ryan again.
The 667.
Do you know what? That's going to be recovering. That's going to be the McLaren recovering, and Paul not seeing him. Look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, he was going
it's
through
going to be
real slow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Got
That's nasty. I looked over to see that.
That was a rough hit.
That was very nasty.
That's really unfortunate, that. But this is the reason why we often say that the best thing to do, especially if you're in the first half of the track, is to return to garage and save yourself.
Yeah, that's a really hard place to be too, because it might be 2-3 cars wide, the actual track, but the racing line there is very much single file.
Yep.
Which is where you could tell he was hardly keeping that thing in a straight line after the previous incident. Did not have the pace that he needed to be competitive, and man, that Aston Martin just came in at the exact wrong time and had nowhere to go. Because if the Aston Martin went wide to avoid him, then he would have been into the wall there. Because that you just go off the track, you lose your grip, you're into the wall, and he couldn't go in. Like inside of him, because there's just not enough room there, and it just ended up right in the back of him. Just kind of the worst case scenario happened to there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a litany of poor timings, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Fastest car on the track is the 888 car with a 17.9. Currently mired in a battle between the 7th place 452 and the 9th place, who'd believe it, Nicholas Correa in the 67 BMW. Looks as though whilst there is a 232 BMW coming out on cold tyres as well. Oh, is that back into the... Hang on. And he's just in the pits. Wrong screen. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, gents. But yeah, lots and lots of fighting going on just outside that top 5, as we normally see. I'm going to leave the rest of it to you for a second, and I'm going to do some typing. Hold on.
I will say this from a driver's perspective, but Nick has drove very well for himself. Korea kept his stuff out the walls and drove very well.
Yeah, which is terrifying, bearing in mind the pace that he's able to extract on his day. If his minimums are getting this much better, he's going to be a terrifying prospect come the next DRA season.
He might be gaining on a car, actually. Where's that other car? I've finally had some time to actually get out of the rig, not be sitting in it now, so I'm taking a look around the map. Where is car 87 at the moment? Oh no, it's 25 seconds up on our car. Ignore that. I thought we looked closer to him. Who else has been in the war? Peterson and Lucas Gies. I think that's the car that they've run together. That's been in the wars a little bit.
Yeah, BMW's been in the BMWs have been in the wars generally.
And yeah,
today.
He's still running ahead of us. So's Mur, which I think is Aldo, Rossi and Mur.
Yep, Aldo and Mur. Yep.
Yeah, I mentioned
777.
earlier in the chat that today is like a pure nightmare for BMWs.
Yeah.
Been pretty rough from up here, seeing most of the BMW action.
Sorry, I am clearly doing too many things at once.
Car number 3. I don't know when this was picked up. Car number 3. Third place, picking up a drive-through.
Mr. Kolb. Oh, that would probably have been. That is the first.
No, it was Loma.
Loma?
Car 74.
Drive-through cleared?
That wasn't me. How's
someone
that?
got a drive-through and then someone cleared car 74's DT.
Controversy in the stewarding room.
I saw that.
There is no stewarding unless
There is no stewarding, but I saw that.
There is, unless he was in the pits. No, he's in the pits. That's why it's cleared.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he was in the pits at the time when I said it.
He must have accrued it at Blanchimont or something, and gone straight into the pits.
Yeah. It popped up at the bottom of my screen. I was like, oh.
Hey y'all, let's take a look at Correa. He's having a fight here with Hayes for 6th place. And he just now made a pass on Hayes.
And that is in class as well, if I'm remembering correctly. Speaking of praises and how Correa has been representing himself really well, that is a gold driver past the platinum team.
Yes, yeah.
So giving himself another bit of, that is gold overall that Correa is in as well. It is Loma and Hartman who are second in gold. And, well, about 5 seconds splitting them. So clearly this stratification is working. So
apologies for that. My car, the Lexus, has just very much missed its braking point. Apologies.
Oh, okay. That's
so
fine.
it's on my other screen.
Yeah.
Constantly watching the car, and it was very much not supposed to be there at a bus stop.
No, that sounds right. That sounds right.
Might have been a lock-up.
Hall making significant work on a lower class car. Is there going to be any fight from the 296?
No, that's not a lower class car. That's Securo. He is a lower class car, but it's not lap down, so that is for position.
It is for position, but I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lewis. This was in the driver's briefing. We were admonished not to fight into class.
Not supposed to. People will do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that there was a thing between plat and golds because you can't tell the difference of who's a plat driver and who's a gold driver because there's no
difference in colour.
No difference in colour. So I know that there will be a lot of fighting between those. But I've definitely seen races between me and some of the lower class, and they've, even though they're a bit slower, they've drove well, and if I'm racing them for a position, it's taking a fair fight at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what most of us are trying to look for in this race is exactly that is a fight rather than anything else.
Just having a look to see if anyone's quite close to each other on my tracker. Spitz is a second off the back of Securo, 12 and 11.
Yep, 3/10 now, and has got a brilliant drive off of Radion. It's going to be past the silver class car to reinstate Spitzer to that. That is the next car in their hit list. Is Derek Hall, who is another gold driver.
There's also
and do you know what that is as well? That's third in gold.
Yeah,
so
they've drove well.
Christian, Steve, and Martin, having started so far down the grid, or having so many issues in the early part of the race, got themselves all the way back to 4th in class with the very distinct risk for the 419 Lamborghini of a position being lost there. Spitzer absolutely feeling at home in this Lamborghini.
there is 6 temps between 16th and 15th, and I think there's only 2 temps between 15th and 14th. Oh no, there's 17 seconds. That's just updated.
Yeah,
it's all updated for me now. Ignore me. It's all
right.
updated.
we've got the telemetry as well. What are you using? Armamentario?
No, Armamentario doesn't tell. But I use Armamentario when I'm driving. I'm just looking at the standings because I'm returned to garage right now, so I'm just looking at the standings. So they take a bit of time to update.
Yeah. No, we've got ACC Race Control is giving us very, very good timings.
And spending my time very wisely, keeping up to date on the Formula One as well.
Yep, absolutely.
As one does.
Yeah, we don't talk about Formula One. We only talk in superior forms of motorsport here.
That's why I'm not mentioning it. It's just on my other screen for now until the quali's over. Races until tomorrow, so no reason to pay real attention to it. I just want to see how the quali results go.
Korea looks like I'm not sure if Korea is hunting Venter or if what's happening here.
Yeah, we're noticing some tightening of these top 5 positions.
That's what I thought.
To been. Yeah, because Kolb, he's gotten real close to Rigaud, and Korea is getting closer and closer to Venter as well. And whoa, big slide from Rigaud. So Kolb's going to have a very, very good Blanchiment.
Well, that's why the gap's coming down, perhaps.
Yeah.
What's Rigaud's stint time?
Rigaud, he has been out for
20 minutes.
48 minutes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Rigaud has been out for a minute. He just came out. Kolb has been out for 48 minutes.
Every time I look away from my screen, I turn back and get jump scared by a car being next to the Lexus.
That sounds standard.
We was very close to.
Hey, Korea makes the pass.
Well done.
No,
that was into the bus stop as well. That was
yeah.
That would have been to outbrake the Aston Martin. I wonder how much of that was intentional and how much of that was
panic.
Oh, okay.
I'm going for this now.
We're here.
I need this.
That's the thing.
Boy,
and Venter's got him back through turn 1.
We have a McLaren stopped in a very tricky spot. He's in the very inside of the braking zone for this call.
Oh, Lord!
Okay.
Yeah.
What's
gonna want to get that moving quickly.
Oh my goodness!
That looks like he's been shunted from behind.
That was.
Oh no, and it's going backwards and all.
No. That was about as safe as you can get. That was.
He's trying to find the space to turn.
Might be a swap for Silver P1 soon. You're leaking time.
Yeah, you can see he did a like a 10-point turn there to get.
This is like Austin Powers all over again.
Yes, exactly.
Do you know what's really annoying? Is hang on, let me see if this works.
I want to know if he got...
There we go.
Did he get... Oh, he's definitely been tapped by someone there. There is a lot of cars in that space.
Yeah, I was going to say, who hasn't seen him? Oh, he's stuck his nose in where it doesn't belong.
No.
And it was netcode.
He was tapped by that looked like lag.
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. And once again, it's in that gaggle of McLarens.
I know. Like there's one BMW separating these guys, but it's like there's 6 McLarens that are all like near each other on the timing screen.
Right, where is Loma? Okay, so I hate to say this, but the battle for the gold podium is really starting to spice up. That is Derek Hall making his way past Darren Reynolds.
Yes.
Totally different class. So the gap for the gap that you see now on the timing screens between 7th and 8th, that is the gap between 2nd and 3rd in gold. Again, this is why we have to be explaining this.
Yes, Correa being the first place driver in gold ahead of them.
Correa being absolutely the lead gold. But there is only one platinum, and that is the car that has done the fastest lap of the race in between them.
Oh, lordy, that's not a good thing to see!
Oh, lordy, what have
Backwards
you seen?
car at the top of the hill.
21, number 21.
Oh, no.
Car 21.
Oh, Right.
I
going-
saw that from on board.
It's
terrifying.
going to be a safe rejoin, thankfully. Is it going to be an Audi doing Audi things to Mr. Moore?
It's an Audi on 1 or 2 TC finding a curb.
It
Oh,
is, yes.
well, that is definitely
he went
eating a curb.
way too far to the inside. Caught the
'Cause in a
back
minute-
wheel on the curb.
Oh no, is there going to be a Lexus?
You might see it. There's a Lexus. Terrified of its life staying to the curb.
Yep. Blake
And I know that
actually doing a really sensible thing there.
Yes, I am exiting the pits.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah.
The Audi is not the easiest car to drive.
No.
On the best day. For Pete's sake.
That is in the pits. Korea now
Korea and
hunting the
Venter,
Aston
yeah.
Martin of Venter. Venter is hemorrhaging time at this point in the race. It's going to be the job of Sean Scudder to get all those places back. This is a potentially third place car we've seen through the course of the race. Sorry, the 13.
They're on the same cadence of pit stops.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a genuine fight for position. Paul may still have damage. It's a difficult thing to keep on top of. Got involved in a couple of incidents earlier on in the race, but still fighting over this top 5. Lucas Kolb really hunting the AMG for second again as well. Absolutely ridiculous.
Correa flashing his lights through Blanche.
That's not going to work on Paul, Nicholas. That's not how he works. But again, it's that the car behind isn't for position, is it?
No, it's not. That's a McLaren. There's not a McLaren down until 15th place overall.
Isn't that a good thing to see?
No McLaren until a bit later on.
Yep. Man, I'll tell you what, Correa, he's really putting that big nose of the BMW into the back of the Aston Martin.
You mean the
trying to intimidate him, but it's not working.
He's trying to bite the ass.
It was just another spin on the hill.
Oh no.
He's got going. It was 64. Yeah, I don't know if he tagged the wall or just went round, but it was so.
Yeah, the 64 car, I believe that is driven by Waylon Crace, Bot Racing, Aston Martin.
Perfect. What's happened with that Ferrari? Good grief, did you see that?
Only, not quite.
I can't.
No. But Correa, take a look at Correa. He's making his move on Venter around Bruxelles, and he does it. Inserts.
That was. Gone.
Oh yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, no,
textbook.
that was. Yeah, absolutely. No defensive move from Venter noteworthily. There was no early apex or anything like that. Maybe Paul is running out of performance on his tires. That
was an understeer like crazy.
Slide. No,
Yeah.
that was oversteer. He was
There is a
sideways.
reason. He is called Paul the Wall Venter.
He is. He that's the other reason why he's driving the Aston Martin, because that's the car least likely to throw him at a wall.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Apparently they can still try.
Yeah, okay.
And it isn't over yet, because the fight over second position is just getting hotter and hotter. Lucas Kolb has smelt the exhaust fumes of the regaled Aston Martin AMG for far too long, and is wanting to do something about it. He wants to get some clear air into those air intakes at the front of the Aston Martin. There we go. That was the slip there. I still haven't finished a message from ages ago. Good grief.
I believe that is Nick now right behind us as well, and he's going to want to go by.
I was going to say, would you like to get back to your team?
I will. Yeah, I think we've got 2 members in there, but I will go back to them and find out what's going on. We've just had a run-in with a Ferrari a few laps ago.
Yeah,
we gave him a little shunt up the butt. Don't know who it was, but I will jump back to them.
I was going to say, driving standards generally have been really good. I've not seen any or not heard of any intentional punting or ramming or any short-temperedness, if that makes sense. Which is great to see. Always great to see when these kinds of in these non-series races.
I'm going to head back to my team, though, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Alrighty. Thanks for joining us.
You're more than welcome. I might be back a bit later on. I'm not running the last stint, so I might come and, if it's okay with you guys, come and see you for the last stint.
Of course.
Right. Have a good one, gents. Enjoy yourselves.
Kolb is still remaining near enough to Rigod to be within striking distance, but I'm starting to see a little bit more sliding, kind of reminiscent of Venter's slide in the Aston Martin. So he's not quite been able to overcome that, but a big slide from Rigod and onto.
That's much more in character of the AMG.
All fair, yeah, exactly. And so now they're coming across. Kolb has reeled him in. He's halved the distance to Rigod. Easy on the brakes, though. Looks like he's going to try to get him here in the next one. But I don't think he could quite do it as well as the AMG. AMG V8 has a really, really good performance, especially on acceleration. So,
right, it's a 6.2, 6.2 liter V8.
Yeah, that'll do it.
4 versus the 4 liter twin turbo. They do say there's no replacement for displacement for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of no replacement for donations, since the last time we checked in, Mumblesh has donated £10. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
To them. Steve Tatley has donated £50. My goodness. Very generous donation. Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Fengler, who we have spoke to earlier in the broadcast, has donated £25 to say go Lambo, go ERA.
All right. Well, we can definitely get behind Go ERA, and we thank them for putting this on. 978, 13, big issues. Both of those drivers off at Radiano Rouge.
978.
Mm-hmm. Very bottom of the list, Sanchez. Yep. Going back about 45 seconds.
I was going to say, yeah, I went back 60 to be safe.
Yeah.
That is the 978 McLaren up behind the Lexus.
Yep. Wow, they actually did not... it was unrelated incidents.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they didn't touch. Sanchez spun and went into the wall. He came pretty much to a stop, and then it was... I'm trying to see which Aston Martin that was.
This is the optimal angle for this then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was trying to get too tight and a big spin. And then, hey!
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Hello, friend.
That was, where are we? Not that one. Shouldn't be searching here. Wee Bonk, yes, I totally agree. 64 car? No, not 64 car.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
having a hard time
3 car.
identifying it.
We've looked at that one as well. Is it the 71? It's not the 71. Is it the 31?
Yeah, is it Baker? It might have been Baker.
It may well be the 31, yes. Yeah, I would suggest so. Judging by the... Yeah, that's the 31 car, yeah. So, the car with the cancer ribbons all over it, having a bit of an issue through Radion. One of the drivers not having an issue. One of the drivers not having an issue is Mr. Lucas Kolb, now 6/10 off the back of the second place driver of Rigaud, who...
the Porsche wants no part in that.
Fuck. But he ended up having part of it. He ended up having part of it.
Oh, that was dirt on the wheels, I'll bet you.
Yeah.
What? Which Porsche is that?
That one.
It's the
that
19
one.
car.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, Loma's just made it past Venter as well. What's happened to Venter?
Oh, no, that was Van Steelant. In the 19 car.
Yeah. Oh, rubbish. So he's back in the pits now. I tell you what, he's got a couple of minutes then to let us know.
Yeah, Colin, tell us how that went. Do you
How was the wall?
There you go, Ran. That was.
I had very hungry. Yeah?
Very hungry. Well, I'll send some barbecue over.
That
to
was.
Belgium for you.
I can't eat.
Oh yeah, no, that's never a good way to go. Make sure you go. Maybe take this opportunity to just sit in the pits like Dean Hyde is doing. Take a bit of a break and get yourself some food in you.
I have some sausages on my table, so.
It's not too bad then.
It was a little accident.
Just a touch. Just a touch.
Yeah. Just a tiny, happy little accident.
Yes,
But at least you do have food alongside you. That's the main thing. There's no point in. Sorry, say that again.
No, only my lost sausage I just eat.
Oh, rubbish! Oh, you lost the sausage in the accident?
Yes.
Oh, that sucks. I say, then use the opportunity to go and get yourself another one.
But it's empty.
I hate it when I get into an accident and lose a wiener.
Why are you like this?
I've got a question for you.
Of course.
Do you know the weather data? It's gonna be raining or not?
You have better access to that than we do. So you should be able. If you look in your pit window, it will have a weather forecast there for you.
And if you don't mind, let us know what it says.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
It's gonna be dry until the last 15 minutes.
All right.
Oh, good grief.
That'll
That's
be
terrifying.
Fun. When all the tires are at their limit.
Yeah. After everything is the last 15 minutes. Wait, hang on. So it's going to be dry for. Do we have rain on the forecast?
A little bit, yes, on the end.
Oh, please.
On the end.
My screen.
So in about 30 minutes.
No, yes, in 30 minutes it will be a little bit rain.
Oh dear.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Yep. That's Spa doing Spa things, and this is such a long lap. This is probably for you as well, Ran. This is such a long lap. Timing those pit stops is going to be key for all of our drivers, trying to make sure they are crossing that line between wet and no rain forecast. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Do you want to know something? Fun fact.
Go on then.
While I drive outside, the house on the end of the pit lane.
Yep.
There is a house that's standing there since 1953.
Oh, cool. That's a really cool factoid. I love that.
Yeah. Speaking of something standing, the 777 is standing in the middle of Le Combe. Just now moving again, looks like.
777. Oh, where's the 777? I believe that's a... There you go, it's Mr. Smith.
You'll need to go
Yeah, I was
back
gonna say it's a
probably 30
2RD car.
seconds.
What's happened there then? Let's go back 30. It wasn't quite enough. That looks as though it's a simple case of getting over rotation into the first corner of Le Combe.
Easy to do.
Yep. No, it's the easiest of things to do, unfortunately. Got it back turned around nice and safe, off the racing line, off the track, and was able to get back going. Ran, we'll let you focus on your racing again, but cheers for giving us that factoid as well. That's great. 1954, that house has been standing since.
Do you want another fun fact?
Oh, go on. I'm down.
They were planning to put on every side of the circuit a tunnel so that you can visit all sides of the circuit. You don't need to walk around the circuit, but you can just walk through the circuit.
That is interesting. Cool.
Is that going ahead, or is that
that was a plan that they want to make it in 2000. Because then they had Orouge. Back in the days, Orouge was a highway.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Don't know if you know that.
I've driven it.
But
in Assetto Corsa, there's the classic spots and a few other tracks as well. I'm sorry, a few other sims as well.
Then they wanted to make a tunnel for that you can access the paddock.
Yep.
Because now you have a tunnel to access the paddock. But they wanted to make the tunnel larger, that they can visit every part of the circuit. Like normally, if you want
so
to
like a
go to
network
the other
of tunnels.
Yes. Like if you now want to go to the other side of the circuit, you need to walk around.
Yeah, of course.
So they wanted to make it faster, making tunnels.
That are no doubt going to get flooded because of Spa's weather.
Yeah. You see a lot of videos of Orouge. It's like a water slide.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's an incredible gradient there.
I wanted to try it with my boat.
Yeah. That's sometimes that's the only way you can traverse it, I'm sure. But listen, we'll let you get back to your driving as you once again come up to Orouge and Radion. You have a lovely rest of your race. We'll catch you in a bit. All right.
Goodbye.
Cheers, man.
See ya.
Don't want to distract the man too much as he comes up to one of the hardest parts of the circuit. I mean, what parts of this circuit isn't difficult? But that is Rand van Stielent. Do it again. Rand van Stielent, who is still soloing this whole 6 hours. He's gotten well beyond the halfway point at this point. 2.5 hours left to go, and the fights are still sporadically coming through as the drivers. I love the way that this average qualifying and the different splits of drivers has aggregated out to give us such interesting fights up and down the field. This we're going to have to adopt some of this at least for future endurances, because this is great.
Update on traversals around the grid. Our biggest mover now is the number 24 Ferrari, which is currently being driven by Gabriel Sicuro. They've moved up 43 places since the start of this race. They're now sitting in 7th place overall.
Good grief.
44
awesome.
places now, past one in the pits.
Yep, past one in the pits, yep.
And past a Audi that's sitting on corner exit, number 11 Audi. Sitting on pit exit.
Number 11 Audi.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them in... Yeah, there we are. They're back in the pits now.
Oh, okay, so this was...
Oh, I'm going to take a wild guess.
Oh, boy. Yes, that was a relatively... Oh, and the BMW's got off on the inside in sympathy. Oh, that's...
Tandem.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh, my goodness.
No!
Oh! That...
A massive incident here. We've got a major crash going on. Oh. Jeez.
That was yes.
Big.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't have the words for that. That was...
But it was a serious incident, you know.
Always hold your brakes. If you're involved in an incident, hold your brakes.
Yeah.
Don't try and... Yeah.
We had tandem drifting there for a second, and then on the rebound, we sent a car just pirouetting into the wall. Man. Well, big incident there. That would be, in real life racing, a full course yellow. For sure. A red flag. Yeah.
Aldo Rossi looks like he's hunting Vanderbrandt now. Vanderbrandt.
Oh, Kolb.
22nd.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Kolb, though, he's come into the pits. He was glued to the back of Rigaud for the longest time. Couldn't quite get it done. Ended up coming into pit. So now Correa is behind Rigaud, but not 1 second behind, 22 seconds behind.
Chris saying that was a war crime. You mean the Geneva suggestion? You mean the Geneva suggestion?
Yes.
And Mr. Venter has collected a wall. It's happened. Put it down on your bingo cards.
Nothing like an American and a Brit sitting around downplaying war crimes.
What war crime shall we commit today?
Yes. Goodman says, sad we got no rain, man. I'm going to infer a comment and instead of saying, sad we got no rain, man. That's a different movie.
Yeah.
Looks like we might get rain. So that's a possibility.
It is a possibility. Again, unfortunately, the lottery system that is Spa weather management is not fun, I think is the word. So can cause issues. What I will do is we've got a certain driver who I believe. Give me a second, because I'm sure he's driving a V12. He is driving a V12. Mr.
Good evening.
How are you doing, my friend?
Hello.
Thank you very much. I just had a long stint. It was very fun.
Yes, I'm sure. And I'm sure it sounds
very loud.
Glorious as well. Yeah.
Speaking
Yes,
very loud,
but
I'm
we
gonna
are-
turn you down on my end. Sorry about
We
that.
are here for making the noise, not making the races, but I still had a few race moments.
Yeah.
It was fine.
Yeah.
And how
did
are you,
also-
gentlemen?
We're not doing too bad. Gents?
Yeah,
No,
doing
good
all right.
time.
I was going to say, no answer came a stern reply.
Yeah.
How's it going? Oh, I'm miserable.
Yeah. I'm very, very jealous of all of you being able to take part in the 6-hour race, as Thomas has a big issue in the V12.
Yeah, he said he has some frame rate issues, like miserable 20-ish frame rates somehow.
That sounds like he hasn't turned his visible vehicles down.
No. I think because he is watching and streaming and everything for like
more
than 3 hours now. I'm pretty sure he has overheating problems or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because initially it wasn't an issue.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. Oh, he is.
Yeah, so he's
Definitely
probably
having
struggling. Hey, yeah. Some off-road
But,
fun, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Off-track fun for the time being. But I was the one that customized that livery. What do you think?
It looks great. Thank you very much for customizing it.
Also try to make it look as angry as possible, and I think I achieved that. It sounds angry, it looks angry, it doesn't behave like it's angry. Oh, whoa. Yes, Mr. Hagen is struggling.
Yeah, well, the car was set up to have a bit of understeer, and both of my teammates were struggling after 40 minutes with the front.
Yep.
Since I was running lower TC and more brake battery at the rear, due to I have a bit better gear and trail brake better, I had a better stint, so I elongated it to the max I could drive.
Yep. So does V12 do the full 75 minutes then?
Yeah, sure. It could do even more. Like I still had 10 liters of fuel left. It's not as
really?
thirsty. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would have driven more, but the stint timer did that.
V12 confirmed endurance car.
Oh yeah. Except the pace. Initially I was driving like 21 highs and could go down to 21 low when the fuel started to enlighten the car a bit, but yeah, it's very off.
Number 21 car, we've got an issue. Audi is stopped on the track.
Oh dear. Give me a second. What position?
29th.
Thank you. Mr. Moore. That is understandable. what's happened to the... Ooh, that looks like there's some rear-end damage to that Audi.
Yeah, he didn't hit anything. He drifted it and
okay.
spun out.
That's a... Yeah.
Looked like... not Kovarik, some other McLaren narrowly avoided an incident, and yeah, thankfully it looks like he was able to get back going again.
Doing the traditional 1,000,000-point turn.
Yeah, yes, as we're now accustomed. Let's take a look at Gamble and Moore. Now that Moore's going again, he actually came out, lost all of his advantage, and now Gamble wants to overtake. So
this shouldn't be too much of an issue. Matty Gamble is one of the faster drivers in ERA.
Yes, and Moore is a bronze.
And Moore is, he's in the bronze class car for sure. And that Audi is not an easy thing to keep in a straight line, even without damage. So it will be a case of not making it too much of a challenge.
He's racing him for it, though.
Yeah, but the Ferrari is going to use all of that tarmac on the exit.
really using
make
all the
sure
space there.
that he gets it stopped. Audi is going to... He's trying desperately to keep the position, but he's trying to keep the position against a pro car, which again, it's not the best way to go. Peter,
I'm a bit surprised that Audi didn't pit.
Yeah. Well, it depends. There's two ways of looking at it. You've got either the strategy or you've got the damage. You want to be making sure that at this point in the race, especially, you're not sacrificing your final pit stops for the sake of short-term track position or anything like that. But simultaneously, you've got to, as you say, you've got to make sure that you're looking after the car.
Yeah,
in the longer scheme of things.
More though, that 21 Audi has been out for almost 40 minutes, so I don't know.
So he's probably burnt the majority of his tires off by this point. It's always going to be a very difficult thing to have to live with. Oh my goodness! Hang on, I have just seen something on my screen, which is obviously in the background. But if we go, I just need to appreciate. You just need to appreciate blue flags. They're supposed to be letting you past, or not fighting. That's going to be. And there is, what is that, BMW there?
Yeah.
The BMW just going to turn down on the second place car and then.
God. Is that the 70?
I don't know.
I believe that.
I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, it's the 70.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But again, just it's driving experience. If they had the experience, they would probably be a lot higher up the field by now. Unfortunately.
Well, I'll tell you what. At the beginning of the race, Yannis Mayer was the driver briefly who had gone from the back to the front the most. They had passed the most cars. I think they ended up passing around like 35 cars or something like that.
Yep, really good show.
Yeah, and then pass it on to the other drivers, and I think we've seen some consistency issues, to put it lightly.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it as well. Is it's not, again, it's experience. That's all it comes down to. But really, really nice time, Peter. We won't keep you any longer if you because you've got a team to get back to as well. But thank you very much for dropping in. Really appreciate your company and your insights from the driver's seat, to put it bluntly.
Yeah, thank you too, and have a good night. And thank you for streaming this charity race.
That's all good. Remember, there's a donation link on the live stream. Have a good one, Peter. Catch you in a bit.
In the chat, we had another comment on the weather. We had a driver who was saying there was nothing on the forecast. So that's
that's Mr. Wall. He is a reliable font of information.
Yes. So we'll go with that.
Bring on the rain.
Yeah. It would be nice. It would be very sparse as well for us to. You're supposed to be on. You're on camera too. Yeah, I thought so. But at the moment, not looking like there's going to be anything I'm sure there will be cries of either anguish or excitement if there does appear to be any rain approaching on the radar.
Yeah.
But that's obviously the. We'll wait and see for that to happen. Ferrari on Ferrari action for 33rd. Well done, me. On track. It is Mr.
Javier Farre, and I don't know who D Hunter is, unfortunately.
Mr. Darren Hunter. So is Javier one of yours?
Yes. Javier has earned the nickname the Conductor after one particular race at Watkins Glen, where he formed a train of 4 cars, and then they all followed him into the pits.
Wicked.
He had a National Rail livery for the next season.
Understandable, honestly.
That's amazing.
So I'm looking forward to see if he forms another train in this race at any point.
Yeah, I was going to say he's in the right car to form a train. The 296 is well, there is an internal joke as far as the 296 is concerned, is that it's an LMP car, basically. It's an LMP car with extra steps. So there's a lot of aero, a lot of downforce, a lot of grip. But obviously with the BOP, they have to take it back somewhere, so it's not very powerful in the straights. Which is just about what you were expecting for a train, isn't it?
Yeah, can't get past it, but frustratingly slowed down by it.
Yeah, can't do anything about it. We have reached the £2,000 goal. Thank you very much, Serta. And thank you very much to Team 89, who gave us a donation 20 minutes ago. And also to Cedric Muir, who's donated a whole £30. Kicked cancer in the nuts. Thank you very much, Cedric. Appreciate that massively. And we have reached the £2,000 donation, which means I have no doubt whatsoever that Serta's about to move the goalposts again.
Another 2,000.
Another 1,000 at least. I can well imagine that's what's going to happen. And thank you very much, Marek. He's enjoying the race. Hope you appreciate the somewhat distracted commentary that you're getting from us. This is what endurance races are all about, is about losing your mind halfway through the race and wandering off into different subjects. So we're the perfect commentating crew, aren't we, Cody?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Well, it's just how commentating goes, isn't it? You just wander off topic.
Yeah. Oftentimes. Yeah. Oh, there is a penalty pit stop. For the 87 car. I saw the gap come down from about 0.8 seconds to 0 in a matter of meters. I was like, oh, what the heck?
Oh, fuck.
Nearly there.
All right. Let me go on ahead and go through real quick the top 3 in each class.
Legend.
Just because it's been a while since we've done that.
I was going to say, we're almost at 2 hours to go as well, so it's a really good juncture to do it at.
Yes, we are... well, first off, I'll go over the top 5 overall. So we have Rafa Souza in first place. Surprise, surprise. Benjamin Rigaud in second place. Nicholas Correa in third. Lucas Kolb in fourth. And Joe Hayes in fifth. That's the number 17, the 44, the 67, the 47, and the 888 in that order. Now, in class, Platinum is Souza, Rigaud, both Ironman drivers driving the whole thing by themselves. That's very interesting to keep in mind. And then third is Lucas Kolb, also an Ironman driver driving the whole thing by himself. So your top 3 Platinum drivers are guys who decided, you know what, I'm just going to do this by myself. And so far, I'd say it's working out for them. So that's your Platinum standings. Nicholas Correa is leading the Gold division, followed by Dave Cumberbatch in the 232 BMW. And then not terribly far behind him is Christian Fengler, who we talked to a little bit earlier, and I've met in person. He's a good guy. He's in the number 30 Lamborghini. That rounds out your top 3 for Gold.
He's a pretty boy, isn't he?
He's sure. I will let you hold that opinion. Kay Lumen is your leader in the silver class. That's the number 24 Ferrari. They've had an interesting race so far. Then you have James Finlay in the 999 Aston Martin in second place in silver. And then we have Nico Waltneal, who's a driver we have not mentioned their name before because they have taken over the 666 McLaren, and they're down in 17th overall, and that's third in the silver class. And then you got to scroll down a little bit, and we get to the bronze drivers. Andres Kovarik, he is your leader in the number 89 McLaren in the bronze department. That is followed by Blake Moore, who is driving the number 21 Audi. And then you scroll down past some silver drivers, and you end up with Matt Gale rounding out third place in bronze with the number 491 Ferrari. Those are the positions as they stand here with a little over 2 hours left to go in the 6 hours of Drive for Dean.
And right before we're expecting more pit stops, which has already started. The one of the cars that you were just pointing out has only just left the pits.
Yes.
Michael Stevens in the number 7 has been in the car for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Will we see a spin?
Let's go and let me go find the number 7. There we go. Let's go and put the commentator's curse on them.
Oh yes. Well, he's well used to this. Unfortunately, when someone gets infamous for speeding a DGSR, they get a lot of camera time.
Understandable. It looks as though... So the car that he's fighting is not for position. I'm trying to work out if it's a lap above or a lap below. I don't see any blue flags, so I'd imply we need a side-on view of that car. Yeah, it's the position 28 car of Kovarik.
Oh, but he's going for it anyway.
Yeah. This is the kind of... This is the kind of thing that endurance racing, and particularly multi-class and multi-driver racing produces, is cars which are immensely misplaced as far as the pace of that individual driver is concerned. It's trying to get back to the position where they should be.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also experimented with doing teams in individual cars, which are different. And here comes Stevens through his kink.
Excuse me?
That's why it's named that way.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but it's got a fantastic livery on him today. I can't quite see on the stream what's on the side of the car, but it looks very artful.
It looks like it's a sticker bomb.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it looks very sticker bomby. I actually hang on. Let me see if I can. No, that's the wrong. That's the wrong place to be doing Alt Tab. Let me see if I can. Oh, good grief! No.
We're doing great.
No. I've taken to spectating an individual car to look at their driving standards, and I am toying with the idea of giving a verbal warning. I'm not convinced.
Is this a BMW by any chance?
It might be.
Yeah. Why am I not surprised?
It's a standard ACC livery?
Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay. Right. Hold on. With that in mind, then, where's number 7 car gone? There.
36.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very cute. So this is the reason why we have ACC running in the background, is because then I can get screenshots. You know, kind of like this. Oh, good boy. Mr. Christoph Peterson is in the box and in the room. How are you doing, my guy? How's it going?
Actually, I'm having a lot of fun now. I didn't have fun in the first lap, but apart from that, it's a good race.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I was going to say, the first lap wasn't fun for a lot of people, but then that's what happens when you throw 51 cars at a track.
Yeah, like 30 of them were in my car.
Yes. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Do me a favour, whereabouts are you? What position are you in at the moment?
16, actually.
Thank you. I scrolled straight past you, and that's my fault. Just trying to give you some camera time. Because that BMW particularly has been a little tiny bit on the active side, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, I overtook many cars. I think I never overtook so many cars in a race and unlapped myself a lot of times. We have a lot of cuts too, so I hope we are not getting a TT. And I also have to double stint the last stint, so there will be more of this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, let's see the battle for 11th.
Thank you. I say I may need to disappear for a second. It looks as though this is starting to get a little bit silly now.
Get a little silly?
It's getting a little bit silly. You're all right with this battle? I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. 1, 2. Man, where is that guy? All right. So, looks like we have McNair leading Lumen, and there's been a lot of change-ups, really, since I looked at this at first here. Right now, you are looking at the number 60 car of McNair. He's running in 10th. He just passed Finlay and Lumen in the 999 Aston Martin and the number 24 Ferrari, respectively. And yeah, so, oh boy, the number 70 is stopped on the track again. That's super fun. That's at No Name Corner, turn 11, and yeah, they're gonna kill someone. Anyways, so that's something. Yeah, so there's number 70. It looks like they ended up spinning by themselves. Thankfully, it doesn't look like they got into anybody there. But yeah.
I was talking to myself for a second then.
Yeah. I don't know. I have, we started out with a decent battle there for 10th, 11th, 12th, around there. And then that fizzed out real quick. And then the 70 spun. And I was just like, the 70 spun again. I don't have the energy for this.
We don't. It's that Lance Stroll moment, isn't it?
It really is. Yes.
Lance Stroll.
Yeah.
Car 70.
That's enough, Formula One. Now, Christian Fengler, having served his drive-through penalty, which he accrued because he's been driving off the track a little bit too often, now all the way up to 12th position. They were fighting for 3rd position overall, but had to serve a drive-through, have been demoted all the way back down to 13th, and now have to get back past the leader of the silver class before they can start competing with any of the same classes.
You say down to 13th. Is this 13th in class or 13th
no,
overall?
13th overall. Okay.
Lumen is 13th overall.
They've just passed the 24 car. Which again, silver driver.
Okay.
Silver team versus gold team makes absolute sense. They wouldn't be competing. I really like the way that these splits are working.
Okay,
really like the way that these splits are working. The way that the average yes. I'm now relishing doing more, like actually driving the endurance races now that we're seeing that this is working so well.
Oh yeah. So here's the source of my confusion. Fengler moved into 12th, past Lumen, who's now in 13th.
that's it. Yeah. So he would drop down to 13th, and as I was going back into the comm box, and you were describing to me what happened, I saw that Christian was getting a little bit antsy on the exit of La Source, and again getting a little bit antsy on the exit of Paul Freya as well.
We're seeing some pit stops here. Hayes, Cumberbatch, Golding are all in the pits. Hayes is now out, but I think we're going to see another round of pit stops here pretty soon. We've got some drivers who are due for it.
Ha 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 ha! We have a good gentleman joining the chat. Someone who has donated as well, Mr. Arcalis.
Oh, hello.
In the
evening, all. Evening.
How are you doing, and what are you doing on your mobile?
I am currently in my camper van freezing my balls off at Brands Hatch.
Well, it could be worse. You could be freezing your balls off at home. At least you're at a racetrack. How is Brands Hatch this fine evening?
It's not too bad, actually. Been fairly pleasant. It stayed dry, which is important, I think, when you come to the races. But
I saw an Aston Martin death. I'm sorry, I'm going to need to now look through all of the Aston Martins to try and find them.
That's Finlay, the 999. He's down in 13th.
Thank you. 13th, running as high as that. Good grief.
And it was a massive shunt. Massive crash. I don't know if it was a shunt, but it was a massive hit.
Are you seeing this, Arcalis?
Yes, yeah, I'm on the stream. It's doing a great job, by the way, guys. I've been able to check in now and then in between drinking.
Wieland.
Oh, yes.
Jealous, really jealous. Good grief. I'm coming to Brands Hatch next time if you bring in the drink.
Oh, absolutely. We've this is our second sort of DGSR. This is a mini meetup. Last time in September we had a big DGSR meetup with about 17 of us. It's just about 3 or 4 of us this time.
Let's see what happened up at Radion. The Aston Martin of Finley gets a little tiny wiggle. Correct. It's the biggest of tank slappers and an enormous nose into the barrier.
There for someone else, wasn't it?
That was a long crash.
The presence, yeah, absolutely. The presence of mind for him to get on the brakes, get stopped, into first, back off the racing line as quickly as possible. That's, again, we're talking about racing driver experience and endurance experience and things like that. You can't buy the kind of I don't want to say brain power, that's the wrong word.
Instinct, isn't it?
The instinct, that's the word, yeah. You can't buy the instinct where if you've had an incident, you are no longer the priority. The priority is don't be in everyone else's way.
I can tell you, and that is a new bonnet, which is what that Aston Martin needs right now.
Yes, an entire new front end, I think it would be at this point.
Yeah.
Quick question: do you accept cat dads at DGSR?
We welcome furry parents.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? You can be furry too.
Yes,
We don't discriminate.
We have a dedicated animal channel in our Discord, which started off as serious conversations about endurance racing and has just descended into cat and dog pictures.
Yeah.
Understandable.
It's still named Endurance Series.
Yes. You can find pictures under endurance.
It's an endurance series in that if you're not an animal person, can you endure all the pictures? Going insane.
Now, Arcalis, you said you were freezing your balls off. Have you by any chance lost a wiener?
Have I missed a joke somewhere?
Earlier in the race, Rand said that he missed he lost a sausage in a crash because he's doing the whole race himself. Hadn't eaten, and then why are you on TV1 again? Go away. He had a crash and lost a sausage that he was eating because he basically that was the only food he'd eaten.
Okay. We're usually eating sausage, but in the sort of sense of gobbling up the penultimate turn at Kyalami or something.
You've got to munch on that sausage.
Yeah, that's a big sausage.
Yeah, that has become a lot more doable now in the more recent editions.
Suspension handle
of ACC. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better.
Ryan, I'm doing my best to lower the tone to our standards.
You're doing a fine job, mate. I
Good.
saw your clip. It's super. We had to get a comment about Stephen's kink in there in a 6 hour. You'd be disappointed if it wasn't in there.
It's a good. I do like the attitude. I'll say that much. It's definitely the right spirit of sim racing, isn't it?
Oh yes.
And I mean, getting interviews from a racetrack as well. My old local racetrack, by the way, I'm very jealous. I moved away from there, but I'd give anything to go back round Brands Hatch one more time.
I'm going to mention Rigode and Correa were in the pits at the same time. They both got out. Actually, 4 drivers left at the same time and are all in a train leaving the pits right now. Oh boy, the number 70 is stopped on the inside of No Name again. That's fun. Can we wave black flags? Is that a thing that stewards
yes,
can do?
that is a thing that I can do.
That might be a necessary thing at some point in this race an hour ago. Anyways, yeah, so Rigode and Correa. Rigode was originally over a minute ahead of Correa. Rigode was in second, Correa was in third. Now Kolb is in second. Souza has stayed way out in front this whole time, but Correa is 5.7 seconds back from Rigode, no longer a minute or more back from Rigode. So now there's a chance that now third place, which will be second once Kolb goes into the pits, he'll have to at some point, that will be a much closer battle. So keep your eye out for third and fourth place, Rigode and Correa.
The 19 car using a lot of the real estate that Spa offers there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks as though maybe running to the very end of what is possible as far as stint times are concerned or driving times are concerned. The 837 is in this little train for 30 seconds. There's.
You know who's leading that train?
Who is leading that
please.
train? It is the esteemed Matt Gale. He is a brick wall of a driver. He is our DGSR ultimate train former and brick wall. He's just very difficult to get past.
That sounds right.
This is Matt Gale of the Silver Spooners, number 491 Ferrari.
Do you know what makes it even better, Ryan? Sorry.
Javier's just in front.
Yeah. We get a double-headed locomotive in a minute.
That would be superb, wouldn't it? Yeah. I think he is 4 laps down. So look on it. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that relative? Yeah, it's relative. Yeah. No, Javier is our original train conductor as well, isn't it? But, yeah,
nice.
There's a lot of cars moving very slowly at the moment. I think blue flags and they're being ultra cautious by looks things.
Yeah, that sounds normal.
Yeah.
That's again, it's the kind of driving that we expect.
I just say, well done on the hype work on the fundraising as well. So it's an extra $1,000 we've raised tonight so far.
Yep, absolutely, and we're heading towards the 3K as well.
Yeah, there'll be more coming in. Hopefully, I'll certainly be putting in a donation in a bit. But it's been really good. Just from my point of view, I'm really obviously disappointed that I can't be racing tonight. But it's just been great to be involved in this with getting some communities together. Obviously, with Dean at the centre of it all, and it's just been really good meeting some different communities and working together to put together what is a big event at the end of the day, isn't it? It's taken a fair bit of organising, and everyone who's had a hand in it should give themselves a pat on the back, because despite Kunos's best efforts, it's been a good event so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
How long have we got left, by the way? Because I can't quite see on the overlay. I can't quite see.
Hour and 50 to the end of the race.
Oh, getting there. Very close.
I either need to go to bed before then, or need to crack open another cider. Otherwise, I will be sobering up by the time that finishes.
Yep, either of those is absolutely acceptable.
No, the cider is the better answer. We both know that.
Oh, the
It's
cider's
true.
the cider's absolutely the better solution.
The problem is I have a non-optional 6 a.m. wake up because of sunlight and stuff like that. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, big race. We've got race day tomorrow, and then I got to find my way home, which is a 4.5-hour drive. But that might be. I might reserve that for Monday rather than Sunday.
Yeah.
Are they doing was it Formula Ford that had our man Lee?
We haven't got Thomas Lee here. No, that's
okay.
I think it was. He was in. No, we had.
The 27 car is having an issue. They were stopped on the latter half of the Kemmel Straight, kind of a bit further than you would expect if there was an issue on Eau Rouge. And then they again ended up stopping on Les Combes.
Oh boy!
I'm wondering what might have happened with that car. It's been an issue for a little while of theirs. Looks like I'm going 60 seconds back now. Oh, they got into it with another McLaren, McLaren with yellow fenders, and they ended up spun out there. They were just fighting for the same part of the track at the end of the Kemmel Straight, got into each other, and they ended up coming out worse, and then got onto this.
Oh no, it's a big mistake. Is that?
Ooh.
Well, that's the leader.
Oh boy.
So the leaders. I don't think the leader got involved there.
Oh, he was very close.
That was the Porsche. Hold on a second. That's the number 19 Porsche who has been having issues in the near past.
That's Van Steelen.
Again, fatigue really playing a big role in all of this. I think it might be an idea to get that Porsche parked.
Driving while sleeping is not optimum.
No, absolutely. No. And driving while making mistakes. Unfortunately, that's the thing that we've been having to do is... hang on. it's not over yet.
That's the warning sign, yeah.
I think you got traction control turned off or something.
Possibly.
There.
And then he's trying to save it. Still trying to save it, yeah.
Van Steelen, feel free to mute us.
That was... I see what you mean when you said about the race leader now.
Yeah. He was very close.
It might be time to park it. You've done really well to make it this far, my friend. I'm saying this to you because you're in the... I'm only saying this to you because you're in the audience. I can't talk to you otherwise. But it might be an idea to call it quits at this point. I think you've proven your point as far as the racing is concerned. You've done brilliantly.
Is he driving solo, is he?
He's driving solo, yeah. From the conversations that we've had, he's not old enough to have a driver's license yet, so there is a bit going on. Give me just a second, gents. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I will say, of Ironman drivers, it is Souza, Kolb, and Rigaud leading the Platinum class. These are drivers with a ton of experience and seat time under their belt. And they are your leaders 1, 2, 3 for Platinum. And then Nicholas Correa is in 4th place, not terribly far behind. And then looking at the gold class, we have Stephen Hartman, 74 Audi, and Colin McNair in the 60 McLaren, who's coming out with 2nd and 3rd in gold. Your silver drivers, Kay Lumen is leading. That's the 24 Ferrari. We've seen a lot of that 24 Ferrari lately. Nico Waltneal, 666 McLaren. Another one that we saw pretty recently. I think that was the driver that was involved with that incident on the Kemmel Straight. They were the driver who was able to keep the car straight and did not end up getting spun out. Oh, we have another car, another McLaren, 979 McLaren, stopped on the exit of Radion Eau Rouge. Certainly not without never a dull moment around here. This is being driven by Pika Nexo. Dead last. They ended up sitting out several laps, probably a good chunk of the race, and so they haven't been terribly off pace, but they are way down the order because their car was parked for a while, and they seem to be having an issue now that might necessitate some further TLC. Going back to the silver, let me start off. Kai Lumen leads, Nico Waltniel in second, Aldo Rossi in third. It's the 68 McLaren. Let's take a look down at bronze. Bronze is actually pretty close together, at least they don't have anybody between them. They're about 20 seconds apart from each other, but that is Blake Moore in the 21 Audi leading the bronze division. Congratulations, Blake Moore. And then we have Marek Dvorak, Spin and Power, number 89 McLaren in second. And then we've got Matt Gale, the Silver Spooners, number 491 Ferrari, round out your top three for the bronze drivers. And that is overall 28, 29, and 30, respectively. So you can see they're all pretty close to each other. Given that we have been at it for over 4 hours, and the bronze class is within a minute of each other for the top three, that's pretty cool. I call that a win in my book, when your bronze class is pretty competitive.
I absolutely agree. That is fantastic racing. You know, it's great to see them so close together, like you said, after 4 hours, where they could be so much further spread out.
You're right. Every other thing that I've seen, you know, whenever you get that far down the order of you know, classes, skill classes, the consistency is usually not there. Hey, speaking of consistency, Den Dao is having an inconsistent lap here. They are parked on the exit of Erosion Radeon. We've been seeing a lot of that lately. I don't have control of what you guys can see, but I am taking a look myself 30 seconds back, and on the right hand going uphill, they just lost the back end of that McLaren, spun, hit the wall, bounced off, thankfully did not bounce back onto the track. We've seen that happen earlier today several times now, but they are parked in between the pit lane and the road, and now it looks like they've gotten rolling again, thankfully. That's a bad place to be parked. Oh, and they spin at Lecombe. That is a familiar sight, unfortunately. That was actually, I believe, the same fate of a car that they, either they or their teammate, that looks the same as them. Ooh, and another McLaren swings by. There's a bunch of traffic, barely missing them. They're going real slow now. Definitely not having a good time here. That's one of those things where Ike was saying earlier, if you crash that early in the lap, we allow it in the rules. You can just hit escape and teleport back to the pits. Not every sim or series will let you do that, but we will, because we want drivers to be safe and not create more incidents. And so that's, definitely, you know, they're moving again, but the time to do that was back when they were stopped at the exit of Radiano Roche.
And I'm back, gents. Sorry about that.
Welcome
it turns
back,
out
gent.
stewarding isn't fun.
Well, Correa is 0.3 seconds away from Rigaud. So let's take a look at that. The battle for third is heating up.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You got it.
It's do be like that.
Yes, Rigaud has been finding himself in this position a lot, defending.
Yes.
And he's gotten pretty familiar with it over the past 4 hours and 20 minutes, and he's got to deal with it again, because we've seen this exact same scene a few hours ago, where we had the BMW of Correa looking very, very closely at the back end of Rigaud. So we're back where we were.
it seems as though it goes through phases. Either it's the stint times being different, which it's not. They came in at the same time, or it's on this occasion anyway. Yeah, or it's the phases of the tires. The cars behave very, very differently at different points of the track. And again, that's the reason why it's been a fairly simple pass for Korea on this occasion, regarding not fighting too hard. It is the man of the hour, of the past 6 hours, or the past 5 hours and the next hour and a half or so, Mr. Dean Hyde. How are you doing, my friend?
Evening, gents. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah, you didn't.
Brilliant. Okay. It's been enjoyable so far. Obviously, I've taken a break in between stints and stuff like that, but enjoyed the racing. There's been lots of incidents and stuff like that going on. Keeps it all interesting, I suppose, for you guys. But yeah, really good.
Yeah. How has your race been as well? You've been enjoying driving around all the names that you know all brought together in one place.
Yeah. So like at the beginning, I was enjoying the first hour, and then I think just after my pit stop, I got involved in an incident at the top of like Radion. I think a few cars had come together, and then as I come up over the hill, I ended up getting involved in that at the tail end of it, which was a shame. But other than that, really, yeah, I've been enjoying it. So obviously, I took my break. I'm laps down, but just racing is, it's good because I'm not allowed to drive in real life at the moment. So this is the only opportunity I get to drive. So yeah, it's been good.
For so many of us, racing is a mental health break as well. So that's the most important thing is keeping the mental health out of the toilet, basically. So if this is the kind of thing that it takes to keep your spirits up, that's absolutely what we should be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which is one of the things when I posted originally about my situation is like over the last 3 years, the sim racing has been an escape from my reality. Do you know what I mean? So every sort of like Sunday, every Tuesday, I've been racing with you guys on a Sunday at ERA, and I've been racing on a Tuesday then with a DGSR, and then Mets. I've been doing an AMS2 with him sort of throughout the week as well, every now and then. So, but yeah, as I said, it just gives me that escape from my reality for a few hours a week, and it's been great, to be honest. So yeah, and obviously for it to come together and have an event like this has been amazing, and so many people getting involved, people giving so much money as well. We've exceeded over 2,000 now, which is phenomenal, to be fair. So I can't thank everyone enough, to be honest. It's been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to echo that, we are currently at £2,058.27. Most recent, because I haven't been keeping on top of that. I've been trying to spin many plates at a time. Chris Starter donating £10. Roy Throw 3NL. Oh, that's a name that feels familiar. Donating £10 as well. Tom and Lynn's donating £25, and Ryan Greenaway donating £10. Thank you to all of you for pushing that total even higher. Again, £2,058 at the moment. Absolutely astonishing amount of money, and even more to come. This race
amazing.
Isn't over yet.
Can I ask a question? What is the gap between 33rd and 34th?
33rd and 34th is 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Why is that?
So, you'll start to pick up. Stevens gets a lot of attention on our commentary, and when he stopped spinning, we all thought it was rather boring. So, we reverted instead to golf commentary.
Oh no! Oh why? No, we don't need that. We've already got. So the stream has audio ducking, so it lowers the volume of ACC when we're talking.
Yeah.
So we don't need audio ducking and ASMR. That's not necessary.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But you know what would typically happen was suddenly you'd be doing a really energetic stream. We'd cut to him and be like, Stevens here doing fantastic putts on the green through corner 3.
Hold on. Here you go. And here we have Stevens taking poo on at a very leisurely pace. He has 15 seconds to the car ahead of him, and that's coming down by about a rate of 2 seconds per lap. The car behind a minute and 15 behind. He's about to lap the 111 Ferrari. Better?
He's making excellent use of the 3 wood on this course today.
It's like left to right breeze here, and he's going to reach in for his 3rd gear.
That's all you're getting. No.
I will also mention while we're at it that
oh boy,
yes, that Correa has passed Rigaud for 3rd place.
It's going to be the most relaxed sim racing commentary ever.
That's not what we need. That is Bruce. Oh, it's a big incident. Ooh. What on earth has happened here to Poinoe?
3 off into the sand.
That was a very, very quick incident, and it was all on his own as well.
Oh man!
The cars split across the circuit. Incredible dodging there, but that was absolutely.
I don't think it was all on his own. He was tapped.
He
was tapped by a fellow McLaren.
That sounds right.
I believe it was. Oh goodness, where is he? Waltneil. It was Nico Waltneil. Ended up just tapping the inside rear tire, and just knocked him off.
Yep, that makes sense. It's so difficult. Again, it's so difficult when. I'm getting so many messages. This is so annoying.
What the fuck are you doing golf commentary for? Kick out the DGSR guys. They're lowering the tone.
Are we beyond, or are we above applying ballast to car? What is Stephen? Is it car number 7?
I was going to say.
You want mid-race ballast?
Yeah.
It's just drop it.
Pull over.
A golf bag into his boot as he goes past.
It's nothing. I mean, there's nothing like the time where I accidentally added ballast to Ryan's car in practice at the start and didn't realise that clear all didn't clear that.
No. Oh no.
So Ryan did a whole race with maximum ballast without realising.
Oh.
It didn't affect my performance. I was still crap. Oh, more action. Cars ploughing into each other.
Where's that?
I can't quite make up the number. It was, Rossi, 68. Kind of coming together there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I still got to see Valentino Rossi today, but it was him parking his car into the gravel pit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's not what you want.
There's an awful lot of. In fairness, I mean, he's obviously doing okay, although not setting the world alight in GT3. He's doing very well, but he's bringing a big crowd in as well because there's a lot of Valentino Rossi supporters here today and tomorrow.
That makes sense.
Good for GT3 world.
Yeah, I was gonna say the man's a motorbike legend.
Yeah.
So being able to transfer some of that audience and that popularity and that esteem back to GT3 racing, I totally agree. It's the right way to be going. Sorry, doing admin things.
Buying penalties.
While he's doing admin things, and we have kind of a little bit of a lull. I saw a Lamborghini Diablo GTR last week.
Ooh. That sounds very fun.
It was pretty cool. I saw a bunch of cool cars last week. I went to Radwood, which is a 80s and 90s car show that Haggerty puts on. They had it in Austin at Circuit of the Americas. So I went down and took a look, and there was some really cool stuff there. And that was the winner of the show. It was the Diablo GTR.
Nice. One of the a couple of the supporting races over here. There's a 50s, 60s, and 70s classic car race.
Ooh, that was amazing.
There was I'm not sure what it was, but it was like almost like a Lincoln or something like that. It was a huge, great American boat going around the track. I don't think it was quick enough to actually qualify for the race. It was up against like TVRs and Jag E-types, Shelby Cobras, stuff like that. And there's some great cars in that race. And then we had a Tin Tops race over here, which is like sort of combination. You had the Silhouette series in there, and then you had things like little hatchback type cars, Honda Civic Type R's and Ginettas, and in that particular class, the Honda Civics were like hugely popular, but
hey y'all, let's take sorry, just a second. Let's take a look at Correa and Kolb. This is the battle for second place. And Correa was chasing Kolb, but that fight just got really hot. Correa now, yeah, there we go. There it is. 0.3 seconds back from Kolb. All right, I just want to keep the camera trained on that. Feel free, continue. Sorry about that.
I was just saying, in amongst all the Japanese cars and stuff, someone was driving a Volvo. Which was just wonderful to see. It wasn't a Volvo estate from British touring car series in the 90s, but it was a Volvo on a racetrack, which I think everyone was very pleased to see.
Hey, nice.
But yeah, some good supporting car races. We have the Miata Trophy going on, so lots of little Mazda MX-5 zooming around. But yeah, it's the main event is tomorrow with a double header sprint race in the GT3s. So looking forward to that. Very, very noisy. We'll have tinnitus for days.
That's how we like it.
Yeah.
That is... Go on.
Go. Oh, yeah. One of the weirder cars that I saw... you mentioned Japanese cars, and it made me think of it. They had an R34 Nissan Skyline, which is a...
I remember the picture.
What's up?
I remember the picture.
Yes. Yeah. Which is a car that only just became legal to import to the U.S. If you're not familiar, the U.S. has a 25-year import law. So a car has to be 25 years old in order to be imported to the U.S. Blame Mercedes and BMW because they lobbied the U.S. government for that to be the case. So it is.
Oh, it's a big dive for the BMW.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which... and Correa's alongside Kolb. They're halfway alongside each other. Speaking of BMWs. Oh, man. Is he going to do it? Looks like he is. Yep. Correa moves into second. Wow.
But Kolb might have a better exit.
Oh, it didn't look like it. He kind of bobbled on the rumble strips there. It looks like Correa has moved into second place. He is on a tear. Tell you what, he's moved up 9 positions since the start of the race, and I don't think he's ever moved down a position. I don't know if anyone's passed him yet, at least not for... Whoa! Oh!
That is not how you enter the pits.
No! Into the second place overall car, that was Yes, Lucas Gies for BG Racing.
Yep. That is Mr. Peterson's teammate trying to get into the pits and got there in the end.
The second place car hasn't taken too much damage from that.
No.
Having worked his way up.
Yeah, hopefully. But now it gives Kolb a fighting chance.
Yes. I don't think there is any damage on that second place car.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty light touch, thankfully, for Correa.
Yeah, but still a lot of...
Kolb had a terrible braking zone there into Lecombe. So now Correa's going to have that a bit more securely now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I saw a R34 Skyline, which just became legal to import, right? But my suspicion is that it had been here perhaps a little while longer than it was allowed to be here, because on the back of it, it did not have a Skyline GTR badge on it. It had a Nissan Sentra badge on it. Yes, officer. This is my right-hand drive two-door Nissan Sentra. Why do you ask?
Yes.
Yeah, it was shooting flames. I'm gonna have a mechanic look at that.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
It's really problematic. It's really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Yes.
So yeah, that was probably my favorite car that I saw, specifically with the Sentra badge on it.
Yeah, it's probably the fastest Sentra, quote unquote Sentra, you've ever seen.
No kidding.
That is pits for this could be final pit stops. Oh, that's actually really. So the 816 just coming into the pits now. Hour and 24 minutes remaining. They aren't going to be in the pits for 10 minutes, and the max stint time is 75 minutes.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a splash and dash at minimum.
It's a minimum of splash and dash. Yeah, that's it's an interesting strategy. I wonder how it's ended up going that way. Barham in the 154 is in the pits as well, so another car that's going to end up doing a splash and dash.
Could it be that these guys maybe also saw whatever Van Steelen saw, and are anticipating that maybe they'll have to change early for tires, for wet tires?
Possibly. I can't see.
I'm not saying it's the correct strategy. I'm just saying it might be, Van Steelen might not be alone in that.
I was going to say,
is there rain forecast, or has there been any?
That's something we don't know. I've turned all of those displays off in ACC because I have a way of getting them other ways. Oh no, here we go. No, it is sunny for the next half hour.
Hey, you know what? I don't think they ever stopped. The Hospitalier, they didn't stop. They just did a drive-through.
Yeah.
Oh, right. They had a drive-through for track limits. Yeah.
There you go.
That makes a lot of sense. Perfect. So it's not in reality, that kind of helps them out now, because it means that the time counting down to their final pit stop is now elongated by a certain amount. It's all about playing your disadvantages to your advantages, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
Although he did bump into a wall whilst going through the pit lane, which is probably not helping yourself.
I did see that.
No.
That is what we call in the business suboptimal.
Ill-advised, even.
Ill-advised, yes. Yes, absolutely. But battle over 25th position. This is, again, two interclass cars. We shouldn't expect too much fighting here, but obviously nice and close, making it as difficult as possible for Rigatti.
Oh, I love it when racing gets this close.
I know, being able to have that level of trust in the other drivers is something you get so rarely in sim racing. And it's one of those things that obviously, we'll speak to Arcalis on this, the one that's currently parked in the paddock. The amount of camaraderie, the amount of kinship that you have when you're hanging out in a paddock like that. There's so much more trust that goes between drivers that you just don't get with sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Even like I said, in both supporting races as well, which are essentially like gentleman races, they're racing most of the time. They're pride and joy as well. They spent hours on those classic cars, and a lot of money on them as well. But they will obviously get on the racetrack and they will race hard as well, because that's the nature of a race driver, isn't it? They get on a track, they want to compete, and you need to have. Need to be able to go 100% at it, but know that where the limit is, not just in terms of the car, but in terms of fairness as well, and making sure that you're not putting anyone else in danger around you.
That's it, and that's one of the things that we've always prioritized. We've always made very, very clear with all our stewarding decisions and things like that. It's all about safety. As we have two cars going into one gap, one coming out of the pits. That was very close.
That could have been badly timed, couldn't it? All about safety. Bang out the pit lane.
Yep, exactly. But it's is all about safety. It's all about making sure you're leaving the cars with, because again, it's why would you don't want to race people that you can't trust. And so when you essentially mandate that safety, which is again something that absolutely happens in real life, it's something that we're all very used to dealing with, and things like that, we have to make 100% sure that we're making the right decisions. And again, it's something that you're saying, but you don't have to work quite that hard in a real world paddock, because everyone's been going for drinks together, everyone's been talking to each other about setups and things like that between garages before the race, and that level of kinship is so much higher. Also, the smell of oil and rubber is so much more addictive. This is a big dive up the inside for Davies for 40th position. All the way down here in the AM classes, they are still fighting. Again, talk about that trust, talk about being able to rely on each other. Robin Davies taken the position up the inside through Bruxelles against Andre Carazada. Really nicely done there. And there is even more fights going on. Come on, guys. We're almost 5 hours into a 6-hour race. You're supposed to be calming down and 2 minutes apart at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't think it can be 2 minutes apart with this many cars. You can just be a lap apart.
Yeah.
I'd say good to see this running total still ticking away, even in the last 10-15 minutes we've had. £70 from 4 donations. Ryan Harper, Luton Boy, Slow Bros, and David Lolek all contributing. Keep it up. Keep going.
I was waiting for a lull in the conversation to bring that up. Yeah, Harper donated the £10. Luton Boy, great showing from the guys. Sorry I couldn't be there, but I'm away this weekend. See you AMS2 soon, buddy. Slowbro is donating 25 as well. Lolek, £10. Thank you all very much. That's very much appreciated.
We don't have a car numbered 426, do we?
Give me a moment.
In-joke.
Oh no, really?
Don't
worry about it.
Tonight?
I don't believe so. I haven't seen him.
Okay, so he wouldn't have had trouble finding his pit box here either then.
Oh God.
We were in the middle of a league race, and Lolek, he's a character, and he just said, "Where is my pit crew?" Where in the middle of a league race, shouting out over comms, "Where's my pit crew? Where's my pit crew?" And I think he just had gone down the first section of Spa pits and wondered where the hell his pit crew was, and not gone around the corner.
Yeah, he was in the F1 awesome. Pits, wasn't he?
Yeah. I remember
it's normally where you set off from.
League race.
Oh, good grief. Oh man, that's no fun. Yeah, no, you'd get shouted at if you did that in most leagues.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of shut up and at the same time laughing hysterically.
Yeah. You're putting everyone off, but dear God, keep going.
Exactly.
Oh man.
Right, gents, I'm going to bow out and let you professionals finish this off.
I wouldn't say that.
I make no guarantees about my professionalism.
Yeah.
For what I've been able to catch this evening, you've done a brilliant job. So thank you for your efforts, and bring it on home. And let's see if we can get even close to that 3,000 mark. That would be absolutely brilliant. That would.
Yep. Yeah, heard it from the man himself.
Yep. Right. We will be very professional. Wiener.
That didn't take long.
As classic. Yeah, as classically as it goes, the longer the race goes on, the more and more off the wall the commentators become.
Oh, yeah. I've been unhinged, though. I don't know if I was ever hinged to begin with.
It's getting towards closing time at the pubs, so
go enjoy.
Go and get more drink. Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
Right, guys. Catch you soon.
See you
Catch
soon.
you in a bit.
Cheers, buddy. Bye.
The European pest.
Yep.
What, drinking?
I'll let you decide if that's racing or drinking.
Why not both?
No, that's not what it's for. Racing, then drinking.
Well, you're not doing the GGSR way.
There was a guy, legendary post on the sim racing subreddit one time, and he did an experiment on when he was fastest, and he actually determined that he was fastest after 2 beers.
Yes.
Yeah.
After that, it dropped off a little bit, but 2 beers, he was the quickest.
Now, I can add some credence to that because I play snooker and pool best after 2 beers. Anywhere under that, and I'm too tense. Anywhere after that, and I'm too loose.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it's just there's just the right level of relaxation that you need. This is a drive-through, and just to let you know, this is how punishing a drive-through is here at this Spa circuit.
Yeah, it's a very long pit lane.
Painful.
Very, very painful drive-through to have to serve, and it is. Even though the cars are ghosted and you can quote-unquote shortcut through the pit boxes to make the route shorter and things like that, it doesn't help. And he's actually
Oh, is he gonna go for a pit? Wouldn't that cost him?
Hang on, I'm trying to work out if he is 74 car.
While you work that out real quick, Lucas Kolb has gone into the pit. He is just now rolling again. It was a very long pit stop, and he lost second place to Correa and to Rigaud. So he ended up dropping down some positions. That was to be expected. So now Correa, he's officially in second place. Rigaud is in third.
So I think they were trying to perform a pit stop. That was very peculiar. 74 car came out of the pit lane and then came to a halt and then returned to garage. I think that Hartman was trying to serve a drive-through and a pit stop at the same time, and he didn't get tires or something, because you can't change tires when you're doing a drive-through. You can't clear drive-through. You can't clear drive-throughs while you're servicing the car.
Yeah.
Clearly, otherwise it wouldn't be a penalty. So they have gone. They've got the drive-through served, and then they've RTG'd, possibly because they didn't have the fuel to continue around the rest of the lap.
Yeah. The 3-minute penalty.
They have just given themselves a 3-minute penalty for track limits, basically. For no reason whatsoever, from 8th position as well. So it's going to be a very, very painful, mistake to make, unfortunately. IMB sponsorship on the front of the 68 McLaren, somehow still visible through all of the dirt and muck. That is 20th position. What's occurring here? That is Matty Gamble falling away in the 777 car. 2ID car has had a bit of a issue. What is interesting is Nicholas Correa in that 67 BMW is now only 13 seconds back from Rafael Souza. Stops and stints. Hold on. What's happened here? So Rafael Souza has just pitted. And Correa is about 20-25 minutes from his pit stop. So he's just pitted. Souza's going to the end.
Looks like it. Yeah, hour and 10 left to go. That's definitely doable.
But he's been out. He's been out for 8 minutes, so that would be beyond his stint time.
That's definitely not doable.
That's not doable. Hang on. I'm going to be back in just a second. I'm going to get some confirmation from the people who set the server up. 1 second, gents.
Okie dokie.
I'll tell you what. The people who have been out the most, the most that I have seen is like an hour and 15 minutes. Currently, we have someone who's been out for an hour and 12 minutes, Derek Hall. in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2.
Stint time is 75 minutes, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they ought to
at least
coming in pretty soon. They're coming around now. So this would be their commit. And yep, they go in. There you go. That's 13th overall. And among the golds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th place in gold.
Okay. So, to reset the stint, all you need to do is a drive-through. But a drive-through is a 90-second penalty. So, this race ain't over yet, folks.
Well, I'll tell you what. There was a point at which Sousa had that much time to spare. That point is no longer, because Correa and Rigaud are less than 15 seconds away. That big 1 minute gap is now between 4th place and 3rd place.
Yes, absolutely. So, they all have one more journey through the pit lane to complete. Okay? In the next time through, Correa and Rigaud are both going to have to take on tyres, which is another 30 seconds. But they will have much fresher tyres than the Nissan. And they have much more compliant cars than the Nissan.
I was going to say, the Nissan is already tries to kill you on every corner if you're not careful. I can't imagine what it's like on hour-old tyres.
Well, it's not going to be an hour. It's going to be almost an hour and a half.
Oh,
that's precisely my thought. Which is, this race ain't over yet, gents.
No,
ladies,
not by a long shot.
Ladies and gentlemen in chat as well. Don't move a muscle. This race isn't over by any stretch of the imagination.
Will you be carrying enough fuel not to be able to stop?
So as far as fuel is concerned, I don't think there's any issue as far as the Nissan's concerned. They especially with Raphael at the wheel, I would be inclined to think, as he does the fastest lap of the race at 2:17.2, sure, drive home the point, Raphael. You keep going. But yeah, this is so peculiar.
It's either genius or he's messed it up. This is where
That's what. That is the point that we're driving home. The problem. So you want to spend as little time as possible and as little occasions as possible in the pit lane. Every time you go into the pit, it's an opportunity for your pit lane speed limiter to not work, for you to mess something up. There's any number of things that can go wrong in any given pit stop. So the less time you can spend in the pits is always better. Voluntarily having to take a drive-through at the track that it is most painful and penalising to take a voluntary drive-through is interesting.
Yeah, interesting
Fengler
strategy.
Drive-through.
Is that with the drive-through?
Fengler, number 30 Lamborghini. They have a drive-through showing
rubbish.
up. Yeah, bad time.
So that's another track limits. Yep. But simultaneously, it's not the end of the world. We are getting towards an hour to go. This could be a drive-through, one lap, come back out and do a pit stop, or other way round. One of the issues that you have, again, when running through the pit lane, is the tyres cool down far too much. The load isn't being put on them, the flex isn't being put through the tyre, you're not putting the heat into the brakes, all those things that keep the heat in the tyre. That's not happening when you're going through the pit lane. Doesn't matter how much you wiggle, you're limited to 80 kph. Or is it 50 or 80, one of the two. So when you come out of the pits, your tyres are cold, your brakes are cold. So what do? This could be Christian may jump into the pits, get a new set of boots on, throw a Spitzer or a Steve. Come on, brain, get in gear.
I'm not sure where you're going with this. Right.
Just trying to get the rest of Steve's name. I refer to him as Steve. That's the problem. Put Spitzer or Tetley back into the car. They're going to run to the end, and then serve their first lap out. They serve the drive-through penalty, and that is they are then clear to the end. Now let's see if he stops at his pit box. This is getting to the point now where there is so much weight on all of their shoulders. Brilliant Drive for Dean iconography on the top of that roof as well. I noticed we've still got Dean here. You still there, bud?
Yeah.
Now,
Cool.
I've got a question for a certain steward, someone who would know better than I. Nicholas Correa, he is running in second. He started this race.
Yes.
He is listed with Adam Ostracars.
Yep.
And I don't think Adam has gotten any seat time. Is there a requirement for a listed driver to get seat time, or can one driver take it all the way through if another is listed?
My understanding is that it is a maximum drive time as opposed to a minimum drive time.
Okay.
So, when... Hold on. Again, my understanding is, and I could be very wrong on this, is that as long as... no, it'd have to be minimum drive time. We'll find out at the end if he gets a penalty.
I think Christian said yesterday that on one of the comments that if the person doesn't log on to the server, then they don't have to do a stint. But obviously, if they do log on, they have to have the stint, even if they're listed.
Right. Yeah, that does sound right.
Okay, interesting.
So yeah, it's a. There's a few people, obviously, because of the moved date as well, that weren't able to come. So yeah, there are a few drivers around or a few teams around that have had to deal with mitigating circumstances. So this is totally understandable. I say, where are the
So in an
fights?
ideal world, they would have told us so we could have removed them from the list. But if they haven't logged onto the server, I don't think it's going to affect them. So.
I think that's the takeaway. For those of you listening to the stream, a moment of silence for the Aston Martin V12. There we go.
Very short moment.
Currently being hunted down by Davies in the number 11 Audi. Another car that has been a little bit in the wars. But again, everyone's soldiering on. I don't think there's anybody in this track that we would expect doesn't deserve some kind of medal, as we have a train of 296s apparently from 31st to 36th, much like we had with the McLarens earlier. Mr. Barros in 34th place, looking up.
Oh, looks like he's been reeled in.
Kiki. I was going to say, it's Kiki Mack that made the position up the Kemmel Straight.
I'm referring to the V12 Aston Martin. Just got passed by the Audi, the number 11 Audi.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Aston Martin is a very pretty car, but it is not quick. It isn't quick in a straight line. It's not quick in the corners. It is not quick.
Oh, really not quick. Number 491, Stancer is stopped on the track at Blanchimont.
Ooh, that's not a good place to be. Why am I not getting yellow? There we go. Where's Stancer?
Recommending 15 to 30 seconds back. 30 seconds.
Legend, we'll take 30. Oh, and it was being touched by that McLaren as well, I think. Beautifully turned out livery there.
Yeah. Really got a good view of it there.
Yeah, let me get that up on my side. That was the 491. So what happened? What happened to Stancer there? As he gets very upset with me.
Oh man, can you tell that we've been commentating for 5 hours?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Oh yeah.
Not even a little bit.
Oh, he had a spin all on his own going through campus by the looks of it. Yeah, enormous spin all by himself. And then coming up through Curve Paul Freya. Oh, gets a massive shunt from behind. Not a lot the McLaren could do there. He was committed at that point. Turned up to the scene pretty much not knowing what had happened the previous few corners. And that is quite a bit of damage to the back of the 491 296. More numbers?
Yes, we have the 911 296 as well.
We do.
296 car number 336. So just keep adding random figures in.
Just keep adding random numbers and see where it gets us. The 111 296 is chasing the 113 296.
Oh my god.
Being followed by about 57.9 seconds by the number 6296.
Oh, it couldn't be any better.
But it's fine because behind the number 6296 by 2 minutes and 14 seconds is the 42992.
Let's hope they don't hit the wall. Should they be 86th?
Yeah.
Who said you can't have fun with numbers? Aldo Rossi's chasing the 419 Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. There you go. We sandwiched some numbers in, and it's an easy pass in the end because it looks as though the Lamborghini was not quite sure if he wanted to play with a McLaren on this particular occasion. That's the Evo McLaren. No numbers in that one. Oh no, it's the 720S Evo. There you go. We got numbers in
Hey,
that
there
one.
you go.
Yeah.
It's the number 68 720S Evo.
Keep shoehorning the numbers in.
What? But why?
Because we've got to entertain ourselves at some point.
Oh, tell me about it. Hang on, we're going to have a quick look.
Tremendously entertained.
Going to have a quick look at the leader and ride on board with him because this Datsun is very pretty. No, do you know what? Let's watch the hands of the master, Mr. Rafael Souza, whose last lap was a 2:18.985, which is over a second and a half slower than the fastest lap that he's turned at a 2 minutes 17.282. Total of 127 laps served by the race leader.
That's very impressive in a 2018 GTR Nismo.
Hey!
It's like, how can I fit a number into this?
There's no comments yet. Why has no one picked up started shouting numbers at us?
There's 30 people watching. The number 121 stopped on the track, got involved 491 in an incident at Rayon Rouge.
Which is turn 3 and 4.
Yes, it is. 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, 296 lost it entirely. That's a very solid hit on the wall.
Oh,
ouch.
Man. Yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah, in real life, that would have been a race ender for both cars, unfortunately. I don't know, gents, I don't know if I'm in the minority here. I love the changes that they've made to Radeon. The extended runoff area they have on the inside of the left-hander.
Yes.
Absolute art of as far as safety is concerned. I'm so glad. I think it was used. House or people's lives?
House.
Okay,
people are
sure.
expendable. House is forever.
Why? What I will say, hats off to Thorpe in the 121. He is handling that McLaren for the amount of damage that he must be dealing with in the course.
You see that thing's destroyed.
It's absolutely unhappy. Let's have a quick look at the steering angle that he's trying to. He's turning right to go left. He's going to overtake the Ferrari that took him out.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
You cannot stop me.
They don't show it, but he's shaking his fist as he goes past it.
Yeah.
He's going for first in this particular race.
He's just playing inverted. That's what he's playing.
That's what it is. Yeah. This is the reason. This is the reason why round wheels are superior to GT wheels. Is for this occasion where you just switch your hand positions and it all worked. But maximum respect to both Thorpe and Deckers in the 9. The 9. No, it's not the. Oh wait, who was the Ferrari that got involved with him then? I can't shift click around in Inserter's PC. Give me a sec.
Was it Deckers?
No, he's on a different lap, as far as I can see.
Well, that doesn't matter.
There is going to be an Ferrari of... Is it Wraith in the number 6 car?
It was it Mull? No, he's going too quick. That's not the same. It's not the same car.
Right.
Stancer?
121 with
Was it
damage.
Stancer? 491.
Oh, I hope it's not
491
Stancer.
Stancer. It was.
Is it Stancer?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
The 491 has been involved in a lot of incidents. That car is destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the worst thing about these races. You have such a big pace difference to have to account for. He's still circulating. He hasn't come into the pits. That is bravery, I think is the word. But yes,
it might also be strategy. 54 minutes left to go. He might be like, you know what? I'm gonna stay out for a little bit and then get my pit in. Let me see how long he's been out. How long has he been?
I was going to say he's well in the window. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave the. I didn't mean to leave the camera on the pitting.
Yeah, he's been out for 32 minutes at this point, so that actually puts him in a weird spot in terms of final pit stops.
Yeah. Oh, this is a big fight over 38th. It is Peter Onyspeed trying to fight the 33 Audi or 11 Audi of Davies. This is a battle for position. It's the old V12 versus the new Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. There we go.
New, quote unquote.
The newest.
Yes.
And it's getting very close and fraught. The V12 is a lot physically smaller than the Audi R8.
It really is. You look at them side by side. And
it's a definite.
They're from different eras for sure.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But again, how cool would it be?
The 491 is stopped on the track yet again.
That makes sense with all of that damage.
Corbett Paul Frere, yeah.
Oh, where these drivers are just coming up to, so that's going to be interesting to keep an eye out for.
He
needs to make sure the Audi's go wide.
The 11, he is way in the dirt. Loses that advantage.
Davies getting very, very impatient there. I'm surprised to see that at this late stage of the race. They clearly think that there's a position there in the offing for them that they're losing out on by being behind that V12. Let me have a quick look. Oh, I think I see what it is. 1, 2, 3. The V12 Aston is currently 4th in AM. Nice. It would only take... I see why Stance is staying out. Because he's defending third position in AM from the Aston Martin V12. If he pits and loses 3 minutes or so, which is what he would lose if he had to pit, that would put him right within grasping distance of the of the 12 Aston Martin.
Now the 12 Aston Martin, he has been out for 20 minutes now, just about.
Yeah, so they're well within the window for the final for the race to the line. But if Stancer's pitted.
Oh.
So, how much damage did the 491 have? We need to keep an eye on. Thankfully, we have a reason to be watching the V12. This could be the battle for third in the AM class.
In bronze.
Also, in bronze, absolutely. Also, note the beautiful inscription on the front of the Aston Martin, which was a very specific request from Thomas Hagen when he asked me to customize the livery for him.
Not quite seeing what it says.
Those of us not looking at it close up, could you, or those with bad bit rates, could you let us know?
It's Bleep Cancer.
Right, okay.
Wonderful.
I would recommend having a look at it on the YouTube stream because it probably looks way better.
Rhymes with duck.
Rhymes with Duck Cancer. There you go.
Cluck.
Cluck, yes. What's happening with Matty Gamble? It's the V12 being held up, and now this is all of a sudden becoming a very interesting fight. Is he moving? Is he moving? This Chris Dancer is not moving yet. He is not moving. Only Speed is coming through Curve Paul Freya. They are coming up the hill towards Blanchimont. The V12 is going to carry as much speed as he possibly can. This is a genuine battle over the podium now. Is he moving yet? No, still not moving. No. Hang on. I'm going to do the sensible thing. No, I'm not going to do the sensible thing. I'm going to have to do this manually. I am looking. Chris Dancer is still stationary, coming up towards the bus stop chicane. Oh, this could be on for a podium for the V12 Aston. He's still not going.
There's no way.
He has the somewhat benefit of being on, the downhill side.
Yeah, but he's not going to be out. He's not going to be out in time. He's still got the whole downhill of the pit boxes to go past. And in the end, Mr. Stancer is going to lose third position to the V12 Aston Martin.
There he goes.
And the V12 Aston Martin is on the podium in bronze.
That's pretty cool.
And suddenly, all of that aggression from the number 11 Audi makes absolute sense. So, Mr. Davies in the number 11. This is now Mr. Robin Davies. This is no longer a fight for fourth. This is a fight for the podium.
Yep.
And he has much better machinery than the driver in front of him. But can he make it work enough to the point where he can gain that position?
Well, he gained a lot of time real quick there, runs way wide there. I don't think that was a good corner exit at all. Missed the apex.
What's the expression? Catching is one thing, passing entirely another. So it's one thing being able to get up to the back end of that Aston Martin V12. There's more power in the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2 than the V12. There is more apex speed. There is more downforce. There's more aerodynamics. There's a leader behind this battle over 37th and the podium position in bronze as well.
Are we going to see that classic move where someone gets blue flagged and the trailing car just follows the leader through?
Well, this is the thing, is I don't know much about Robin Davies. Is he familiar to yourself?
No, I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
That's fine. So we don't know the experience of Robin Davies. What we do know is Peter Onyspeed is one of the platinum drivers at ERA. The experience behind the wheel of the V12 Aston Martin is about as there as you want to be. So if anyone can keep the Audi at bay, it's going to be Peter. But again, we've got the Nissan GTR to contend with these cars. Again, Rafael Souza, diamond split driver, absolutely knows how to get past lapped cars, as he's been doing it for the majority of ERA seasons, and will continue to do it next season when all of the slow drivers from Gold get promoted into Platinum. But again, a difficult position now. He won't want to be jeopardizing his lead, much like the Audi won't want to be jeopardizing the position for either of the cars, but he will want to be making a position onto the podium.
I was going to say, is the guy in second, is that the Mercedes behind the Nissan that we're seeing flash in the background?
Hold on. Yes.
Ooh, so Correa could...
No, so that's Rigaud.
Oh, that's Rigaud, okay.
In the 44. That is fourth place, going a lap further down.
Ah, right, okay. I was going to say, if that was Correa, then it could be...
number 3 car's crashed.
No.
Jazz in the pits.
Uh-oh.
It was... When did... I can't... I can't go back.
When did this happen?
Yeah, I can't. It's not gonna make any difference. It's YouTube, for goodness sake. Oh, that's getting very tight. Very, very tight. That was a tenth of a second for just a second there. And again, this is the leader. Look at the leader. This is Rafael Souza trying to find his way past the lapped cars. They will have blue flags, but I guarantee that Robin Davies is absolutely paying no attention to those blue flags as he climbs up the hill. Nissan GTR has the straight line speed advantage over the Audi R8. It crashed already on it's the worst thing. But can't make the pass happen. Not at the moment anyway. Lights blazing on the front of the GTR as they have been for the past 5 hours and 15 minutes. 45 minutes to go. Audi tries to go around the outside at the bus stop. It's not going to happen. There isn't enough traction.
One of the things that I'm looking at right now, also the number 70 is stopped at Lecombe. Goodness. One of the things that I'm looking at right now is Souza. He's, again, trying to make his way around these guys. He is 2 minutes ahead of Correa. He got a real big lead on Correa, Kolb, Rigaud, all those guys down the order up at the top. But I'm trying to see, will this traffic that he's having to fight through slow him down any, especially as these guys have their own battles going on. And it looks like it has slowed him down by about 2 or 3 seconds. So not enough to make a difference right now, but compounded over, more and more laps, it might be a factor. We'll keep you posted.
Fascinating here as well. It seems that without the pressure of the Audi behind, Only Speed is actually able to, let's say, keep the leader at bay. That's not what's happening here. He's able to eke a bit of a gap from the number 11 Audi, and now that that's happened, there we go. Quick let-off coming down towards Pouhon. And that is where the experience starts showing. Letting them go through in one of the faster corners on the track. 44 car, again, trying to look for a way past. It's a big dive up the inside for Correa, who has been driving now for 5.25 hours. Absolutely astonishing achievement by a lot of drivers here.
They must be absolutely knackered.
I dread to think. I really do. I do hope that they come and speak to us, because I would love to speak to a very, very tired Rafael Souza. It's not very often that that he is exhausted. But I dare say that 12 car may be able to make use of the Mercedes, or maybe this could be an opportunity for the Audi. Oof. A little bit of a let-off, gets through Blanchimont cleanly, doesn't use any track limits or anything, but the Audi has got a bit of a march on as well. They're going to come into the final corner, 3 long in a train.
Tell you what, that's none other than Rigaud in front of them.
Yes. Yeah. That's fourth place car. And
go
on.
No, I see what you mean about him being very experienced in his racecraft. He was really looking just let the lapping car through. It was like, I'll let you through, but I really just want to tuck in behind you.
Yeah. Well, any kind of, as I say, the thing is that the V12 has so little aero that being tucked up behind another car isn't a problem. Whereas having the draft down these straights is probably going to make such a difference to him. But with that difficulty negotiated, let's say that there's only one more job that Mr. Only Speed has to do, and that is keep that Audi at bay.
Yes.
And that is a statement much easier said than done. So he was saying in the interview that he had with us earlier that he's set the car up to be deliberately understeering. So it's not going to be helping when it comes to outright speed, but the consistency that the car's going to have when it's needed, i.e. now when he's fighting a very, very aggressive Audi R8, a very aggressive Audi R8 that looks up the inside coming through La Fagna, but isn't going to be able to make the move. You can see how much, and runs wide again. Interesting that the Audi R8's that Davies is running wide there. I think what he's doing is he's assuming that the Aston Martin isn't using all of the road and is thinking, I can take a little bit more liberty here. But what he doesn't know is this is a pro driver in a non-BOP'd car. Actually, let me just see if there is a BOP that's been applied to it in the very least. Because it wouldn't make sense to not. Yeah, so it is at -40. But it goes to show just how uncompetitive this car is, that it's still -40 and a gold split driver in this particular field anyway is in 36th position.
Yeah, absolutely, and seeing just how you can almost you can actually see it, because even though the pace is maybe not great, the lines are so sharp, and you can see he's trying to just eke out all the last bits out of the performance of the car, because otherwise it's just not going to work.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're not doing this for the sake of being fast. They're doing this to, well, when else are you going to get an opportunity to showcase the Aston Martin V12?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of fun, isn't it, really?
Yeah. And again, it's another one of those things where this is the reason why it was very important that we had split. Like, there was a lot of conversation about why are we separating it into splits? Why this? Why that? Why the other? Why can't we just have an overall? And it was. This is why we now have the opportunity for an Aston Martin V12 to be on the podium, which, even when it was competitive, it was still an outside chance of that ever happening. So to be able to have showcases like this is just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean it is also one of the unfortunate downsides of the fact that the race had to be postponed, as I know that there was a team that was going to race in the Jag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Which would have been fantastic. Yeah.
But look at I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Aston Martin is building a bit of a gap to the Audi behind.
Hey, here's a gap that's closing. Rigaud has halved the distance to Kolb in less than a lap.
Yeah, I saw that. As the AMG is coming into its own in this. Do you know what he's done? He's been hanging onto the coattails of the GTR, and the fourth place car has been dragged up to the third place, Lucas Kolb, who, again, all of these drivers have done this solo. I think that's correct, right?
Yeah, that's
the
absolutely mad.
Yeah. Top four have done this solo. So all of these drivers are equally fatigued. Well, they've all driven for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Yep.
5 hours and 20 minutes, I was right, yep. So they're all feeling the tiredness and the pressure and have been trying to live off energy drinks for the past 3 hours, kind of like we have. But who has the endurance now?
What you're talking about.
Oh, okay. It's just me living on energy drinks. Hey, you're right at the start of your day. Come on.
Are you kidding? It's 5 p.m.
It's 10 to midnight.
Start your day.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
This is the reason. Oh, it's a big, wide drive by Lucas Kolb.
Yeah, and a loose exit there.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's feeling the pressure. He's probably feeling the tiredness and is more feeling it. Why now? Why here? Do we have to do this?
And Rigaud says, yes, we are doing this here. I'm not about your comfort.
Yeah,
I'm about getting this third place. I want a podium.
That's the one. That's the one. It's totally understandable. And again, this is where it really separates the men from the boys as far as the driving is concerned. You've done 5 hours. You've got an hour left to go. Here's the final sprint to the line. Go. Basically. Although they are close, but it's Mr. Kevin Peterson as well, who's hunting in the 97 BMW, hunting against the Dorigo car of the number 50296, who is going to miss his braking point and is going to make it very difficult through the van. Yeah, they come together. That was space given by the 97 car. I dare say. And I dare say the 50 car was missing his ever so slightly missing the apex of that corner. We'll enter into the pits.
I want you to take a look at
time.
I want you to take a look at Rigod and go back 30 seconds.
Thank you.
They had a very interesting time through the chicane with some lap down traffic.
No.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. Oh, and it got even worse as well.
Yep.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. If that is who I think it is,
I believe it is, because they're in the pits now.
I'm going to be very upset. Just... Yeah. To be fair, the incidents have come down.
A little.
But... Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was with the leader there as well, I think.
Yep.
It was. Oh my goodness. So what has happened there? So 70 cut. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, I can't really argue against them. That was just really poor timing. And again, lack of experience, which I think has been a bit of a through line through the course of this race. A lot of drivers probably jumped into this thinking, oh, it's just 6 1-hour races. It's not. And you carry all of that weight and that tiredness with you. This is 20th and 19th gold on silver action, with Cedric Moore sticking it up the inside and defending against Christie. We have, again, said it before, we'll say it again, DGSR battle for 13th. Oh, cool.
Yeah, Deckers versus Van Brabant.
Cool.
Rigod got a good line on Kolb here on the start-finish straight.
Sick.
Maybe. He is glued to the back of him as they're about to enter Radiano Rouge.
Now here's the question is, how much are they both going to cut? They both take the potential corner cut penalty, trying to make sure they don't lose anything. Lucas goes defensive right from the very off as they come through Kemmel. And
they're side by side.
Last of the late breakers. Who's the most confident on the brakes? They are both just as confident on the brakes. It's the Aston Martin that gets to the inside, but it's a big kick of oversteer for Lucas Kolb, really pushing the end of the life of those tyres. Gets it all back up together. He was ahead of the 44, thankfully, and was able to stay ahead on this occasion. Again, maximum respect between both of these drivers who have been going at it for 5 hours now. 5.5? We are at 5.5 hours. There's 32 minutes to go in this race. If the last hour is a sprint, we're in the last 100 yards or so. It is a massive gap between Sousa and Korea. Sousa, the leader of the gold class as well, is going to have such an incredible lead to the next positioned gold driver in 6th. The rest of the drivers between here and there being platinum. But these top 4 have been at it for the entire race. I dread to think what they'll have to say come the end of this.
Probably I'm going to bed.
Probably I'm going to bed. Can you tell us in 5 hours of commentary? No. Is that the bit where we were talking about numbers? Yeah, keep adding numbers. Let there be digits. Many digits.
All right, this is going to be a lot of traffic here that these guys are about to run into.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kolb is making his way through. Rigaud's able to make his way through. He got slowed down a little bit by a Porsche, the acceleration zone out of the chicane. And then now here in the braking Looks like Kolb's got a better line out of there, but this AMG has some just crazy power on acceleration, so I think he'll be able to catch him. Yeah, they're not rubber banding any, staying at 0.4. So Rigaud has an advantage. He'll be in the draft. I don't think he'll be close enough to take advantage of it to, go off the draft. Oh, 978 and 154 are both off on the Blanchimont 2 corner exit.
Yep. Oh, that's very, very scary for both of them. Great rejoin by the McLaren, making it very progressive there. I hope that 15 seconds is enough. It is not enough. Is it? Nope, that was an enormous incident. Wow.
Yeah.
How have they ended up on both sides? Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to go do this manually. Is this going to give us it? Up the outside through Blanchimont. Yeah, that was always going to be a very difficult move to make. 978 very much got pushed off the track there, but that's a lot of that was a lot of unnecessary contact and a lot of unnecessary aggression. 5 hours into the race. Deckers is up behind Van Brabant. That is a name and a half.
There was
we
Van
trod all over that name.
Past Deckers.
Is it Van Brabant just past Deckers? Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, Dieter. Unfortunately, his surname is quite difficult to get at a glance, and we've called him all sorts. Called him Van Trabant.
I like that one. That's really good.
We eventually just settled on calling him Dieter V for a while because it was just easier. But yeah, Van Trabant, Van Brabant, all over the place. Yeah.
Van Brabant is actually a very easy. Is he Dutch?
I think so.
Yeah.
Dieter is his first name, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, as Dutch names go, not bad. Actually spells the same way as it sounds. But it's just a bit of a what's the lip version of a tongue twister?
I don't know.
But Dieter is Belgian.
Lip tickler. I don't know, man.
Menno is Dutch. Thank you very much, Stephen Crowell in chat. Appreciate that massively.
Pretty sure Stephen Crowell is Dutch. He says confidently.
Yep. Everyone's close enough. So Rigaud has kind of fallen away. I tell you what, Rippon is not letting Fak go in the 87 McLaren either. Good looking NRT livery there. Losing out time to a lap down car, but it's that red and yellow McLaren that he's chasing ahead. And I dare say, what's the stint times on that? The 15 and 16. 29 and 27. So their pit stops separated by a lap. They're basically the same. But with that said, are they even competing for class? No, they're not. So it's not a fight for class. So in reality, hang on to the coattails of the McLaren is probably a sensible move at this point, just to keep the space.
Speaking of this point, I want to point out that we are 5.5 hours in. We've got less than 30 minutes to go. And we've got a goal of $3,000. That's blame Serta. We've got a few donations more that I think might need reading out.
I do believe we're only at. Oh, hello. Let me get back to the right window. It's only the one. Nope. We've called them all out.
Okay, gotcha.
As far as I can
make
see.
Sure, because I saw we're at 2,128 pounds, and I figured
we've been stagnant at that for a while now.
Okay.
Weirdly, Rigaud seems to have backed off Mercedes from the 47 of Kolb.
I think he cooked his tires.
That sounds right. Let's have a look at the inputs coming down through Arouge and Raidillon, because this is going to be a big tell as to if he's coming off the throttle or not. Seems flat. Still able to keep the nose in. So this could be just ramping up a little bit more pressure before he goes for a big attack. Meanwhile, Mr. Sean Scudder, who has had Paul Venter showing him how to find walls, he's going for positions. Now this is only as low as 22nd and 23rd. But Skitty is not taking no for an answer here. The 296 ahead is for position. Give me a second. So it's gold versus platinum. This technically isn't for position in class, but it does facilitate him. There's still 25 minutes left to go. It is 2 cars past this, and then he can start gaining positions in class as well. Skitty is not the type of person to let things like this go. Then he looks up the inside. He's got the overlap through Kemmel. Hang on, what was it?
Stevens Kink.
Stevens Kink, that's the one. Through Stevens Kink. Okay. He's got the position. Can he get the braking on the Ferrari? The Aston Martin has a front engine, so should be able to get it all brought up in time. That he does into Lacombe, and all is fair in love and 6 hours of racing.
Meanwhile, Rigaud and Kolb are back to being about half a second away from each other.
Oh, we closed that gap quick.
Yeah, so they rubber banded out a little bit. Now they're rubber banding kind of back together. And Rigaud had an amazing corner, and Kolb lets off the gas, I think. And yeah, Rigaud makes the pass nice and easy. Is Kolb going to come into the pits? He is not going to come into the pits. That was just, I don't know what happened there. But yeah, Kolb went real easy through Blanchimont 2, and Rigaud just went right around the outside of him, nice and easy. And now they have swapped positions. Kolb has some speed.
He went defensive. That's what happened.
Ah.
So he went from the middle of the road for whatever reason. Now, I dare say that might have been a technical failure as far as radar or something is concerned. He may not have been sure where the Mercedes was. But going defensive into Blanchimont is not really something that you do very often, because it's not very often that you're going to get an attack through there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean that little, again, it's the chink in the armor. That's all it takes, is that one lack of confidence as to whether you feel you can defend a move or whether you can take the move. That's Lucas off the podium. Still, sorry.
And one can imagine that Rigaud, who's been sitting behind Kolb for a while now, has been studying Kolb lap by lap and trying to figure out where he's weakest. And as soon as he saw that, you just saw Rigaud just full throttle, flat out, just go around the outside of Kolb and just passed him like it was nothing. Yeah, I thought that Kolb was letting him by. I thought that Kolb was gonna like come into the pits or something.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
No, he's still racing him. He's less than a second back, right around a second back. But yeah, it just so happens, just one little mistake, and Kolb is off the podium.
It looks as though that is all that Lucas has to give. He's just nursing the car back. The thing is, he's got 33 seconds to the next car back. He's gotten, if he's not fighting for third, he's got the most secure fourth. And the actual achievement that he's attained, or he will have attained, by getting to the end of this race and doing it solo, this top four absolutely deserve all the accolades that we can give them.
Speaking of the top four, Souza, while we were looking at that
did he take his drive-through?
Exciting, yeah, very exciting battle. Souza, took his drive-through. He's back out now, and he is now 20 seconds in front of Correa. And that sounds like a lot, and it is, especially with 20 minutes left to go in the race. But that is a whole lot better than the 2 minutes ahead of Correa that he was before. So it could be, now that, and remember, Souza, it was just a drive-through. He did not get fresh tires or anything, so everything's still old, and it's cold, having gone through the drive-through. So as he's come out, gotten things warmed up a bit, he's lost some time, and so Perea, I'm watching that gap, and I'm seeing it just get a little bit smaller each time. We're gonna have to see, will it be enough here by the end of this race, as we're just about to cross the 20-minute threshold of this 6-hour race. Will it be enough? The second
can't wait for
a
this.
minute.
And Matty Gamble now looking down the barrels of the Lamborghini of Peyton ahead. It's a block pass on the inside down into Pouon. Absolute pro move there from Matty Gamble. There's a Porsche ahead that I believe is unrelated. Unrelated in this particular competition. But that, I believe, is actually was a fight for position. It was. That is a position gained in class. The 777 Ferrari 296 GT3 overtaking the 419. There we go. We'll start this again.
Lucky day. 777.
That's the one. Not so lucky for Matty Gamble. That 777 Ferrari was a lot higher in the earlier stages of the race. But it's not over yet for Peyton. It is Richard Christie in the Platinum car who is hunting to get that position on track. Again, Platinum versus Gold, so nothing to be gained there other than fresh air and race position.
But you just know that he's going to want that fresh air. Christie is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well is that, again, it's a fun race. What's the point? I do understand for a lot of people there will be some frustration coming out of this race from drivers in lower or higher splits who are racing seemingly unnecessarily. But it's very much in the spirit of the race to be fighting.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean that's true of any race where you end up with splits. You have a differing opinion between some drivers who are like, well, I'm going to race the position anyway, and then other people are like, well, get out my way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's differences of perspective. Some drivers will have their eye on a driver who is 2 or 3 positions up, thinking, I know I can get that car for points, but there's no points here, so...
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that Peyton and Christie are going to have a little bit of a fight here because Christie, of course, being in a higher class, he is going to want to make it around. But Peyton is trying as hard as he can to catch up to Gamble. He's 1.7 seconds back. He's really, really fighting for every inch of track to be able to catch up. He's really making sure to use all the space, doing his very, very best, putting in, his best laps. He's actually 0.28 seconds, 0.3 seconds faster than his best right now, Peyton is. So he's really, really, really pushing to try to catch up to Gamble. I don't think he's looking at Christie. I don't think he cares Christie's in his mirrors.
No, absolutely. He lost the position in what I dare say might be a silly way to his mind, and he's wanting to get that back. Battle over 13th and 14th, another battle between two different classes. But the 303 720S chasing the 911 296. Both on the same lap, 0.6 apart. This is a lot of progress being made by the 303 in this late stage of the race. It's not going to be for anything as far as I can tell, other than a bit of comfort from Sebastian Fack in the 87 car behind. I think that's what it's for, but they are going 3 wide? That's a peculiar move. What happened with that McLaren there? Why was it on the grass?
McLaren has joined the chat.
Where was the gap going there? And who's... No, it's not that one. Who is that McLaren that is running behind? I'm so confused.
Not even sure.
I wonder if that do something about it. No,
is that Deckers? No. I think that's. Is that even a McLaren?
It is a McLaren.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It's not Deckers then.
No, it's not that. Oh, here we go. We might be able to get a decent angle here. Nope. It's all moving too quickly. Hold on.
Where's it going through right now?
I'll say, hold on. I'll do this the silly way. Because that was a very aggressive move. I can only imagine.
3. Is it? No, it's not the.
No. There's no number on it. Great. On my screen there's no livery on there. So they've clearly drawn.
Is the 978 303 battling it out, right?
They'll be laps apart.
Okay, the car behind.
It is the 978. Yeah, the car in front. So that was the 978 pushing to get a lap back. By the looks of it. And Christie, the 452 on Peyton. Here we go. It's trouble time.
3 wide there for a moment.
And it's going to be another look up the outside that isn't going to come off on this particular occasion. The McLaren has to give best for the time being. Where's the 19? So this is another platinum versus gold. So this is another one of those fights where we shouldn't be expecting too much of a fight, but at the same time, we expect there to be some level of fight.
Yeah. This is that Peyton versus Christie that we took a look at earlier, where Peyton is trying his darndest to catch up to Gamble, and Christie's trying to pass a lower class car ahead of him. And so they're thinking about two very different things right now. So Peyton's not even really racing Christie. He's just trying to be as quick as possible. And Christie is quick enough to stay with Peyton, but not quick enough to pass Peyton as he's doing his very, very, very best. Yeah, white knuckle racing, you know.
Surta has taken back control of the computer.
Oh. Does Surta want to join us for the final 10 minutes or so of the race? Haha!
I've just been silent, trying to find a translation for a Morse code.
I know.
Whoa! Big spin! Big spin there. The 452 and 419 passing a car there. That's the 74 that spun. That 74 car is Hartman.
Hartman, yep.
Yeah.
Back up and running,
Actually,
which is
ahead of those drivers.
Yeah, what's happened there? That's the 10th place driver as well.
Yes, I believe that was a spin just going around that corner. On the corner exit, he just gave it too much juice. Easy to do whenever you're on old tires going through there, and you've got a lot of power and your traction control is turned down.
Yeah, of course. And it was the laziest of spins. Oh my goodness.
It always is through there.
Is it? He's on TC1, so that's the Audi TC is normally fairly aggressive. Running on TC1 is equivalent to TC3 or 4 in the Ferraris. So peculiar to see the car have such a very lazy spin from that. But as you say, the tires will be he had the TC off and then turned the TC to 1 halfway through the spin.
That's hilarious.
That's why. There we go.
That's amazing. Love that.
I thought it would be silly if it would be weird for the Audi to spin while but he has lost a space because of that spin. 10th down to 11th as Gary Barham in the 154 will take that 10th position away from the Audi.
Yeah, some really, really good racing going on here as we're getting to the last few minutes of the race. And this is the time moves are being made, and we're seeing them for sure.
Okay, so I cannot translate Morse code. Somebody with a Morse code name has donated £25 with a heart as a message, and Slave and Go has donated £10. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for not writing Morse.
Let me see if I can work that one out.
I'm on it. Just commentate.
Okay, cool.
On it.
Cool. Fine, sweet.
Were you a Boy Scout in another life?
I was a Boy Scout in this life.
Okay, so you learn Morse code in the Boy Scouts, right?
Not anymore, actually.
It's either Zatic or Natic, I think.
Whoever it is, great troll. We love this.
Well, the problem is I can't work out where the spaces are, so it's like.
I think the spaces are supposed to be slashes, and that's what's throwing us off.
Right.
So there are actually spaces between some of them. This is the reason why I was going to copy it. Sorry, Serta.
No worries.
Wait, was this a donation? Where did this end up going?
Yeah, it's a donation.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's what I'm...
Yeah, this is the reason why I was doing it, because I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead then. Go ahead. I thought that it was a chat.
We have
You're fine.
less than 10 minutes left in this 6-hour race.
Woohoo! Yes.
Hooray! Sousa's still leading.
Nautic.
Yes. So,
Right.
sort of. I don't know if you've been just watching, or if you went off and did something else for a time. Yeah, Sousa has not left the lead. He started from the first lap. He has led the whole race.
And he's got the best time, the best lap time.
That came. Do you know when that came? That came at the start of his final stint.
Yep.
It's taken a full 5 hours to get to that point. Right. Would you like your PC back, sir?
Is Sousa in the Evolution Racing Academy?
He is. He's in the newly established Diamond Split.
Fear.
Yes. No. Everybody does fear him. He was faster than everyone else before they BOP'd the Nissan, and before Kunos fixed the Nissan as well.
He is faster than everybody else in the Nissan for 6 hours.
Yes. Yes, there is a significant amount of pace attached to that man.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm going to get out of your PC to save some resources for yourself. Because we can see what you're doing as well. We can see what you're broadcasting as well now, which is fun. It's excellent. Right. So, with all of that said, let's count down to the final 7 minutes. Oh, good grief, the last half an hour. The last 6 hours have flown by. The last 15 minutes. The last 15 minutes have disappeared in an instant. That's astonishing. Let's get back to... Right. We're now at the point where we can start looking at actual statistics across the span of the race. Biggest loser from the drivers currently driving is the 667, I want to say.
Name and shame.
Mr. Cody down 30 positions.
Ooh,
30 seconds for the
ouch.
667 McLaren. Biggest winner, most gained positions over the course of this race is the 24 Ferrari of Barry M. Barry yes.
Barry
Barry M, K. Lumen, Gabriel Sicuro,
there.
and Franco Sestari in the 24 Ferrari 296 GT3. Stint time of an hour and 2 minutes. I don't think we've got any issues as far as stint times are concerned, do we? We've got 6 minutes left, so we'd be looking for hour and 8. There is an issue for Hospitalizer in the silver class who has exceeded an hour and 16.
Uh-oh.
That could be a penalty in the offing for the 816 car. Depending on how the game decides to count that. But yep, that's the only offence that we have as far as that's concerned, thankfully. But other interesting? Where's the interesting stats? Come on. There we go. Yeah. So biggest winner is the 24. Most consistent. I mean, we have Sousa that has led the way from start to finish. Rigaud has been in the wars, been as low as I think 12th or 13th in the 44 AMG. Got all the way back up to 3rd position from where he started, which is fantastic to see. The 87 has stayed consistently in 15th position. Great showing for them. Gone. Alex, help.
I think it's Gonçalves. I think the problem is in previous leagues he didn't have the accent on the C, so I just called him Goncalves. But now I think it's Gonçalves because it's. So
we have issues.
Yeah.
Wraith in the number 6 Ferrari got all the way to 34th position, which is exactly where they started. Adrian Morald in the 491 Ferrari has stayed in 40th. So very technically good. They qualified where they belonged, as far as we can tell.
Taylor got a drive-through.
Who has done? Who's got drive?
Taylor.
Oh no,
Taylor.
Get off, did I mention? Yeah, no, so down 2 positions, and now with a drive-through. Where's the gap for them, though? So it looks as though they should just about be okay. They should just about be okay to stay in that position. And, of course, they don't have an issue as far as the... They don't have an issue as far as the class is concerned, because the next driver behind is Mr. Dean Hyde. So there is plenty of time there to be gained. Other interesting facts. Now we're getting towards the wrap-up. 3 minutes remaining. Who else? Who has got the least time stopped? That's a peculiar one.
Where the dickens do you get
that's
all
in
that information?
There's in ACC Race Control. There's left and right buttons across the top.
Oh, Correa got a drive-through.
No.
Oh
way.
no!
No
With
way.
3
not
minutes
now.
to go.
He'll have time to serve it, but he won't retain that 3rd position.
He has
that 2nd position.
He has a 40-second lead on Rigaud right now.
Yeah. Will he retain?
No, hang on. It's only 2 laps. So where is he at the moment? So he'll have.
He just
He's
finished
in
the
sector
tunnel straight. So
Yep.
So he'll have this. He'll have this lap and 2 more to serve the penalty.
Yeah.
There is only 1 lap, if that, left in the race. Where is the leader?
yeah,
Leader is coming down.
The time gets added if you don't do the drive-through.
But Spa is very special, because I believe you get 30 seconds or so added at the end, added as a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
To do a drive-through is closer to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's actually best if Correa holds on and just takes the penalty at the end of the race. He might not lose a position that way.
Will he know that?
Correa knows. It's 60 seconds at Spa. Thank you very much, Marek. Appreciate it. So it's still an interesting question. Yeah, leader on final lap now. So Correa will know what the splits are. He'll have done the research. So does he lose 2nd, or does he go for the drive-through and risk losing 3rd and 4th, losing 2nd and 3rd in the process of of serving that penalty? We've got the answer. He's serving the penalty.
Yep.
Down to the pit lane speed limiter. And a drive-through for the 70.
Well.
70.
The BMW's got 7-0. The car that has caused so much consternation through the early course of the race. They were given a warning by the stewards. and seem to have very much understood what the outcome could be.
30
but they're in
seconds
to
left.
serve the penalty as well. This will be the final lap of the race. Rafael Souza has absolutely dominated this race. 6 hours non-stop. The whole race has
By
been
himself.
one metronomic display of professionalism and quality as far as I'm concerned. Eyes on Rigaud, by the way, who is about to take second position away from Nicholas Correa.
He's done it.
He's through. The next car in who is up for question is Suarez in the 888 car. It looks as though Correa is going to get up and running before Suarez can get out of the first hairpin, so he is safe by not much. There was also Suarez also dropped a lot of time to Rigaud in that last lap, so there is the distinct possibility that 296 car could have been on for the podium if they'd have
the line.
No. Wait. They've got hazards on. I think they're out of fuel. 888 car is out.
Well,
Hold on.
Souza has won the race.
Yep.
Congratulations to Rafa Souza. You have won the Drive for Dean race overall. But yeah, let's take a look at this Suarez thing here. They seem to be... Well, they have their flashers on, but they seem to be rolling still.
Yeah, they are. So they haven't taken the flag.
Maybe they're trying to limp.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the onboard. There is engine audio. They are moving with fuel, but they're moving with very, very, very little throttle application.
So here's the fun thing. They can't finish any lower than 4th. Lucas Kolb has crossed the line. They are safe in 4th. So it doesn't matter how long they take to get across the line.
What if McNair passes them? Oh no, okay. There he goes. He crosses the line.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
They cannot be beaten as far as 4th position is concerned.
Wait, if they cross the line though, if they don't cross the line, then it's over.
They'll still they'll still count because they're on their final. They're on the. They're on the final lap, so they've gone further.
Correa wins gold. Yeah. There we go. Serta, you and I had the same bright idea.
Yep. It looks as though the Ferrari's got the confidence now to go hammer it to the line. Good grief, that was a very tense couple of minutes there.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Thanks, Suarez.
In
Straylight Racing, Barry Im wins the silver class in the 24 Ferrari 296 GT3.
In real life
And
racing, Suarez might have a problem because you need to have 1 kilo in the tank at the end.
No. This isn't Formula One. This is not Formula One. That's not how we do this.
It's in most series that you still have to have some fuel in the tank. I remember once in DTM that who was it? That great Swedish driver. We all suppose that he fibbed an issue with the car, so it had to be towed back after the end of the race so that he had enough fuel in the tank.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Andres Kovarik with spin and power wins bronze. That's the number 89 McLaren 720S that we've been watching roll around here. And Rafa Souza, just to... oh goodness, what was his team? He had a team.
Team Rosso Racing or something.
Yes, that was it. There you go. I just wanted to give the teams a shout out, even though Rafa Souza is
his own
sole proprietor.
80 seconds, yeah.
Rafa Souza has won this race, but who has won more is the Macmillan Cancer Support, because you all have donated 2,163 British pound and 27 pence. That's fantastic. That's much more than we expected. Thank you all for your heart.
Yes, you guys are the real winners. For as much as a sim racing trophy can get you, knowing that you are helping to support a really, really good cause is priceless. So we thank you very much for your support.
And it would only be fitting that we would have at least, well, we'll have one interview with the man who unquestionably made all of this happen. Mr. Dean Hyde, the floor is yours.
Well, I wouldn't say that I've made it happen. I think it's all of you guys, to be fair. I've just sort of...
Well, you started it.
Yeah, but no, honestly, like, from everyone that's sort of behind the scenes, setting everything up, the server, and obviously putting the message out there to get everyone involved. Obviously, people that have donated, is just phenomenal, the amount of money that we've raised. And everyone that's taken part, just a huge thank you from me, really. It's been amazing. Yeah, really humbling as well. So thank you all again, yeah.
Absolutely fine. It's genuinely our pleasure. It's been fantastic to be part of in any way, shape or form. It's genuinely upset that I couldn't be driving, but sometimes there are more important things. But yeah, no, glad, really, really glad that we were able to hopefully do yourself justice. And I hope that this lives in your memory for as long as we can.
Yeah, no, definitely, absolutely. Again, yeah, as I said, I can't thank you all enough. Really, everyone that's taken part, everyone that's donated, everyone behind the scenes that's made it happen. Yeah, it's just been fantastic. So, thank you all.
And speaking of one of the men that made it happen, Mr. Christian Fengler, welcome to the Calm Box.
Well, hello there.
I think this is probably going to be less of a sum up the race and more of a any last words.
Yes, totally. I just really wanted to say thank you. First off, of course, to Dean, who had the idea and just was like, yeah, would you mind making this happen together with the other ones? And it turned out to be a very awesome race. Like, it was so much fun. It was so good to be around people that just generally enjoy racing. And the second thing is just thanks again to DSGR, so That's Go Sim Racing, the Mets VR community, and just all the nameless other communities of now, like there are so many that participated, but especially those two for helping out so much, making this possible, being basically the driving force behind it. So cheers again, and Dean, as one of your legacies, you basically initiated the crossover between those three communities and a potential endurance championship coming up together in between those three.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, as I said, even over the last 3 years, as I said at the beginning, sort of, I mean, sim racing with you, with the GGSR and the Mets communities has really just given me sort of that sort of headspace away from the reality of everything that was going on. So I can only thank you guys, obviously, for putting those leagues and communities together, really, and giving people like me a chance to race with like-minded people and just have that break away from reality for a bit.
I mean, that's what it's for, isn't it? That's what all of this is for, is to give that break from reality.
I am actually training to start DTM next year.
You wish you had that money.
Yes, that money. I wish I had that. I would be as good as those really driving. So yeah.
Yeah, I just basically that's what I wanted to get out of my mind, away from my heart. There's a bunch of other people sitting in the chat as well that I guess would like to leave some last words. So
they haven't requested to speak, so they don't get to speak.
And thank you, Christian, for the ton of organization that you've been doing for all these, what has been 2 months or something like that, to make this happen. Let's not forget that Dean had the idea, but you did a lot of the brunt, and not only you, but also a lot of other people who were working on having this race organized, who tried to get this race running 2 weeks ago, but we had we had the issues with Kunos, and who set up a B plan, an alternative server, if Kunos would have had issues this time again. So there was a small-ish group of people doing a lot of administrative work behind the curtain to make this possible. Thank you to you all, and to you, Christian, because you were leading that workforce.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as I think it's been fairly well established that I review something for Chronic Christian, you know how much love I have for you, and how much we know how much you work. This is a lot of your labor that's gone into not just the past 6 hours, but ERA as a whole. So let this be a testament to yourself as well as Dean.
I'm very thankful. A bit of loss for words here, but no, I'll say really finishing on a high, and I'll say everything that there is to say. People have been amazing and working together for this, so that's it. I'm out.
Yep.
Enjoy your evening, and I have quite something to cherish up on now. It's been a great drive.
Yeah, that's all of us. You have a lovely evening, mate, and we'll catch you in a bit.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Someone followed the instruction, and Mr. Hagen has is going to. Someone knows how to follow instructions. We've given Thomas the opportunity to speak. Thomas, you gave us many gifts in the form of driving that Pennzoil liveried V12. Any closing words for yourself?
Just want to thank everybody for putting together this event. It's been incredible, and I'm not really, I haven't been involved in many events where I can take out the V12 Aston. I started ACC basically on the V12 Aston, so it was my first love, and I am very glad to be able to take it out like this. And absolutely, yeah. Thank you for being able to participate, and I am glad we were able to put on a show.
And of course, you did take home third in bronze class as well.
Oh, we did?
So you got the V12 on the podium.
Oh, wow.
Yay! That's great.
So well done for that as well. Very well done for that. Is that any other words from yourself, Peter?
No, I just wanted to join because Thomas was in my... Well, I was in his team. Also, I thanks Thomas too for teaching me a lot to do the endurance stuff. And of course, all the staff who organized this huge event. I saw just a part of it, how much time they put it in, and it's awesome. So thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. I think we can't do much better than echoing what everyone else has said. It's been fantastic. To everyone who organised, thank you. To everyone who took part, thank you even more. You made all of it. Everybody made this event happen. And again, thank you, Dean, for bringing us all together.
And to everyone who donated, thank you very much. And to all of you, until next time, save fuel, collect pickup, and we'll see each other at the podium. Bye.
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 Bye.